This is it, the final chapter. Can Harry's plan survive the storm he's unleashed? The time for decisions has passed, and the consequences are now impossible to ignore. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we bring you the epic conclusion of a Marauder's plan by Catsarecool, as Harry faces his most crucial test yet, and learns that some endings are not meant to be clean, but earned. Disclaimer. This is a fan-created audiobook based on the Harry Potter universe, originally created by J.K. Rowling. All credit for this story goes to Catsarecool. This audiobook is made for entertainment and to celebrate the art of fanfiction. In this final chapter, Harry confronts the ultimate challenge, not just of magic, but of his own character. The stakes are higher than ever, and no one is untouched by the decisions made. What does victory truly cost? And how much of Harry's soul remains when the dust settles? If you've been captivated by this journey, don't forget to subscribe, become a Grimoire Guardian, or join the Wizard Army to help us keep bringing powerful fanfiction audiobooks to life. Let's dive into the final part of a Marauder's plan, Part 13. Happily Ever After, Chapter 1. Part 13. Happy Ever After with Pronglet. The living well is the best revenge prank. June 25th, 1995. Ron set aside the copy of the Daily Prophet on the picnic table and sighed at the headlines. The boy who lived to save us again. Albus Dumbledore dies in the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry was going to hate it. He was going to hate the adulation and the increased fame. The sycophants who wanted nothing but to say they were friends with the Harry Potter. He considered the dream the dragon had given him of a Ron who had walked away from Harry at the beginning of the tournament jealous and envious and stupid. Ron blew out a breath. He knew his flaws, and he was working on them. He would never walk away from Harry. He shook his head, swung around on the bench away from the house, and stared out at the Weasley back garden. Home. They'd come home after the battle, retreating into the burrow and simply holding each other as a family, grateful to come through mostly uninjured and alive. But they'd been hurt. Bill had wept on their mother's shoulder for long minutes, crying out his pain and grief at the loss of his partner. Ron had felt so helpless watching him. He wanted to take away his brother's pain. Wanted to tell him that he was so grateful to Caroline for ensuring that his big brother had survived. He wished he could have been there, that he could have helped comfort Bill when it had happened, but he'd been passed out in the headmaster's office. He sighed again and rubbed his forehead tiredly. The 4 students in the spell had woken up after the battle. They had waited, anxiously waiting for the all-clear pulling George free of the bookcase and tending to him while they did. Then the alarm had sounded, and the dragon had told them there was a bomb. But almost as soon as the alarm sounded, it was all over. Harry saving them all, Ron thought tiredly. George had ushered them out as soon as the door had unlocked, and Ron had run to find his friends and his father. The dragon was still awake. It would need 4 heads of houses to put her to sleep again, and who knew when that would be? Dumbledore's death had thrown Hogwarts into turmoil, although there was a brief note in the paper, which announced Professor McGonagall had been appointed headmistress. At least Sprout and Flitwick had come through unscathed, but Snape was in some kind of coma, and it wasn't looking good by all accounts. He shook his head. He couldn't see anyone returning to Hogwarts to close out the school year. The damage the invaders had wrought was extensive. The Quidditch pitch didn't have an intact stand on it. Ron. His mother sidled up to him and sat down on the bench next to him. She gave a huff at the sight of the papers before she nudged his shoulder with her own. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," Ron admitted gruffly. "I was thinking about Harry." His face crumpled. He was so injured. His mum nodded slowly. He'd found out the night before that all the women who'd taken part in the ritual had seen events through Hermione's eyes, so he knew she knew just how bad Harry had been, how broken he'd looked, as Sirius had held him as though he was the most precious thing in the world. He's in the best place to get better, and Sirius is with him, she said reassuringly. I know. Tears prickled over Ron's eyes. I just wish he was here. His mum put an arm around him, and he sank into her comforting embrace with just a smidgen of shame as the tears leaked out and down his face. Harry will be back with us by the end of the week. He'll be healed and healthy, and we'll all be there for him, she said comfortingly. I need to talk to him. Ron said, I need to tell him about the dragon, and… He sighed. What we had to agree, so she'd help us. He mumbled the last part, knowing his mum wouldn't like it. What? Her voice was sharp. What did you have to agree? She sounded like she was ready to march down to the school and have it out with the dragon painting. He wouldn't put it past his mum to do it either. Ron swiped at his nose. She huffed and handed him a handkerchief. He blew his nose noisily before answering. We had to agree to be bound to the school. I mean, not that we have to be there all the time, but we'll have to live there eventually. His mum was quiet for a long moment. She sighed heavily. I guess that's not so bad. Teaching's a respectable profession. I want to manage a Quidditch team. Ron retorted before his brain caught up with his mouth, and pointed out that he had sworn never to tell his mother his career ambitions. And Harry would be my seeker, you know? He hastily added. His face fell. Not that anyone will want to play, where, you know who died. His mum hummed. Maybe you can organize a game when the pitch is repaired and reclaim the space back. Ron nodded. That actually sounded like a good idea. You don't mind? He asked. About the Quidditch. All I've ever wanted is for you all to grow up healthy and happy. His mum said firmly. He'd dispute that since he remembered the colossal row she and Charlie had had when he'd told her about Romania, not to mention the blowout over Bill and Egypt, but he figured silence was the better part of valor. His mum tousled his hair. Besides, Quidditch manager will be a good job for you before you end up teaching. It'll allow you to travel and see something of the world before you end up back at the school. Ron was truthfully rendered speechless. Now, bustled his mother, getting up from the bench. I'd best see to breakfast and check the twins haven't decided to take George's ear off in the middle of the night, so they match again. It was a possibility. Ron had overheard them talking about it before he'd fallen into his own bed. Do I have time to write to Hermione and Neville? Ron asked, getting up himself to follow her inside. If you're quick. It's just bacon buttas this morning. His mum agreed, a hint of a question in her tone. Ron shrugged. Harry will go mental if I don't check on Hermione, and Neville said something about the Alliance getting together to go over what happened and make sure everyone's taken care of. His mum caught his arm as they reached the back door, and Ron thought he saw the shadow of someone retreating back into the house. Ron, she held his gaze forcefully. We're very, very proud of you. Ron felt his face go bright red, but he accepted the words with a nod. His mum smiled at him and pushed him gently in the direction of the stairs. Give my best to Hermione, and let Neville know he's always welcome here. Ron nodded again and took off for the stairs. He had letters to write and things to care of to make it easier for Harry when he returned. And, Ron thought with anticipation, a Quidditch match to organize. Time bubble 30th June, 1995. Harry looked out on the beautiful valley through the window without truly seeing it. He was pressed up against the window pane. The glass was cold against his skin, and it helped anchor him into reality. He'd been in a healing coma for 3 days, bedridden for 2 more, and the healers had only just allowed him to get up. He still felt exhausted, sore. He should have died. He had been at ground zero when Crouch exploded. He had felt the heat and the force, had felt the pain rip through him. He was sure he had died. There had been a moment white all around him, and the sense of his mum and dad, of death, and then he had been on the ground, and Sirius had been there. Harry. As though he had conjured him into being with the thought of him, Sirius was suddenly there. He hadn't left him until that morning, hadn't left him. Guilt suffused him again. He hadn't known about the tether, hadn't realized what he'd done. He couldn't regret it. It had kept Sirius alive, kept him alive. He wouldn't ever lose Sirius. So he couldn't regret it, but he had done it unknowingly. And without Sirius's consent, and for that he was apologetic. And thank Merlin death didn't see it as some kind of usurping and forced him into promising his firstborn son or last remaining descendant as a champion. Cold? Sirius asked softly. Harry shrugged. Nashi had somehow managed to finagle Sirius away a couple of hours before, probably to a mind healer. Since the instance he'd been left alone, Healer Faye had arrived in Harry's room. The painting he'd started was unfinished on the easel. He'd lost interest only a few minutes after he'd started, and he really wasn't interested in talking. He hadn't talked since he'd woken up. Sirius wrapped a thin cotton robe around Harry's shoulders and helped Harry maneuver his arms into it, as though he was a small child. There. He rubbed Harry's upper arms, warming them. Why don't you come and sit over by the fireplace, and I'll start a fire. Harry let Sirius help him off the window seat. He still felt shaky, like a newborn colt trying to find his legs. He leaned heavily on his father until he was safely ensconced on the comfy sofa. Dobby popped in. He'd arrived, with an insistent Hedwig within hours of Sirius and Harry's arrival apparently. Harry was comforted by their familiar presence. Sirius wrapped the blanket Dobby provided around Harry's pajama-clad legs while the elf got a blaze going. Sirius sat down next to him. He was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, leather flip-flops on his feet. His hair was down. He looked as tired as Harry felt. Guilt swamped him again. He knew Sirius was worried about him. Healer Faye said, "You didn't want to talk." Sirius said quietly, brushing a strand of hair away from Harry's face. Harry shook his head. He curled into Sirius, and Sirius wrapped an arm around him tightly. There were tears pressing up against the back of Harry's eyes, clogging up his throat, and he couldn't. He'd killed Voldemort. He'd taken a life. And yes, it had been fated and necessary, and it had even been weirdly in a way self-defense, but at the end of the day he'd still killed Tom Marvolo Riddle. He felt monstrous. He felt relieved. Relieved it was all over. Relieved that because Tom was dead, Harry could live. Finally, he could live. Unlike so many others. Benjamin not. A Death Eater who had given up his life to give his son a better future. Caro. Bright, beautiful Caro, who was smart and funny, and who had helped him train, who had helped him defeat Voldemort. Cedric. His friend, who had helped him through the tournament, who knew its trials and challenges in a way only the four of them who had faced Voldemort's tasks could know. They'd been looking forward to playing Quidditch against each other, looking forward to being friends without the weight of the tournament and politics. Harry was going to miss him. Dumbledore. God. Dumbledore. He was responsible for the headmaster's death. Hot tears ran down his face. Sirius held Harry as he wept out his grief, and Harry pressed tightly into the cocoon of Sirius's embrace, listened to the reassuring beat of Sirius's heart underneath his ear, the comfort of his breathing. The headmaster had given up his life, so Harry could live, so Sirius could live, and Harry couldn't feel any regret for finding a third way, for keeping his promise to Regulus, for standing up for Sirius. But he felt guilty because his choice had led to a death, because when all was said and done, he wouldn't change it. He would always choose Sirius alive and well. And there was a true sense of loss, mourning for a wizard who had been something of a mentor, a grandfatherly figure, who Harry could remember with affection for all Dumbledore's mistakes and flaws. He also knew he should be bothered about what was happening back in England. The guilty tug of responsibility nagged at him. There was so much he didn't know about what had happened. He had no idea if Snape had lived or died, had no idea if Hogwarts was still open, how everyone was dealing with the aftermath. He knew the Alliance needed them. They had taken losses and hurts. There would be visible and invisible scars for those who had stood beside him. Theo, who had lost a father. Bill, who had lost a partner. Neville, his godbrother, would need a friend in the aftermath of learning about Hannah. And they would need to deal with the problem of Hannah and Merlin. Harry couldn't quite believe that it had been Hannah who had betrayed them. He knew the House of Black needed them. Lucius lived. There was enough of a sense of him still in the family magic to know that. But he could sense the turmoil in the house, the concern they had for him and for Sirius. He couldn't even think about Hermione. The storm of weeping passed, and Harry felt his eyes grow heavy. His head ached dully. Lethargy descended like a smothering blanket. Sirius stroked a hand through his hair, and Harry leaned into the touch. "Listen to me, Pronglet," Sirius whispered softly. "You've been through a lot more than anyone should have to go through. And you were brave and courageous and merciful. I'm so very, very proud of you, Harry." Harry let the rush of warmth at Sirius's words steal over him. "You don't worry about anything. You'll talk when you're ready, and we'll deal with the rest when you're ready. Just focus on healing. That's all you need to do right now. Heal," Sirius murmured. Harry's hands clutched at Sirius's t-shirt, holding on to him. "I'm not going anywhere, Pronglet," Sirius promised roughly. "I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere." It comforted Harry, eased the worry and fear that lurked within him that he hadn't been quick enough, strong enough, that Sirius had died, and it was all a dream. He listened to Sirius's heartbeat and drifted to sleep. June 26, 1995. Remus watched as Andy greeted Augusta with a warm hug as she exited the flue and wondered at what had happened between the women who had taken part in the ritual. They all seemed more connected. Andy and Dora had been inseparable since they'd arrived at the Black Estate in the hours after the battle. The past couple of days had been chaos. Moody had taken control at Hogwarts until Minerva had arrived back at the school. She had been heartbroken at the death of Albus and dismayed at the news about Snape, but had rallied and accepted the wards. She was overseeing the repairs to the school, assisted by Phileas and Pomona, and a particularly talkative dragon painting in her new office. The students and their families had been sent home from the Black Estate. Some needed to deal with the heartbreak of losses and changed circumstances, some to simply absorb the reality of what had happened. Remus had retreated that first night to the Black Estate, to his wife. He and Dora had slept together, tightly holding onto each other, their hands resting over the precious gift of their unborn child. He'd spent much of the previous day with his pack. They'd lost 2 members to vampires, and his beta, Patrick, had lost a leg. He'd spent time with those grieving, with Patrick, who was surprisingly upbeat and being looked after by an attentive Scion. And the whole time he'd worried about Sirius and Harry. It had only been after dinner that he'd had a chance to look at the mail and seen the notice of Knott's surrender and remembered the way Knott had died, which dragged his mind back to the present, and the reason why they were there, to see Theo, who had gone home with the Longbottoms and Blaise Zabini after the battle, and the news of his father's death. "Thank you for welcoming us, Augusta," Andy said. "We only got the official notice last night that Lord Knott had surrendered to the house, and with Sirius and Harry." Her voice caught, and she had to take a breath. "Well, things are at 6s and 7s. It's only to be expected," Augusta said diplomatically. Her eyes were clear if tired as they met Remus's. "Have you heard anything from Sirius?" "Not from Sirius, but Helen Jordan was able to send a message to say that they had arrived safely, and they were healing. Harry's injuries are very serious, though, and she was certain that they'd probably spend a fair amount of time at the clinic before returning. Remus confirmed. He expected that Sirius and Harry would only return when Harry was well enough to deal with the aftermath in England. It was comforting to know that they could take the time they needed, but also that Remus and the others only had to survive a week without them thanks to the magic of the time bubble. Although Remus mused dryly, the absence of them was already all too noticeable. Any news on Lucius? Narcissa's elf informed me they were still at St. Mungo's when I inquired this morning. Augusta asked as she led them through the house. They saved his leg, but the nerve damage was extensive. Andy replied, "He'll need a cane for actual use rather than vanity in the future." She paused. "How is Theodore?" Augusta's eyes dimmed with sadness. "He's been quiet since he heard the news. I was granted temporary custody yesterday by the Wizarding Orphan Office until the will reading and the matter of custody could be established, but of course the notice of surrender changes things." She led them through the house to the conservatory. The three boys were gathered around a table. Neville and Blaise were playing cards, whereas Theo was reading. All three looked wan and pale. Remus made a mental note to talk to Augusta about mind healing before they left. Theo set his book aside and stood immediately as soon as he realized who had entered. "Madame Tonks, Mr. Lupin." Neville scrambled to greet them properly, and the next few moments were a haze of greetings. Augusta cleared her throat. "Neville, Blaise, why don't you take your card game to the library while our guests speak to Theodore?" "That's all right, Madame Longbottom," Theo said quickly. "They can stay." Augusta nodded regally. "Tea then." They all sat at the table as a house elf popped in with a tea tray. "Our apologies, Theodore." Andy began once the tea was poured, and Remus had updated the boys on Harry and Sirius after a quiet inquiry from Neville. "We only received official word last night that the House of Nod had surrendered to our house." Theo inclined his head. "I had wondered if Father hadn't been able to make the declaration before Voldemort killed him." Remus frowned. "Your father planned this." Theo paused, collecting himself, and Remus watched as the teenager visibly wrestled back his grief. "We talked about it at Easter and in letters. Father didn't want to even pretend to be on Riddle's side anymore, and he knew Riddle wouldn't just allow him to leave. He expected to die, and we have no close family left." He pressed his lips together as his eyes shone briefly with tears. "He wanted to make sure I would have a guardian. He admired Lord Black a great deal, and the way he dealt with the Wenlocks." "Well, your situation is a bit different," Andy said and glanced over at Remus, silently handing him the baton. "Magic recognized the motivation in your father's action. The house surrendered, but it is magically in the care of the House of Black until you come of age. I believe, and Gringotts agree with me, that you'll be able to claim your head of house ring once you've completed your service to the House of Potter." Remus explained. Theo breathed in sharply. He absently touched the air ring he wore. Father had some old diaries from his grandfather. He theorized a voluntary surrender that the intent would make a difference. Wenlock acted against the interests of the family magic, but my father acted in my protection and the wider wizarding worlds. We were hopeful, but it's good to know it worked. Which brings us on to the matter of custody. Andy said briskly, "The WO acknowledged that the surrender means you are automatically a ward of the House of Black. In Sirius's absence, Simeon and I spoke about your circumstances this morning. We can wait until Sirius is back, of course, but you're a young man, and we'd like to take your wishes into consideration." "My father and I discussed it," Theo confirmed, reaching for his cup. He took a small sip of tea, and set the crockery aside again. My father ideally wanted Lord Black to raise me, but he grimaced. He knew Lord Black's priority is Potter Harry, and he knew that I would never want to impose on that relationship. He gestured vaguely, stopping them all from speaking. Look, I'm sure if I insisted on it, Black would take me in and Potter would welcome me, and they'd both do their best to make me a part of their family. How could they not? They're honorable and good people. But, prompted Remus gently when the pause went on slightly too long for comfort. But they shouldn't have to. Theo said bluntly, and Harry deserves better than having to share his father with someone just when he needs him the most. I won't be the one who forces him to do that. I want to build a good relationship with Harry for the future, and this could harm that. Then you have another solution, Andy said before anyone else could comment. Yes, Theo said, taking a breath and meeting Andy's eyes across the table. I would be honored if you would undertake my wardship on behalf of the House of Black, Madame Tonks. I would be honored to have you as my ward, Theodore, Andy said, fiercely. A brief look of relief flitted across Theo's face. It was a good solution, Remus mused. He couldn't deny that Theo had hit on Remus's own concerns. Harry needed Sirius's whole attention, deserved it after all he'd gone through at the Dursleys and with the events of the last year. And Sirius instinctively knew that. He'd made Harry his whole world, and Harry thrived with Sirius's love. Perhaps when Harry was older, he'd feel more comfortable sharing Sirius. Remus hoped so because Sirius deserved to find love and have more in his life than simply Harry, who would grow up and live his own life in time. Just like Dora was a grown woman, married and about to have a child of her own, she wouldn't view Theo's presence in her family as usurping her own position. In fact, Remus had an idea Dora would love the addition of a pseudo-little brother to tease more so than Draco, who was still adjusting to the imminent arrival of his unborn sibling, and who would resent the presence of another boy in the Malfoy household. Andy and Ted were the best option for Theo. Sirius and Harry would also be very much appreciative about Theo's thoughtfulness in his choice, so it was one which served the young not well. It was an elegant and Slytherin solution. Thank you, Theo, Remus said softly. Theo inclined his head. And he shot a quick look towards Augusta, Madame Longbottom, and I were due to go to Gringotts today and see about the funeral. Remus nodded. I can take care of the logistics as steward. Another fleeting look of relief crossed Theo's face. I suggest we go to Gringotts now, Andy said. We can get the access to your house sorted out, Ted, and I can always move in with you. No, Theo shook his head. I'd like to go home with you. Then that's what we'll do, Andy said firmly. Augusta rose from the table. Let me show you to Theo's room. We can pack up the few things he has here. Remus watched quietly as Theo left the room, sandwiched between the two formidable women. Remus, Neville sat forward with intent eyes. I was wondering if you'd heard anything from the Abbotts. Remus repressed the urge to sigh and nodded. Hannah was admitted to the care of St. Mungo's after the battle. It's been established that she was subjected to potions and compulsion charms to make her compliant and receptive to Crouch, but the extent of that is not known. She was thoroughly brainwashed by him either way. It wasn't the worst of it, though, and Remus would rather have cut his own throat than tell Neville the rest, that Crouch and Hannah had been physically intimate, and there was a possibility of a child. Hannah had invoked the last heir protocols on her committal to the hospital. Her parents were forbidden from interfering if there was a child. So it was all a lie. Neville said despondent. She was sweet on you earlier in the summer, I'd swear on it. Blaise countered, patting Neville on the shoulder. Crouch got his hooks into her. Neville sighed heavily and looked up at Remus again. Please can you convey that if they need anything at all, The abbots only have to ask. I will do, Remus promised. How's Sue? Asked Blaise. Amelia said she was upset but coming to terms with everything with the help of her family. Remus said. Sue said she was going to need a ton of mind healing. Neville noted. He rubbed his forehead. I feel like I could do with some myself. Remus nodded slowly. Probably everyone who had been involved with the battle required some, including himself. His own confrontation with Peter had left him confused and bewildered the more he thought about it. And then seeing Harry. We could all do with some. All do with some what? Augusta asked as she rejoined them. Mind healing. Remus said. The battle was traumatic for everyone involved. Augusta glanced at the two boys at the table. Your thoughts, Neville? I think it would be a good idea, Gran. Neville admitted without prevarication. Harry speaks well of Healer Allen. Then I will allow him to make an appointment for you and for Blaise. Blaise looked startled. I don't think my mother will. Nonsense. Augusta cut in briskly. After all, your mother was clear in her letter yesterday that until her return from the continent, she is content to leave all matters of your care in. What did she say? Yes, my capable hands. She smiled sharply. I believe this falls under my jurisdiction at the present moment. Blaise snapped his open mouth closed and smiled brightly. Neville beamed proudly at his grandmother. Augusta nodded. Why don't you boys head up and change your clothes? We'll go to Gringotts with Theodore and show him some support. Neville and Blaise both jumped to follow her order. Augusta sighed, and with their departure her demeanor changed. She looked tired and drawn. They're good boys. She frowned. I was thinking of petitioning Nora Zabini to allow Blaise to remain here this summer. I think that would be a good idea. Remus said. Neville would appreciate his friend's company, and Blaise would benefit from actual parental care. Augusta nodded slowly. I know Harry was injured, and I know they need the time away, but I wish Sirius and Harry could be with us. Remus sighed. Me too, Augusta, me too. Time, Bubbles, 2nd July, 1995. Harry knew he was dreaming. It was King's Cross, but it wasn't. Just an empty station, the platform of 9 3/4 completely deserted. There was no Hogwarts Express. There was a small room off to the side. A waiting room filled with benches, and Harry entered it a touch self-consciously. He sat down on the bench and waited. He wasn't surprised when a moment later Dumbledore sat down. The former headmaster looked, well, venerable and old still, but he looked at peace. Hello, Harry. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled at him. You wanted to speak with me? Had he wanted to speak to Dumbledore? He'd had a stray thought before he'd gone to sleep. Harry nodded sharply but didn't speak. He had yet to talk out loud again, and it didn't feel right to talk to Dumbledore even if the whole thing was in his head. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed. You need not feel guilty about my passing, Harry. My heart sustained a tear in the battle. Poppy might have been able to heal the worst of the damage, but my time was coming to an end. Minerva will tell you when you are back in England. Harry felt relieved at the news. It is a difficult thing, Harry, to defeat a Dark Lord. Dumbledore said, I did not have to kill Gellert. He surrendered to me once I held his wand. I like to believe that there was enough fondness for me from our youthful love affair that he refrained from forcing my hand. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to die. Harry thought the latter was more likely, and was glad he had decided not to speak. He wasn't sure he would have been able to comfort the headmaster. There is nothing I can say which will make killing Tom better. And more, the aftermath of the battle. Dumbledore sighed deeply. War is a terrible thing. He shook his head. I lost friends, loved ones. People were hurt, injured by more than spells. It It took a long time to recover, and through it all I suddenly had a world looking to me for guidance and counsel. It was overwhelming. He smiled sadly at Harry. You must take as much time as you need, my dear boy. The world will wait. Harry watched as Dumbledore settled into a more comfortable position on the bench, and Harry settled in beside him. He woke with a start. His eyes adjusted to the semi-dark. It wasn't even daylight. Hedwig hooted from her perch. There was a soft whine of inquiry from the foot of the bed, and Harry gestured for Padfoot to stand down. He'd woken his father up every night with nightmares, but this was different. He closed his eyes again. Padfoot lay his head against Harry's foot, a warm, solid presence. Why King's Cross? Mused Harry sleepily. It seemed like a strange location for his mind to choose to meet with Dumbledore. But there was a waiting room, and maybe that was the point. His mind hadn't chosen the location because it associated it with Hogwarts. It chose it because Harry was waiting. And maybe waiting wasn't so bad. June 27th, 1995. Hermione stared out at the road beyond the front garden. It was raining. The type of weather that people joked about when they talked about Britain. Gray, wet, cold. Cars drove by, their muted growl almost inaudible behind the double glazing. She touched the necklace she wore, twisting the leather around her finger before letting go without even thinking about it. She had been surprised to find it intact, surprised to be handed it by her mother after the battle was over and she'd returned home, throwing herself into her mother's arms, and Harry had almost died. He was seriously injured, and apart from a couple of messages Remus had managed to receive from the clinic, she had no way of knowing how he was. She was beginning to understand the frustration Harry had shown about not knowing about Sirius's condition at Yule much, much better. She missed Harry. She hoped he was all right. There was so much he had to deal with. Hermione? Her mother's voice startled her, and she twisted round from her place at the window to look at her. Her mother had taken a week off work, her father covering her patients where they couldn't reschedule. Hermione couldn't remember the last time her mother had specifically taken time off to look after her. Not that her parents didn't love her, they did, and they always took holiday during Hermione's own school breaks to spend time with her, and for a family vacation. But she remembered having flu in her final year at primary, and her mother had still gone to work, leaving Hermione in the care of her usual babysitter, Mrs. McGaskill. Hermione wondered whether the ambient magic of the ritual had affected her mother despite her being safe in the kitchen with the elves rather than in the ritual circle. Healer Allen is here. The healer. Right. Andy had mentioned that she had arranged a session with a mind healer for everyone in the House of Black. It made sense. Hermione squirmed inwardly at the inner surge of resentment because logically she knew it made sense for her to talk to a mind healer, and God knew she would be the first one arguing that everyone else she cared about needed to talk to one, especially if they'd gone through half of what she had experienced since she'd started at Hogwarts, never mind the battle she'd just gone through. She sighed and got up to follow her mother into the small study her parents had on the ground floor. She'd met Healer Allen before Harry had introduced them. She shook his hand briefly before taking the seat opposite him. Her mother cleared her throat. "Would you like me to stay, Hermione? Or, I'll be fine," Hermione said firmly, despite the nerves rioting in her belly. Her mother nodded. "I'll be in the kitchen." She departed but didn't shut the door behind her, and Hermione realized it was part of her mother's protection. She would be able to hear immediately if Hermione shouted. "Your mother cares for you a great deal," Healer Allen said, his brown eyes warm and friendly. "Yes," Hermione nodded. "She's been great about everything." And she had in a way that Hermione would never have believed the year before. Being sponsored by the House of Black and her mother's friendship with Andy and others had gone a long way to enabling her mother to understand. Where would you like to start? Asked the healer. I don't know, Hermione admitted, adjusting her position a touch to get more comfortable. Everything still seems unreal. Healer Alan nodded. What's your biggest concern right now? Harry. Hermione talked over him and blushed. Sorry. It's just, he went through so much. And what about you? Alan stated pointedly. Hermione shrugged, her fingers playing with the necklace. It's not really, compared to Harry. Alan smiled at her gently as she stuttered to a halt. Do you believe that because Harry went through a traumatic experience that it negates any other traumatic experiences suffered by the other people who took part in the battle? No, Hermione immediately replied. Of course not. She sighed and tried to gather her thoughts into a coherent sentence. I know it's not a competition, and that his experience doesn't mean that I didn't go through something terrifying, but Harry, he's had this madman after him, and he's had to cope with knowing he had to kill him to get away from him, and that it hurt him a lot. You said you found your experience terrifying. Alan stated, I didn't really expect to end up right beside Harry in the middle of the battle. Hermione admitted a frisson of guilt curling in her belly. I thought, it was safe where we did the ritual. It's under Fidelius, and it's protected by a lot of wards, and it was safe. I was supposed to be safe. She paused, hearing the tremor in her voice, and took a breath. The other times Harry's faced him, it's always just been him, really. In first year, we had the traps, but they were just obstacles. It was scary going after the thief, but I didn't ever actually confront anyone. She smoothed her hands down her denim-clad legs and bit her lip. And I was scared about the basilisk, but then I got petrified, so I didn't really know what Harry faced down in the Chamber of Secrets. She tucked a hair behind her ear. Last year was different. Both Ron and I were both with Harry when he confronted Sirius, but we weren't alone for long. And then Remus was there, and when they confronted Pettigrew, it made so much sense, and it was scary, but I knew we were safe. Even when we helped Sirius later, it was scary, but I needed to focus, and I realized that everything worked out, that it was meant to happen the way that it did, and I had Harry with me all the time, and that it made me feel safe. She sighed and slumped back in her chair. And that makes me sound as bad as Ginny when she was in fangirl mode. And that's not, Harry just makes me feel safe. Not because he's this hero, just because he's Harry. And that was why everything seemed so wrong, because Harry wasn't there. So when I ended up on the battlefield, I was right beside Harry. And I was glad because even if I was supposed to be safe somewhere else, I was with Harry, and I could help him. Hermione frowned. But it doesn't mean it wasn't terrifying confronting Voldemort. I was scared, really scared. But I knew Harry was there, and I was focused on doing the spell to change out Voldemort's blood, so it helped me. How do you feel about being instrumental in Voldemort's defeat? The question took her by surprise, and she had to think about it for a long moment. I guess I don't think about it like that. Hermione said, I might have spoken the words on the battlefield, but that was because Morgana sent me there. The spell was powered by the Coven and Morgana herself. She tilted her head. It was just necessary, and I was the one who was there. What do you think made Morgana choose you? Alan asked. Hermione wet her lips. Everyone in the Coven loves him, but I think she came the first time when we were linked with blood in the blessing ceremony, and maybe she remembered that connection. Or saw just how much Hermione loved him. But it's true to say that she used the necklace to send you to the battlefield and invoke the blessing. Alan pointed out, gesturing at her neck. A necklace which once was a gift from you to him to protect him. Something he holds as precious. Hermione blushed again. You think she chose me because I gave Harry the necklace originally? Maybe she chose not the person who loves Harry, but the person who Harry loves. Alan suggested gently. Hermione felt her cheeks heat again, with another blush. She really wished the healer's theory was correct, but she didn't want to jump to conclusions. How did you feel when Harry reacted to the threat of the magical bomb? Alan asked softly, changing the subject and surprising her into looking at him again. It was just so like him to save everyone. Hermione shook her head, her hair bouncing. I wanted to be angry at him, but I was just terrified he was dead. And then she fingered her necklace again, seeing Merlin and death. That whole conversation it was really good of the headmaster to volunteer, and I was so relieved. It didn't bother you seeing Merlin and death? Asked Alan, a curious glint in his eyes. Not really, Hermione said. I mean, we just called the spirit of Morgana Le Fay to help us protect. Harry explained about the family magic and the Peverils, so it seemed right. She bit her lip. I was more concerned about Harry. He was so hurt. You and Harry are close, Alan commented. He's my best friend. Hermione said without thinking about it. I understand he's also your boyfriend. Alan prodded. Hermione blushed. Yes, but we'll always be best friends first. That's commendable, Alan said with a smile. You don't think your relationship with Harry will last? Hermione brushed back her hair and sighed. Statistics prove that people rarely stay with their first boyfriend or girlfriend. Alan hummed. But the statistics aren't about you and Harry. Which was infuriatingly true. Hermione dropped her hand away from her necklace as she realized she was touching it again. I just want to be realistic. Because then it won't hurt so much if it ends. Alan completed the thought that was in her head. Hermione nodded, looking down a little shamefaced. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. Harry was my first friend, and if I lost him. But she almost had. He'd fought a madman for them, protected them from a magical bomb. Her eyes filled with tears, and suddenly she was crying. Her mother was suddenly just there. Hermione felt her mother wrap her arms around her and draw her into an embrace, and she sank into the comfort. It seemed like forever before she stopped crying. Her mother shifted to sit on the arm of the chair. Healer Alan hadn't moved, but his eyes held a wealth of empathetic understanding. I really wish Harry was here, Hermione whispered. Alan nodded. If he was here, what would he say? He'd tell me I was brilliant, and he'd hug me, and everything would feel right again. Hermione swiped at her face again and blew out a breath. You're not alone in that wish, Alan commented. I believe the House of Black and its allies are feeling the absence of Lord Potter very keenly. Has there been any further news? Asked her mother before Hermione could. Not yet today. Alan held up his hand. Miss Granger, I'd like to propose that you and your family move into the Black Estate for the duration of the rest of the week, along with some of your closest allies. While I believe your immediate family, he acknowledged her mother with a nod, is a wonderful support, I think you and others would benefit from being close and sharing your worry. Hermione looked up at her mother, who looked at the healer as though assessing his sincerity. Her mother sighed. I'll agree on the proviso I go to. Of course. Alan stood up. I'll let Steward Lupin know your decision. I'm sure he'll be in touch shortly. Hermione thanked the healer as he took his leave and headed upstairs to pack while her mother showed him out. It was a relief to know she was going to be staying with Remus and the others. It was the only way she could be certain to find out exactly how Harry was as soon as everyone else did. Her mother knocked on her doorframe. You all right packing? Hermione nodded. Before she could change her mind, she crossed the room and hugged her mother. Thank you. Her mother hugged her tightly. You know, Harry's not the only one who thinks you're brilliant. Hermione gave a laugh and continued soaking up the maternal comfort. Time bubble 8th July, 1995. Sirius was talking. Harry shifted in the bed and frowned at the murmur of voices coming through the open bedroom door. They'd been given their old cabin back once Harry's physical injuries had healed enough for him not to need the immediate care of the clinic. He had physio, checkups, and mind-healing sessions scheduled, but they didn't mean he and Sirius couldn't live in their own space. It was almost nostalgic coming back to the cabin. It was familiar, and Harry automatically associated it with Sirius. He snuggled further into the bed and let himself drift. "And I'm impressed at your own commitment to your health." It was Nashi talking with Sirius. Harry frowned a touch. Had Sirius been badly injured? He'd been close to the bomb explosion, but Harry was certain that he had contained that. But then Sirius had been in a fight for his life with Crouch for long minutes before Harry's showdown with Voldemort. And Crouch had been a sadistic bastard. Concerned, he started listening intently. "It's important that I'm healthy for Harry," Sirius said. It was the end of a sentence, but Harry knew it summed everything up. Sirius was going to heal so he could be there for Harry. Not that Sirius hadn't been there already. His father had barely moved from his side for the past 2 weeks, which explained why Sirius was having a consult with Nashi in their cabin, with Harry only a few feet away in bed. "Physically, you simply need rest. Your wrist has healed well," Nashi advised. "You're doing the physio with Harry?" "Yes, every day," Sirius confirmed. "Your scan shows you are following the nutrition plan," Nashi commented. Sirius gave some kind of positive noise which Harry could barely hear. "It encourages Harry." Harry frowned. That explained why Sirius had actually eaten the grilled banana thing the other night. Sirius wasn't against bananas, but as a side vegetable, he had made a disgusted face but had soldiered on anyway, and now Harry knew why. Harry really didn't have much of an appetite and wasn't all that bothered about eating, but Sirius insisted they be together for meals, and Harry couldn't bear the disappointed look Sirius would aim his way if he didn't eat at least half of his meal. He hadn't insisted Harry eat the banana things. Concerned you're not getting the time you need with the mind healer. Nashi's voice traveled low into the bedroom. "I talk with you," Sirius replied. "I am not a mind healer," Nashi reminded him. "No, but it's the talking that's the point, isn't it?" asked Sirius. Talking which Harry still didn't want to do. "Then I am at your disposal, my friend," Nashi said warmly. And Harry loved him for that, for just being there for Sirius. "Harry's my biggest concern right now, but you know that," Sirius said matter-of-factly. "But I know I need to deal with my own baggage, so I can be there for him." Harry felt his eyes sting at the reminder of just how much Sirius loved him. "Where would you like to start?" asked Nashi. "That's the question, isn't it?" Sirius murmured lowly. "Because it's not just what happened on the Solstice Eve." He sighed heavily loud enough that Harry could hear it. "This whole year has been both the best and worst of my entire life in some ways." Nashi made some kind of humming noise. "I love James and Lily, and I'll always treasure my memories of them. There are a lot of very good, very special memories. But being Harry's father, it's the very best thing I've ever done." Sirius continued. "I didn't have the best childhood. My father and mother, they were examples of how not to be parents, and there are days when I think I'm getting it horribly wrong, but it's still seeing him grow and learn and flourish. It's incredible, and I wouldn't want to give it up. And I don't care if death sent me to him, or if it was fate, or anything like that. I just love him, and he's my world." Harry felt a tear trickle from his eye, and he brushed it away. "I feel guilty sometimes that James doesn't get to be here, that my choices and suggestions even led to him not being here. But he's forgiven me for that part, and I know I'm doing what James asked me to do, to take care of his son, and for every time I feel guilty, I try to remember that. Sirius said, I spent a lot of years where I didn't fulfill my promise because I was an idiot, but I made things right, and I think I can be proud of that. So this is why this has been the best year. Nashi said, but you also said it was the worst. Losing James and Lily was awful, but is there anything more terrifying as a parent than your child being in danger? Asked Sirius after a long pause, when Harry wondered idly if Sirius would ever answer. I do not believe so. Nashi replied, all year. Sirius stopped, his voice thick with emotion. The prophecy was one thing. It was terrifying on its own, because Riddle targeted Harry because of it, and Harry wouldn't ever be safe from him until it was resolved one way or another. And finding that out, realizing that, it was heartbreaking. He sounded so tired, Harry mused. I tried everything I could all year, so he wouldn't have to face him, and it wasn't enough. In the end, Harry still ended up having to kill the bastard. Sirius made a sharp sound somewhere between a yelp and a bark. I hate that I couldn't save him from that. You hold a lot of rage about this. Nashi commented. Harry frowned. Not so much with the holding, and more with the rage. Sirius responded brusquely. I'm furious. I want to dig up Ignotus and punch his face for putting himself in the position where Death could exploit him. I'm angry at Death because he dealt with Riddle using an innocent boy. I hate that someone made a prophecy about it all, and someone overheard it, and Riddle decided to act on it. I could throttle Albus for all the years he just sat on his dumb arse waiting for Harry to act, when he could have been doing something. I'm so angry that even with all we did to help, Harry still had to face the bastard. Wow. Harry had never heard that amount of anger in Sirius's voice before. But I know my being angry doesn't change anything. Sirius said, finally. Harry was in danger, and it was terrifying, but I know we might not have been able to stop it from happening, but I made sure he had everything he needed at the end to survive it. And he did. And that's what I have to focus on. That he's alive, and Riddle is dead. Riddle wasn't the only threat. Nashi commented. He is not the reason Harry is here. No, Sirius's voice was rough. That's on me. That wasn't right. It wasn't Sirius's fault. You blame yourself. Nashi said softly. There was a long silence, and Harry waited anxiously, torn between wanting to hear Sirius's reply and wanting to run into the room and hug Sirius, tell him it wasn't his fault. I was 11 when I first met Rabaston Lestrange. He came to the estate for the summer, he and his brother, because they'd petitioned to be part of the house, and grandfather wanted to assess the family. Sirius said tersely. He was actually a nice kid in a way that his brother wasn't. Quiet, intellectual. He liked the piano. He'd read to Regulus, and he'd help Narcissa pick flowers for her mother. He paused. And I killed him. Because he was a Death Eater. Nashi pointed out. Because I wanted him dead. Sirius contradicted. The Lestranges were Riddle's best Death Eaters. They were brilliant, powerful, and the reason why Riddle was able to make the headway he did. They were fervent in their beliefs, in their devotion to Riddle. If they'd lived, they would have been a threat. More of a threat than Crouch on his own, and he was their legacy. Harry listened as though he was spellbound. He'd never heard Sirius talk about the Lestranges in such a way before. They would have hunted Harry. Sirius continued. And I couldn't let them have that opportunity. The family magic, calling judgment on them, gave me a politically correct way of killing them, of taking them out of the picture early. I don't regret it. After what they did to Frank and Alice, it was a better death than they deserved. But, prompted Nashi, but it made Crouch target Harry because he wanted revenge on me. Sirius concluded. I'm not saying Crouch wouldn't have targeted Harry anyway. He fell in with Riddle easily enough, and was happy to do his dirty work, but If Rabaston had already been dead by someone else's hand when Crouch was liberated from his father's basement, do I think he would have come after Harry so fiercely? No. There was another heavy sigh. That was to get to me. And he succeeded. Nashi said quietly. Harry wanted to deny that, wanted Sirius to deny it. Yes. Sirius said, making Harry's heart hurt with the plain simplicity of it. Because there's nothing more terrifying than watching your child in danger, and Crouch knew that. You've been tortured for an entire year. Nashi summarized. That's one way of putting it. Sirius allowed. But it's over, and in the end Crouch lost. Harry's alive. I'm alive. And maybe we survived because we had a lot of luck with the way things played out despite Crouch's best efforts to burn the world down. But Crouch is dead. And we're not, so I'm going to count it as a win. It was a practical way of looking at it, Harry mused. He wasn't sure he could be that sang-froid about it, because if Sirius had been tortured by Crouch using Harry, Harry had been tortured too, knowing he was Crouch's way to hurt Sirius. But wasn't Sirius right? Did it really matter how much hurt Crouch had inflicted on both of them? How much hurt Riddle had inflicted? They had survived it. They were alive. And maybe that was all that mattered. He snuggled into the warmth of his covers, and between one breath and the next fell asleep again, the sound of voices fading into nothingness. June 28, 1995. Minerva wasn't surprised. She was the last to arrive in Remus's office. She had spent the morning at Hogwarts overseeing what seemed like 200 things before she had been able to make her way to the hastily called War Council at the Black Estate. It would have helped if they'd held the meeting first thing in the morning or last thing in the evening, Minerva thought grumpily. She was staying at the estate after all. She had moved herself and her remaining staff there the day before on the advice of the healers. It had been a relief. Hogwarts was in disrepair, and quite frankly, the dragon in Albus's in her office was enough to freak anyone out. She allowed Remus to show her to a chair and ply her with a strong cup of tea. Merlin knew she needed one, and only wished it could be a shot of whiskey. She glanced around the room, acknowledging the other attendees with a firm nod. Amelia, Cornelius, Bertie, Augusta, and a very grumpy-looking Moody. "Thank you all for coming," Remus said, his soft tone commanding the room instantly. "I realize we're all very busy, but we have news of Sirius and Harry, and I wanted to make sure you all received it. Furthermore, we've had no official debriefing since the battle, and the minister has agreed we should not wait any longer. Shall we begin with the news from Lord Black?" Amelia asked before anyone else could say a word. Remus nodded. He picked up a parchment from the mantel and cleared his throat. "Sirius writes, Harry woke from his healing coma last night." Minerva felt the rush of relief so keenly she briefly closed her eyes. "Physically, the healers are assured he will recover. But I can't say I'm not concerned. He's quiet and withdrawn. He waged a war that would take its toll on any seasoned fighter, and there is a lot for him to come to terms with. His actions, the actions of others, grief and betrayal, hope and sacrifice. We may need some time at the Valley." Remus continued, his own tone shaking with emotion. "Of course. Thanks to the time, Bubble, we'll be home on the 1st of July. I need you to ensure Harry returns to a world in control and normal, if still with the final threads to weave on dealing with the aftermath. He needs a solid ground underneath him, and I need you and the others to make sure he gets it." Minerva found herself nodding, and realized she wasn't the only one. "Give our thanks to all. There are no words which could adequately express the gratitude that we have for those who fought beside us, whether that was through wands, words, or prayer. We are honored by the sacrifices of all. Take care of each other. We'll be home soon." Remus concluded, and lay the parchment back down. "Well said." Cornelius said a touch pompously, raising his cup in silent salute. They all followed his example. A toast to Sirius's words of thanks, to the news of Harry's recovery. I think I'm not the only one who thinks it's best they're not here right now, Amelia said, setting her cup down with a decisive click. If they need a stable ground, we've a lot of work to do. Cornelius nodded gravely. Perhaps we should take one item at a time, starting with the debrief, and then moving on to what needs to be done now. Amelia, you were at the cemetery. Peter Pettigrew has been able to fill in some of the missing gaps for us. To give Snape credit, he was able to activate the mirrors soon after Harry arrived there, but we don't really have a good picture of what happened without Pettigrew's testimony. Amelia began, rising and wandering over to the mantel to take center stage. Minerva glanced at Remus and wasn't surprised to find him scowling at the mention of the former Marauder. The tale Amelia weaved seemed like a horror story, torture, a sickening ritual, and at the end the call for the Death Eaters. Pettigrew has verified in his statement that the ancient and noble houses held to the détente with the House of Black, and that's certainly what the evidence suggests, and what those of us who listened heard. Amelia grimaced. Not died for his defiance. Selwyn was tortured. Malfoy was almost killed. She gestured. Harry revealed himself to save Malfoy, and Snape finally spoke the secret to bring in the cavalry. Snape was immediately attacked by the snake. What is his condition? Cornelius asked. Amelia looked over to Minerva. He was given an antidote to the snake venom, but remains unconscious. Minerva reported crisply. The healers now believe he will recover, although that wasn't certain 2 days ago. Once we arrived at the cemetery, we engaged with the Death Eaters who were still under Riddle's banner. Amelia said tightly, we lost Keith Brooks and Darren Chambers. Chambers was killed by George Goyle, Brooks by Darius Stimpson. Stimpson was an Auror in the last war. He retired 10 years, and he was never identified as a Death Eater until now. 8 others in the cemetery fall into the same category. We're doing Veritasrum interrogations to ensure they tell us of any other named associates we can track down. Moody snorted at the back of the room. At some point, Amelia continued, we were all transported to Hogwarts. We have eyewitness testimony of Harry performing such a spell, but don't know why. I'd say because Crouch yanked Black back to Hogwarts with the cup portkey. Moody said, they arrived before you lot. Well, as that concludes the cemetery. Amelia said dryly, perhaps we should examine what happened at Hogwarts. She looked at the former Auror with a raised eyebrow. Moody gave a huff and motioned for Amelia to resume her seat. He ambled to her previous position by the mantel. Let's start with the successes. Minerva sat forward, intent on listening. The evacuation worked like a charm. The drills worked. All non-combatants were off Hogwarts grounds within 20 minutes of the alarm being sounded, with the exception of one small group of students who were in the school. Moody said gruffly, the infirmary was locked down and remained locked down. It wasn't breached during the battle. Minerva nodded. It was a blessing that it was intact, but it was almost the only part of Hogwarts unravaged by the intruders. Albus held the front line with the werewolves, elves, and a group of Aurors and unspeakables. Moody's magical eye whirled. Before the defenses were raised, we lost an indeterminate number of elves, 3 wolves for men and 2 women. 5 others sustained serious injuries. Minerva closed her eyes briefly. She'd had no idea the losses had been so great. Is there anything the packs need? Remus asked Amelia quietly, breaking the somber silence. Those wolves came from Gregor's and Robert's packs. Their bodies have been returned to them, and they have already performed the funerals. Remus said, Sirius left provision to aid any family they had left behind. Please convey our deepest sympathies and thanks. Cornelius murmured. He turned to Amelia and Bertie. I know arrangements have been made for our own men and women. The two directors nodded. Their families have been informed, and the bodies released to them. Bertie said sadly, I think a Memorial Day would be appropriate, but we should allow the families their own mourning period first. Of course. Cornelius agreed. Our biggest weakness was the school. Moody continued brusquely. We didn't find the cabinet Crouch was using to infiltrate it until well into the invasion. It was in the divination classroom. We believe Crouch used the Abbott girl to open it and allow Riddle's forces into the castle. He looked over at Minerva. Sybil Trelawney was killed. Minerva hadn't liked the witch. She had a strong cynicism of divination on a personal level, and Sybil seemed to embody the fraudulent and scatty nature of the subject. But Minerva felt a moment's sympathy for Sybil's end, for the horror and pain she must have felt. Sybil's cousin has been contacted, and she has asked Hogwarts to make whatever arrangements we feel are necessary. Minerva said briskly, there will be a short funeral towards the end of the week for those wishing to remember her. The notice will go in the Prophet tomorrow. Moody cleared his throat, letting the students raising the defenses attend the tournament task, and not having them in the office was a big mistake. The group were attacked on their way through the castle. The Diggories were killed. The rest of the adults sustained injuries. The other kids luckily got away. He shifted his weight. Flitwick and his crowd were able to get hold of the situation eventually, but Crouch did a lot of damage to the castle. 5 Aurors were killed in total, 2 more wolves, and 11 were injured. Several of the children have given statements in the last few days to explain what happened to them. Amelia added, Neville and Blaise came across Hannah, and she joined them, proclaiming to have gotten separated from Susan. They headed to the headmaster's office and met up with the others. Hannah revealed herself to stop them raising the defenses, at which point Susan turned up and managed to knock Hannah out. A group of them stayed back in the corridor to hold off an attack by Caro and forces. The others managed to get to the office and raise the defenses via a painting of a dragon. They all turned to look at Minerva. It is quite the painting. Minerva confirmed dryly. She admits it will take 4 heads of houses to send her to sleep 4 heads of houses who have previously been the students who originally woke her. A problem for another day, Moody said. The kids did good. The defenses came up, and we were solid. We were able to contain the rest of the forces. He paused and looked over at Bertie. Bertie pressed his lips together, sorrow all too evident in his tired eyes. Bill confirmed that Neville destroyed the final item in the treasure hunt, the snake. Bill, Caro, and the snake were all transported from the cemetery into the corridor where the students were holding off Caro. Caro gave her life to save Bill. He lowered his tear-filled gaze. She will be missed. Which brings us to the ritual. Moody said. Minerva exchanged a brief look with Augusta, and it was the Longbottom matriarch who stood. The ritual went well. Augusta confirmed. Morgana tested us before she would reinstate the blessing, and then demanded Hermione's necklace. As soon as Morgana had it, Hermione herself disappeared from the circle, and we all saw events through her eyes. Namely, Harry defeating Riddle after you ladies changed his blood out. Moody said bluntly, Nifty little spell that, ladies. Minerva smiled satisfied, sharp and vicious as any cat. Which brings us to the last of the reports from the battle itself. Remus said, Sirius dueled Crouch, that much we know. He killed him. Moody confirmed. He contained Travers, and we all went to help the lad. Once Harry had his protection back, Riddle was toast. He fell to his own killing curse. Harry sent it straight back to him. And as we had dealt with the anchors he had to this life, Bertie added, the curse acted as normal rather than disembodying him as it did in 81. Everything was over, we thought, but when Poppy went to make the official notice of death for Crouch, she noticed a strange reading. and it became apparent that Crouch had turned himself into a bomb. Remus finished. Examination of Poppy's brief diagnostic, and the magical residue suggests Crouch imbibed a potion able to transmute the magical energy of spells into a reservoir in his own body cells. Bertie jumped in. It was ingenious. Every hit he took in the battle, whether physically onto his person or magically into his shield, or when Riddle called for his Death Eaters, all of it went to lay down the foundation for his energy overload post-mortem. Having read Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic, there was enough energy to have destroyed not only the school, but the shockwave into the earth would have created earthquakes and devastation across Britain. He frowned. A similar potion was invented by Albus to assist with replenishing magical reserves during battle. It's one of the uses of dragon blood, and it contains effacet feathers. The feathers that Crouch talked to Snape about? Asked Remus incredulously. Bertie nodded. Crouch must have been laughing himself silly at the time. According to Neville, Harry invoked the family magic to save everyone. Augusta said. Remus sighed. He did. I think he realized just what the explosion would do and decided it wasn't enough to transport us out or for only some of the magic to shield us. He cleared his throat. He was obviously successful, but he was also badly injured. And this is when things got unreal, suggested Amelia Riley. She picked up her cup and put it down again. I really need something stronger. Moody handed her his flask. According to the reports, the spirit of Merlin appeared to demand the price for using the magic. Bertie said, stepping in. Death stepped in to tell everyone it couldn't be Sirius or Harry because of some magic Harry had done as the Master of the Hallows, so Albus stepped forward. Remus agreed. Minerva felt another rush of grief and had to lower her gaze, blinking furiously. For all his faults and flaws, Albus had been a good, dear friend and mentor to her for more years than she cared to remember. She would miss him. When his sacrifice was accepted, Helen Jordan immediately ordered Sirius and Harry to the Valley Clinic, and we began cleanup. Remus finished. How is Hogwarts? Asked Cornelius. Minerva took a breath and steadied herself. Most of the corridors and many of the classrooms sustained smoke or fire damage. The Quidditch pitch and stands are almost fully destroyed. The elves have begun work rebuilding, and we expect to be complete by midsummer. I don't advise the children return until all the structural work is complete, and that will be post the end of the school year. Fortunately, only a couple of exams were outstanding, and those can be sat at the ministry. A sensible approach. Cornelius said, if the ministry can help with the rebuilding in any way. Thank you, Minister. Minerva said, I believe given that the Hogwarts defenses remain in place that we will be fine, but I will keep your offer in mind. So talking of clear up, Amelia grimaced, we have 28 people in custody. 10 were identified as known Death Eaters, including Peter Pettigrew and Dennis Travers. The rest are mercenaries. Cornelius sat forward. The Wisengamot is due to sit tomorrow. We propose to call for an emergency tribunal session to sit upon Lord Black's return to discuss the matter of how to deal with the trials. He spread his hands. There is too much conflict for anyone to sit impartially, and we'd rather have his oversight. The mercenaries should be a simple matter. Amelia said, those Death Eaters such as Goyle or Travers who actively fought against Aurors are similarly easy to deal with. Pettigrew is a problem since he ended up assisting Remus. Remus shook his head, his eyes glinting amber. You know, he only did that to save his own arse. Amelia inclined her head. Regardless, we have a number who answered Voldemort's call, but who then refused to fight for him. That's where we potentially have difficulty. Indeed, agreed Cornelius, especially as most sit on the Wisengamot. So we have a political minefield to navigate and the tribunal to take place. Remus said, making a note. Augusta, can you and Daniel make progress organizing the alliance? Leave it with me, Augusta confirmed. Hogwarts is under control with Minerva in charge. Remus said, giving her a small smile. We will need to deal with the fallout of the spell. Minerva asserted. The dragon is very clear that the students pledged themselves to her. They and their families need to understand the specifics of that sooner rather than later. Remus made another note. Was there any fallout for the Wiccan ritual? Apart from Hermione becoming Morgana's own avatar on the battlefield, Minerva remarked sharp enough that Remus winced. I'm not certain any of us can know what that will mean for Miss Granger in the long term. I can begin to research the matter. Bertie said. Minerva nodded, grateful. Hermione was a brilliant young woman and deserved to understand the ramifications. On a personal level, Augusta added, I believe each of the women involved has confirmed a sense of connection and a heightened maternal instinct. It is likely that we will continue the coven in some form. Minerva said, and in Minerva's view, it was very likely that Hermione would become the high priestess for that coven in time. Bertie caught her eye, and they exchanged a brief, knowing look. Then we also have the fallout for those impacted by Hannah Abbott's betrayal, including Hannah herself. Augusta waved at Remus to make a note. I'm at a loss how we can even begin to address that situation. In some respects, it's a criminal matter, Amelia said, but complicated by the fact that she was seduced, and there is evidence Crouch used compulsion charms and potions. She rubbed her head, but I can appreciate the complexity given Susan's friendship with her. Remus made another note. That leaves us with looking after the injured. In hand, Amelia said. All are at St. Mungo's and receiving treatment, with the exception of Harry and Sirius themselves. And the funerals? Remus finished. He coughed. Theo not has confirmed he won't hold his father's until Harry and Sirius return, but I don't see the need to delay any of the others. I think you and I both know Harry will want to attend the funerals. Minerva argued, Albus's in particular, but I know he was also close with Caroline. And from all reports, Harry grew close to Diggory during the tournament. Augusta added. Remus held up his hand. Do we really want Harry to spend his first weeks back attending nothing but an endless round of funerals? Is that going to help him or simply place more pressure on him? I suggest we allow most of the funerals to proceed to their families' wishes in the matter. Bertie said decisively. Some may want to wait, some may not. Caro's father has already stated he'd like to place his daughter to rest within the next couple of days. Minerva acknowledged that truth with a sigh. She nodded. I can hardly argue with a family's right to bury their child. Amelia glanced at her, sympathetic. The Diggorys will be buried tomorrow. Amos's brother sent word this morning. Minerva fervently believed it would upset Harry to return and discover the funerals had already taken place, but she appreciated that they had no right to insist that the families waited. She hummed. There is something with which the ministry could assist. Anything. Cornelius offered immediately. Albus's funeral. Minerva stated baldly, fighting back emotion once again. I will need assistance. He is to be interred on Hogwarts ground that was agreed with the Board of Governors some time ago, but his funeral should be about more than the school. Of course. Cornelius said, I'll have someone from the ministry contact you to assist later today. Well, we have a plan to get us back to normality. Remus lifted the parchment he had been writing on. We also need to get a hold of the press, not that it's been bad or inaccurate, but we could do with setting their agenda rather than reading it in print. Cornelius said, I'll liaise with Brian on a few articles to make sure the ground is laid for Harry's return. The meeting broke up shortly after, and Minerva waited behind as Remus showed the others to the flue. Remus shut the door behind him on his return, and sighed at the sight of her. Minerva. Minerva stood. What did Sirius say you didn't want the rest of them to know? He looked at her with narrowed eyes for a long moment before he caved and picked up the letter. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. He handed her the parchment. Minerva watched as a hidden segment was revealed, written in Sirius's beautiful prose. She frowned as she read of Harry's unwillingness to speak, Sirius's concern that it wasn't a passing phase, and about Harry's mental health in general. She handed the letter back to Remus. You can't be surprised that Harry is having difficulty dealing with everything that happened. No, said Remus defensively before he sat down with a heavy thump and nodded. Maybe. He's just been so. Ever since Christmas, Harry's taken more and more of a leadership role, and I guess I've managed to convince myself that he was coping. He was, Minerva said. But now he isn't. She said simply, if anyone was due for a meltdown, Remus, it was Harry. And in some ways she was pleased. It meant that Harry was allowing himself to feel the effects of his traumas and deal with them. It was a much better scenario than him repressing it all and turning into a bitter old man down the line. You don't seem overly concerned, Remus remarked, as though he'd read her mind. Minerva gathered her purse and shook her head. Harry's in the right place to receive the healing he needs, and he has the one person with him who can help him through this, who he would want with him to help him. And I can't help but think it's best for everyone he's doing this there in relative privacy, rather than when he returns here, and will have the attention of our entire world once more. Remus nodded. You're right. I hadn't considered it in that way. She sighed. I wish I was there to support them through this, but there is enough to do here, and I believe we will help Harry best by ensuring things are not in chaos on his return as Sirius has directed. Her words echoed in her head as she headed back to Hogwarts. She made her way through the corridors to Albus's her office. She had been avoiding it a lot, partially out of respect for Albus and partially because it was daunting. She was headmistress, and the school was her responsibility. And there was the bloody dragon who claimed to be Hogwarts on the wall. She squared her shoulders. She was a McGonagall, the regent apparent for the House of Potter, and the headmistress of Hogwarts. She took a deep breath and entered. Time bubble 15th, July 1995. Harry yawned and stretched atop his bed. He cast a quick tempest spell and frowned when he realized it was early evening. He'd taken a post-lunch nap as he was still prone to exhaustion, and his post-lunch flight around the valley, as Snitch had knocked a fair bit of energy out of him. He clambered to his feet and headed for a warm shower. The past week had been better, Harry mused. He'd managed to physically regain some strength and doing something, rather than simply sitting drowning in thoughts of everything that had happened, had helped him regain some perspective. He still didn't want to talk about it, but he was beginning to accept his own actions and others. The routine of his treatment helped. Every morning he was up early to do a Tai Chi class. That was followed by a jog and some gym time. He and Sirius exercised together just as they had the previous summer, and Harry enjoyed the faint competitiveness of sprinting the last distance to the gym or performing his exercises before Sirius, teasing Sirius without words about his age. They'd return to the cabin and would have breakfast together. Harry had made efforts since overhearing Sirius talking with Nashi to eat more so Sirius wouldn't have to force himself into eating things he didn't like, so Harry would eat. It helped that with Dobby there, the elf was feeding them their favorites most of the time and had stopped experimenting. Truthfully, with the resumption of his physical exercise regime, Harry was hungry, his body demanding the fuel even if his mind still wasn't in a place to enjoy food as anything other than that. Late morning was spent in art therapy. Harry had 4 days before handed Sirius a paintbrush and an easel. He remembered the mural and how Sirius had been responsible for drawing and painting it. He figured if art therapy was good for him, it would be good for his father. And Sirius was happy to indulge him. Sirius had already completed 2 paintings, one of James and one of Lily, both of them as school children, smiling and happy. They were stunning pictures. Sirius had gifted them to Harry, who had immediately displayed them in the den. Sirius was working on a picture of the Marauders, the forest in the background, Hogwarts in the periphery with the 4 Marauders front and center. Harry didn't have to be a mind healer to realize the paintings were an act of mourning, of remembering the good times and grieving their loss. His own paintings were more abstract, mainly a confusion of color and splatter without form. Healer. Faye seemed pleased with them, noting that Harry was using the paint to express his emotions and the confusion he was feeling. Confusion was probably apt, Harry thought as he left the shower and went to put some clothes on. He wasn't sure what to feel, and his moods had a tendency to swing from apathy to anger within the space of a thought. Spending time in his animagus forms helped. It had been Sirius's suggestion. Animals ran on instincts and needs. Things were much simpler for them. Padfoot was Sirius's retreat when the world got too much to deal with because as much as he kept his own brain, he could let himself sink into the animal's world for a while. It was another way to gain perspective, Harry mused as he pulled on a t-shirt, because his animagus forms could see he was safe, fed and warm, that he was loved. They didn't wonder if he'd done the right thing, didn't feel guilt over the death of Riddle, only an animalistic satisfaction at the elimination of a threat, didn't feel guilt over the death of Dumbledore, only a sense of rightness that the elder had gone before the youth. He glanced at himself in the mirror and was pleased. He looked better. He grimaced at his hair and went to find Sirius. His father wasn't too far away, bustling in the kitchen with Dobby. He was humming off-key some tune they'd heard at the clinic's gym that morning. Harry watched for a long moment, drinking in the sight of his father. Sirius was alive and healing. And so was he. Sirius finally caught sight of him, smiling widely. "Hey, I'm making tea. Nashi finally got a delivery from London, so proper tea, and not that awful stuff they usually serve. I was thinking it would be nice with some scones and jam." "Sounds great." Harry winced at how hoarse his voice sounded after weeks of disuse. Sirius froze and darted a look at him before he casually went back to making the tea, although Harry didn't miss the flash of relief that crossed his face. "Let's go on the deck. It's a nice evening." Harry watched as Dobby arranged the tea tray and rolled his eyes when Sirius levitated it through to the outside, rather than just letting Harry carry it. They settled at the table and poured the tea. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully as Harry sipped the tea, enjoying the soothing liquid against his squeaky throat. "Good." Harry nodded. He tightened his grip on the cup. Do you remember when we were here last year, and we promised we'd talk about our school years every year?" "I remember," Sirius said. Harry set his cup down, his hands beginning to shake. I think I'd like to talk about my 4th year now." Sirius reached out a hand, and Harry grasped it, holding it tightly. "Whenever you're ready, Harry." Harry took a deep breath and began. Time bubble 5th August/real time July 1st, 1995. Sirius smiled softly as Harry finished saying goodbye to his friends. He'd reconnected with Nashi's grandchildren once he'd gotten back on his feet, and spending time with them had helped Harry's recovery. He could be normal with them, just another teenager. Sirius was pleased that the 6 weeks they'd stayed at the Valley had helped Harry heal, not only from the physical injuries he'd sustained, but also from the emotional and mental trauma of the previous year. Harry wasn't completely recovered, though. Physically, he's still tired easily after spell work, but he had regained the weight he'd lost, and he looked fit and healthy. Emotionally, Harry was also still prone to mood swings and hours where he'd retreat again into silence. But there was a steel core inside of his son, which had helped him survive for years, and Harry had made strides in his therapy enough that the clinic was supporting their decision to return to England and the aftermath of the war. Nashi. Sirius took the healer's outstretched hand and shook it warmly. Thank you again. Nashi shrugged away his gratitude. He let go of Sirius's hand. I will not see you here again, my friend. You won't mind if I think that's a good thing, right? Sirius asked, pleased at Nashi's words. He remembered all too well the previous year when Nashi had forewarned of their return to the valley. Harry stepped up beside Sirius and reached out to shake Nashi's hand. Thank you, Nashi. Nashi clasped his hand and hummed. Sirius's heart sank. Nashi let Harry go and smiled at him. Your daughter will bring her husband here after a potion's accident freezes his hand. She will be carrying their child. Harry's face brightened with happiness. I'm going to have a daughter. Please tell me she isn't named Quaffle. Sirius begged. They all laughed. Sirius checked the time. Come on. The port key Amelia sent should activate in a few moments. He held out the shoe to Harry, who grimaced and grasped it. Why can't they just use something normal? Grumbled Harry as they nodded a final farewell to the medical staff. A shoe is normal, Sirius pointed out. The hook and swirl of the portkey travel prevented Harry from replying, and a second later they stumbled into a landing in Amelia's office. Sirius managed to steady Harry with one hand and rebalance himself all at the same time. Harry pulled a face. I really hate portkey travel. Harry. Remus pushed his chair back and bounded over to hug Harry. Sirius smiled at a beaming Amelia. Thank you for the shoe home. Amelia rounded her desk and surprised him with a hug. Welcome home, Sirius. Remus finally let go of Harry, and Sirius found himself released from Amelia's embrace and swept into Remus's. Moony. Padfoot. Remus sounded like he was blinking back tears. Sirius patted him carefully on the back. Remus's hold loosened, and he stepped away, surreptitiously swiping at the corner of his eye. I'm just so glad to see you both. Remus said. When you left, Sirius put an arm around Harry's shoulder. It was tough, but we got better. Amelia waved at the chairs in front of her desk and the tea service she had set out. Remus, and I thought it might be a good idea to bring you up to speed before you ended up back in the thick of things. Sirius nudged Harry into one chair, took one for himself, and Remus slipped into the one that was left. That's a good idea. How long has it been for you since the battle? Amelia asked. 6 weeks. Harry replied, as Sirius had just taken a sip of his tea. You need to keep in mind for most people only 7 days have passed. Remus cautioned. Sirius frowned because he didn't think Harry needed the reminder. He nodded at Amelia. Why don't you fill us in? And she began. It was a long debrief. Harry was pale by the end of it, and Sirius noticed white lines of tiredness and tension around his mouth and eyes when Amelia finally came to a halt and requested a fresh pot of tea. Sirius waited until Harry's hand were wrapped around his tea, the warmth of it comforting his son. What's on your mind, Harry? Harry's lips quirked sideways into an unhappy frown. Mostly, he shrugged a distinctly teenage variation of studied disinterest. I know there are bigger things to talk about, but all I keep coming back to is Hannah. Understandable. Remus said soothingly. She was a friend, and she betrayed you. She broke her oath of fealty 10 times over. She betrayed everyone. Harry corrected firmly. I'm not even the person she betrayed the most. He looked over at the director of the DMLE. How's Sue? Amelia winced and sat back, pretty much as you expect her to be. Angry, upset, struggling to understand what happened to Hannah. What exactly did happen to her, and what's going to happen now? Asked Harry bluntly. I mean, you kind of skimmed over that. Sirius wasn't surprised when Amelia glanced in his direction for permission. Sirius gave it with a quick nod. Harry deserved to know the truth of why. Amelia sighed heavily. What happened was that Barty Crouch Jr. groomed her. Groomed? Questioned Harry. It's a term used to describe how abusers approach and seduce their victims. Sirius explained crisply. Well, Crouch was classic in his grooming technique. To begin with, he courted her with love notes that flattered her, told her how important she was, how special, how pretty and grown-up she was for her age. Amelia said she had kept all of them, and most of the early ones only have a compulsion charm to read them and keep them secret, nothing more. He used his elf to send her letters once Hannah started back at Hogwarts, and so they began exchanging letters. She tapped the side of her cup. His letters, I suspect that there is more truth in them than perhaps he even realized. His heartbreak at losing his first love certainly rings true. He coaxed her into telling him her secrets, convinced her that she was the only guardian of his secrets. He set up an intimacy between the two of them in their correspondence, effectively cutting her off from her parents and friends through creating this secret club between them, which left her isolated. Remus added, she came to view him as the only person who understood her, who truly knew her. Why didn't anyone notice? Harry wondered. Sirius reached across and squeezed his shoulder. Because he was clever, and he had her pretending to be in love with Neville, which distracted everyone. Amelia nodded. Susan said to me the other night that she wonders in hindsight how much of Hannah's love-struck comments, which she assumed were about Neville, were really about Crouch. She sat forward, clasping her hands on top of her desk. After Hannah must have had second thoughts, because then he potioned her for over a month with a suggestibility potion, and the letters had stronger compulsion spells on them, including one to fully believe the content. She sighed. Eventually, he met her disguised as a Durmstrang student in late January and progressed their relationship further. We think they were secretly dating through most of this year. Susan's depression after the second task gave Hannah an excuse to pull away from Neville without suspicion, and a ready excuse for her changed behavior when people did notice. Harry gave a nod of understanding. Unfortunately, by the end of February, it looks as though Crouch was confident enough in Hannah's feelings for him that he was no longer potioning or compelling her. Amelia said, a touch bitterly. Even now, she's utterly convinced Barty was a misunderstood, witty, intelligent man who was victimized by you, Sirius. She confessed she agreed to act as his agent in Hogwarts when he decided to, in her words, get rid of the traitorous elf who'd kept him prisoner and break his cover in the school. Sirius shook his head. Poor Leonard and Karen. The couple had to be distraught over what had happened to their daughter. They met in secret the night before the task, and their relationship became sexual. Amelia continued brusquely. She stated very firmly it was consensual, but as she's 15 and legally cannot consent, was thoroughly manipulated into it to boot. It's considered statutory rape. She still doesn't see that Crouch did anything wrong. She's fervent in her belief that she was the one to convince him to have sex. She was the seductress. It's not unusual for abusers to manipulate their victims into feeling that they are responsible for tempting them into inappropriate behavior, or into believing the contact is about them being special and beautiful, even into believing they want it. Remus commented, "That's awful." Harry stated bluntly, "It is," Amelia agreed. And unfortunately Hannah is so thoroughly entrenched in that mindset that it may take many years for the damage Crouch has wrought to be undone. The mind healers could help her though, right? Asked Harry. Amelia nodded slowly. However, it may be too late. She gestured across the desk. Hannah was confirmed as mentally sound yesterday by the senior mind healer on her case. She is completely aware of right and wrong, She isn't legally considered insane or incompetent, so she'll face criminal charges. Sirius deduced immediately. Yes. Amelia pointed at a folder on the desk. By her own admission, Hannah knowingly conspired to have Neville kidnapped at Yule. She opened up the vanishing cabinet and allowed vampires, mercenaries, and Death Eaters into Hogwarts. She did so knowing that they intended harm to the students, teachers, and tournament visitors. She conspired to commit murder and destruction in a terrorist act. I guess there are also charges pertaining to her attack on Susan. Remus murmured. And her attack on the Creevy brothers and Lavender Brown. Amelia confirmed. Harry frowned. What attack? Hannah, upon entering Hogwarts, stunned the Creevies and Susan. Amelia explained. She imperieused the brothers to attack Miss Brown for no other reason than to keep them occupied and out of her own way. Luckily, the Patil twins interrupted the attack before Miss Brown suffered anything more than bruises from being grabbed. Merlin, Harry muttered. All of that group were traumatized. Amelia confirmed. And now she has been ruled as mentally competent. I can no longer refrain from formally charging her and arranging for her trial. I was holding off until the results from St. Mungo's were known. She sighed heavily. Unfortunately, there is a very good chance she might be carrying the Crouch heir. Harry blanched. Seriously? Sirius had never felt less like drawing attention to the inherent joke about his name. He ignored it and focused on Amelia. They found a fertility potion in her system. Amelia said, succinctly. Sirius repressed the urge to sigh. What do you intend? She'll be remanded to a holding cell this afternoon, charged, and her trial set for a date after we can verify whether she is pregnant or not. Amelia confirmed briskly. She gestured at the folder. The Wisengamot may apply leniency to the sentencing given her age, and that as the victim of Crouch, she was manipulated into performing the crimes and potentially does have a case for diminished responsibility. She'll end up in Azkaban, either way, especially now the Dementors are no longer a consideration. Sirius frowned before he remembered how Remus had explained Hogwarts had killed the remaining Dementors as part of her defense. Cornelius had approached the goblins about a guard contract, and it would be reviewed and hopefully approved in a special Wisengamot session. In the interim, a group of Aurors and Hit Wizards were performing the duty of securing Azkaban. Of course, if she's pregnant, there will be arrangements made to ensure she receives care until the child is born. She continued, Leonard and Karen will then need to make a decision on the care of the child. She looked at Sirius. You could call judgment on her. She took the fealty oath as heir before Crouch got his hooks into her. Sirius felt another pang of sympathy for the Abbotts. It was a mess. Let's hope she isn't pregnant. I think we'll hold off on judgment either way. Harry gave a slow nod. How much of this does everyone know? Amelia sighed. Only the barest details, that she was seduced by Crouch and her known crimes. I've kept everything else under wraps to protect Leonard and Karen, but some, if not all, of it will come out. At trial. She picked up her tea. I'm honestly not looking forward to explaining this to Susan. Harry nodded. Or Neville. I think they've been a good support for each other. Remus said, I've noticed they tend to gravitate towards each other during meals at the estate. Sirius looked over at him in confusion. Remus's cheeks went a touch red. I guess I forgot to mention that the House of Black and its allies are currently in residence at the Black Estate. The healers thought it would be beneficial for us all to be together. Yes, you forgot to mention that. Sirius said dryly. He nudged Harry. You still want to head home? They had planned to go straight to Griffin House. Harry bit his lip as he thought, but he ended up shaking his head. Let's go to the estate. We should be there, with everyone else. Is there anything else we need to know immediately? Asked Sirius, turning back to Amelia. She shook her head. I will need to interview you for your official statements at some point, though. Sirius reached into his robe and drew out 2 rolled-up parchments. Our written statements. Let us know when you want to meet. Amelia smiled at him. Thank you, Sirius. Sirius waited until Harry was on his feet before he moved them to the flue. It was time to go home and begin rebuilding with their allies. Happily Ever After, Chapter 2. July 3rd, 1995. Harry held Hermione's hand tightly as they watched Theo walk inside the mausoleum carrying the urn with his father's ashes. Only a small group of adults accompanied Theo, Sirius in his role as Lord Black, and Andy and Ted as Theo's foster parents. The rest of the family funeral party remained outside of the white edifice at the far corner of Knott's estate. A brush of wind swept through the small family graveyard, and Harry shivered despite the warming spell. Hermione pressed closer in response, and he leaned into her gratefully. She had been a rock since his return. After hugging him tightly enough that he had trouble breathing, the pair of them had spent most of their waking hours together, both within the Alliance group of heirs gathered at the estate and alone. They'd talked about their experiences in the battle, shared how terrifying it had been, shared their fears for the other. They'd come through it closer than ever. Harry wore the necklace Hermione had gifted to him at Christmas again. She had given it back to him, and when he'd touched it, he'd felt how it sang with Morgana's magic. The necklace was imbued with Morgana's blessing. He tried to give it back to Hermione, but she had been adamant it was his. Instead, Harry had created a similar necklace. He'd imbued it with the family magic protection and gifted it to her. She had immediately put it on. It made him feel better to know she was protected, especially as the DOM was still investigating the implications of Morgana choosing Hermione as her avatar. Hermione would be spending part of her summer helping the DOM research, and she was very excited about it. Harry let his gaze wander. To his right, a heavily pregnant Narcissa sat on a conjured bench. Lucius sat beside her. He would never walk without a limp again, and he would always suffer pain. Harry felt it was poetic justice given Lucius's previous crimes. The Malfoy patriarch was family and had helped them, but it didn't negate that Lucius had only done so because he had been trapped into it by primacy and vows securing his compliance. Draco hovered by his mother. The blonde Slytherin was much more solicitous of her than of his father. Harry noticed. He had certainly taken on a maturity that had been lacking prior to the battle. Draco had admitted to Harry he had been given a wake-up call seeing Diggory die and taking part in the Hogwarts spell. His whole life had been rearranged for him in the space of a single moment. Harry wondered again at what the Hogwarts spell would mean for Draco and for Ron, Luna, and Sue. Minerva had agreed to allow a meeting in her office with the dragon once Hogwarts was approved as structurally sound enough. The Hogwarts headmistress sat on another conjured bench with Dora. Remus stood beside his wife, their hands clasped together. They looked somber and tired. Harry knew they'd already attended a number of funerals during the week Harry and Sirius had been at the Valley, and in the couple of days since their return. Sirius had point-blank refused to let Harry attend every funeral, noting it would take its toll, and it wasn't necessary. They would attend Lord Knott's because of Theo, Dumbledore's because it was right to honor the sacrifice he'd made for the two of them, and they'd attend the ministerial memorial service for all the men, women, and magical creatures who had been killed or injured in the battle. Harry hadn't argued, grateful in truth, and relieved not to have to attend every funeral. He'd felt regret over missing the Diggory Saul, though Remus had informed him that had been kept to close family only in Carros. Bill was absolutely heartbroken. Harry could appreciate why. He knew the pain of having a loved one sacrifice themselves for you. He and Hermione had spent the previous evening just sitting beside the eldest Weasley in the drawing room, doing nothing more than simply providing a comforting presence. Theo finally emerged from the mausoleum, flanked by Andy and Ted. The Slytherin looked pale, but composed. Harry had spent some time with him that morning, and knew Theo was grieving deeply for his father, no matter the mask he wore for the rest of the world. When Theo had asked Harry to tell him exactly how Benjamin Nott had died, Harry hadn't been able to refuse him, especially not after the sacrifice Nott had made to protect his family. Harry couldn't help be grateful his own father had survived, and he watched comforted as Sirius left the mausoleum and helped Theo seal it. He squeezed Hermione's hand. The reception would be held back at Nott Manor, and everybody would be waiting for them. They walked slowly up the path to a small shed. It was actually a magical lift that would take them back to the manor. Sirius and Theo went first along with Narcissa. When the shed flashed empty, Lucius, Draco, Dora, and Minerva were ushered into it next. Remus accompanied Harry and Hermione. They exited out of a broom closet in the hall of Nott Manor. Remus pointed them towards the left. "There's been a room set aside for you, young people. Theo will join you once he's made the rounds with Sirius." Harry nodded. Hermione tucked her arm into the crook of his, and they made their way into the room. It was crowded. One corner of the room was filled with the heirs who had houses which held détentes with the House of Black. With Harry's testimony of how the likes of Selwyn and Wilkes had defied Voldemort, and after holding talks with them, the Ministry's emergency tribunal had declared them free of all charges. Sirius had told Harry he'd supported the decision. There was no evidence that they'd acted criminally, and, rightly or wrongly, they'd been cleared from their activities as Death Eaters at the end of the previous war. They'd all received an official warning for showing up in response to Voldemort's call in the first place, but otherwise they'd been exonerated. Harry turned his attention away from that corner as Hermione tugged him over to the side of the room where the Alliance heirs had settled. There was a flurry of greetings. Although he'd seen those staying at the Black Estate, there were a few who hadn't actively been involved with the battle, and who'd remained in their own homes, such as the Sapworthys and Inglebys. They finally settled onto a large settee. "Merlin, this is depressing," Draco commented as he took the chair next to Harry, glaring at Lydia Ingleby, who had been creeping closer and closer. "It is a funeral," Neville commented dryly from beside Hermione. Sue tucked up between Neville, and Ron gave a snort of agreement. "I know that," Draco said tersely. "I'm just stating the obvious." Blaise chipped in, sitting down beside him. "Theo seems to be holding up." Sue sighed heavily. "Bad enough that Ced didn't make it, but I don't know what I would have done if... Dad's ankle is still giving him jip, but at least he's alive. At least he'll walk without a cane eventually," Draco pointed out. "We all came a little too close to losing our dads," Ron said. Neville ducked his head, and Harry shot Ron a look for his insensitivity, because it wasn't like Neville's dad was going to ever recover. The redhead winced, but he shrugged helplessly even as Hermione gave him an exasperated glare. "Hey guys." Lavender greeted them in a subdued voice, and Blaise sprang up to make room for her and the Patil twins to sit. Blaise darted a look at Padma. "Would you like a drink?" "Thank you." Padma blushed. "I'll come with you." Harry's eyebrows rose a little as they walked away. "When did that happen?" "When they rescued me," Lavender said with a small smile. "Blaise really likes her." Neville confirmed, a hint of mischief entering his gaze. "Especially since he finally realized she's not a Gryffindor." "Well, at least something good came out of the whole thing," Lavender said brightly. Parvati rubbed her arm soothingly. "How are you doing, Lav?" asked Ron a touch awkwardly. Lavender shrugged, but Harry saw the pleased glint in her eye at the question. "Better." She fidgeted with a button on her skirt. Colin wrote to me and apologized. He's offered for him and Dennis to transfer schools. That was good of him to offer. Hermione said quietly. I told him not to be daft. Lavender said baldly. It wasn't his fault. Her eyes flickered to Sue briefly. I refuse to let that little bitch win. Sue flushed red before she paled. If you're expecting me to defend Hannah, don't. She tossed her hair back behind her shoulder angrily. She is a little bitch. She's a victim too, though. Hermione remarked, wincing as the other girls turned to glare at her. Look, I'm not defending what Hannah did, but Crouch did seduce and manipulate her. She was effectively brainwashed. Sue shook her head. The Hannah I knew would never have allowed that to happen. She was smart. Merlin. She used to tell me off for being too gullible and trusting. Crouch was incredibly clever. Harry said before Hermione could respond. Hermione's right. We shouldn't forget that he used her even if it doesn't excuse the actions she took. Sue glared at him. You can remember all you want. Personally, I'm never forgiving her. She shoved off the sofa and stormed away. Neville sighed and waved everyone else back. You're not wrong, Harry, but neither's she. I'll go talk with her. Harry rubbed his head tiredly. That could have gone better. I can't say I blame her. Lavender said a touch coldly. What Abbott did was unforgivable. No argument. Harry raised his hand in surrender and glanced in Hermione's direction with a silent plea for her to let it go too. Hermione subsided, and Lavender shifted in her chair. At least they've finally brought charges against her, Parvati said, jumping into the silence. Do you know when she'll stand trial? All the trials will take place this month. Harry said. The Ministry was keen to hold them early to enable the wizarding world to heal as much as it could and move forward. Blaise arrived back with Padma, carrying drinks. A crease appeared between his brows as he noted Neville's absence. Where's Harry and Hermione upset Sue by defending Hannah? Lavender said bluntly. Neville went after her. Blaise raised an eyebrow at Harry. We were not defending her. Hermione said fiercely, jumping to defend Harry. We were just pointing out that Hannah's a victim in this too. Blaise gave an exaggerated wince. Well, I can see why that would have gone down like a lead balloon. Harry and Hermione are right, though. Padma said, settling into a chair. Padma? Parvati looked at her sister, outraged. No, Padma said firmly. Hannah is a 15-year-old girl who had an evil predator target her. She stared down her twin. If you had an attractive man flatter you with compliments and tell you that you were beautiful and adored and the best thing that had ever happened to him, how long do you think you would hold out before believing it and falling under his spell? Harry was impressed at Padma's argument. He could see it hit instantly with Lavender and Parvati. His eyes widened as he caught sight of Sue and Neville approaching behind Padma. Of course, she should have told someone, but she didn't. Padma continued. And because she didn't, she ended up more and more under his control to the point where he was able to convince the sky was green and the grass was blue, that her family and friends were wrong, and he was right. She made her choices under that delusion, and the choices she made were horrible and criminal. Harry cleared his throat. He should attempt to curtail Padma's lecture before Sue erupted. She'd grown steadily red-faced behind the other girl. Blaise was sending a pale Neville a frantic, questioning look, and Neville shook his head in response. She should be punished for those choices, but Padma sighed and pointed at her sister beside her. You don't blame Creevy for attacking Lavender, do you? Of course not. Parvati said. He was imperious. And so was Hannah. Really? Padma argued. Only because he manipulated her without a spell, she'll face the full weight of the law instead of being acknowledged as a victim of Crouch herself. She grimaced. Really, Crouch would have been kinder to her if he had imperiused her. I hadn't thought about it like that, Sue said, drawing everyone's attention. Padma flushed bright red, turning to face her. Sue shook her head. Don't apologize. She inched around the group and retook her seat. Everyone settled back into position. It's easier to stay angry with her, Sue admitted, because if I'm angry, I don't think about how much I miss her. She was my best friend. Harry gave her a sympathetic smile. I think Sirius and Remus have some understanding of how you feel. Pettigrew did the same thing to them, to my parents. Sorry for storming off before. Sue said, You're entitled to your opinion and your feelings. Hermione replied gently. Hannah was your best friend. Harry nodded. Look, there's going to be a lot of decision-making over the next month about the people who hurt us, who were on Voldemort's side of this. We're probably not going to agree about everything, especially when it hits close to home. He looked around the group, determination shining from his green eyes, unaware that most of the room had stopped to listen. But we didn't go to war for them to win by us tearing each other apart in the aftermath. Let's not give them that. We can disagree, and we can feel angry and hurt and whatever we need to feel, but no matter what, we stand together. We stand together. Sue repeated decisively. I agree. Sounds good to me. Blaise said, raising his glass. They all followed his example in a silent toast. Harry handed his drink to Hermione. I think I'd better go wrangle Theo out of the main room. I'll come with you, Draco said, already moving. I want to check on Mother. Harry exchanged a softly affectionate look with Hermione and fell into step beside Draco. Sirius was relieved when Harry turned up and shepherded Theo out of the ballroom and into the room they'd set aside for the kids. Theo had done a sterling job of stoically accepting condolences, but Sirius knew it had worn on the Slytherin's control of his mask. Regardless that Theo acted the part of a consummate politician, he was at the end of the day still only a 15-year-old boy who'd just lost his father. His lips twitched with amusement as he saw Draco checking on Narcissa. The baby was due to be born within a couple of weeks, and Draco was determined to ensure his mother received the best care. It hadn't escaped anybody's notice that he was also frigidly cold to his father, who was battling with a crippling disability. Sirius wondered at the schism. His eyes caught Narcissa's, and she tilted her head in acknowledgement. He'd leave it with her to sort out. He didn't want to become the type of head of house who poked his nose into everyone's business. Lord Black. Stuart Selwyn sidled up to him. Sirius turned to face him. Lord Selwyn. Good to see your boy take Theo out, Selwyn said, raising the glass of whiskey he held almost as a toast to Harry's action. I was just thinking the same thing. Sirius admitted. Ben was a very clever man. Selwyn said, he manipulated this whole scenario. He dies, lauded a hero for standing up to evil, and his son is now entrenched into the heart of the most powerful political and magical houses. He sighed. A remarkable play. Sirius hummed. He couldn't argue with Selwyn's summary of Knott's plan. He was a father who loved his son very much. Selwyn inclined his head. He was a good friend who advised the rest of us well. I will miss him very much. The grief was genuine, and Sirius kept quiet, allowing Selwyn a moment to regroup. I wanted to thank you, Selwyn said, changing the topic, for your help with the DMLE yesterday. Sirius wanted to shrug, but settled for a subtle head tilt instead. The meeting to determine what would happen to the Death Eaters who had answered the call, but then stood against Voldemort, had taken almost 3 hours longer than necessary, in his opinion. I didn't do much. Sirius demurred. Please, Selwyn said dryly. You and I both know that if you had taken Moody's side and requested a full investigation of past crimes that it would have happened. Sirius considered what to say carefully. Selwyn might not have had Benjamin Nott's intelligence, but he was no slouch. "I'm not Dumbledore," he stated bluntly. "I'm not interested in doing what he did and giving free passes and second chances, all the while turning a blind eye to the reality of the crimes that happened simply to stabilize our world quickly. Then, you and your cohorts have already been tried and pardoned for the crimes you committed. The Imperius defense accepted," Sirius said slowly. "I even think for some of you, the family and peer pressures added to the context of the political entrenchment of that time might even substantiate the argument that there was no choice but to comply with Riddle, even if the absolute truth is that there was no Imperius spell involved. That's quite a concession," Selwyn noted gravely. The world isn't black and white," Sirius said. "There's a large amount of gray in it. It serves no purpose reopening old wounds." He held Selwyn's gaze. "You made a choice this time, and it was the right one. Even so, you could have left us in the cold," Selwyn said, "supported a ban from political activity, or placed restrictions." He gestured in Sirius's direction. "You know, allowing us into the Wisengamot will mean a continuation of the traditionalist side against the Potter Alliance." Sirius lifted an eyebrow. "Laws are better when they're balanced. I may not agree with every argument you make, but countering your argument makes mine better." Selwyn gave a short laugh. "Ben admired you greatly. I think he may have been right. He admired my grandfather more," Sirius replied, amused. "Who are you planning to nominate for Chief Warlock?" asked Selwyn, switching topic. "I hear rumors that Cornelius is trying to put your name in the frame." "I hope not," Sirius said fervently. He really didn't want the role. "I was thinking of nominating Griselda, a chief which would make a nice change of pace." Selwyn's eyebrows shot up. "With Griselda it would be entertaining if nothing else." He glanced to his left and smiled. "I see the formidable Augusta is coming in this direction, so I will make my goodbyes. I look forward to working with you, Lord Black." "Lord Selwyn." Sirius shook the outstretched hand and wondered if Selwyn would emerge the leader of the traditionalist group. It might even be a good choice. July 8th, 1995. Harry shivered as he walked down the corridor towards the headmaster's Minerva's office to speak with the dragon portrait. It seemed strange to think that it was no longer the domain of Albus Dumbledore. Sirius's hand on his shoulder was comforting, and Harry didn't protest it. Harry's eyes had darted about, registering that the ongoing repairs as they had walked through Hogwarts, the corridors with scorch marks and signs of spell fire, the broken stairs, the pieces of masonry that still littered the place. There was evidence of the battle in torn portraits and broken statues. Harry had to remind himself that in real time, it had only been 2 weeks since the battle. There was still a lot of repair work to be done. Indeed, the Floo was down for repairs, portkeys banned, until a full review of the wards could be undertaken, and the group had been forced to walk from the gates. Behind them, Ron walked between his parents, pale-faced and subdued. Draco walked stiffly beside a limping Lucius. Narcissa was far too close to her due date to attend. Sue was accompanied by her father, who was also grimacing at the walk on his newly healed ankle, and Luna by hers. The gargoyles sprang to the side before they gave a password, and they all silently trudged up the spiral staircase. Sirius tapped perfunctorily on the door, and waited despite Lucius's mutterings behind him for Minerva to call out to enter. The first real difference was the change in layout. The back wall was given over to the painting of the dragon. Minerva had moved the desk to the right wall, and the portraits of the former heads had moved to live behind her. A portrait of Dumbledore startled Harry for a moment before he realized it was still sleeping. In front of her, the windows were open with the sunlight streaming in to highlight the wooden floor and the Hogwarts shield. The wall behind them had new floor-to-floor shelving, with every inch covered in books, except for one shelf which was given over to the sorting hat. All the other knickknacks were gone. "Come in." Minerva welcomed them in with a sweep of her arm, and in its wake a semicircle of chairs popped up, all facing the dragon painting. Harry greeted Minerva, almost absently, his eyes on the picture. Ron had described it to him, but his first real glance at it was breathtaking. She was reminiscent of the Hungarian horntail he'd faced. A strong lizard-like face, sinuous neck, and sturdy body with its wings folded back. She was quietly watching their progress into the room with yellow reptilian eyes. Harry took a seat. He wasn't sure why he and Sirius had been invited along. He raised curious eyes to Minerva, who had walked over to stand beside the dragon. "For all of you who have not yet met her, this is Hogwarts." Minerva introduced the dragon briskly. "She has requested your presence here today to discuss the ramifications of using the spell to wake her." She looked over at Harry and Sirius. "As you were the one to provide the spell, Harry, and the one to defeat Riddle, she wished to meet you too." The dragon rose elegantly to a sitting position. "You are the wizard who protected the world." "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Harry Potter. Pleased to meet you." He motioned to his left side, where Sirius sat. "This is my father, Lord Sirius Black. Where did you learn the spell to wake me?" Hogwarts asked. "I was visited in a dream by the founders." Harry explained. "They told me the spell." Hogwarts huffed, and a small puff of smoke emerged from her snout. "But they did not tell you all. The time we had through the veil was limited," Harry admitted. Sirius cleared his throat. "Are you able to explain further? While none of us would change what happened, I know all of us parents have concerns." Hogwarts stared at him for a long moment before lowering her head in acquiescence. "My story begins many years ago." Hogwarts was weary. The last of her brood had flown away from the cold hillside where she had nested for all her life. Her mate had died a month before, his death echoing through their bond as he fell to the blade of one of the humans. With Merrick dead, she would have no more children. Alina had wished to stay, but Hogwarts had sent her on her way. Best her child seek out a mate in the lands to the east where dragons still flew. Too many of their kind had fallen in recent times, their numbers slowly decimated as they were hunted by the human folk. There was a small magical village below, nestled into the foot of the hill, and it was beginning to thrive. It was only a matter of time before some precocious youth decided to fight the dragon that lived above them. It was her time. She was ready to go. It didn't take long. One wintry night, Hogwarts heard the creep of footfalls against the ground. She roused herself from her warren of caves and emerged into the twilight, her wings unfurling. "Who comes?" Hogwarts demanded. There were a group of 4, 2 witches and 2 wizards' magic wielders like the Amrys. The dark male grabbed his red-headed companion as he made to draw his sword. "Godric, she speaks." "She's intelligent?" asked the brown-haired witch. "Fascinating." "Well, we can't kill her if she is," the blonde replied firmly. "We only have Salazar's word that she speaks." The red-headed male argued. "I speak," Hogwarts said, narrowing her eyes. "I think she understood you." The blonde said wonderingly, "The language of the serpents." The dark-haired wizard shouted, "I can understand her because I speak the language of the serpents." "But how does she understand us?" his male companion questioned. "Magic," Hogwarts said tersely. "You came to kill me. You should proceed. Be warned, it is in my nature to fight." The dark-haired wizard translated for the others. "Wait." The brown-haired witch stopped the redhead from drawing his sword again. "You know of magic?" Hogwarts lowered her head. "All magical creatures know of magic." It has existed for many years before the humans came, and it will exist for many years more after you have left this life. Then you could teach us. The brown-haired witch stated, "We're scholars." Hogwarts looked toward the redhead, who even then was fingering the hilt of the sword at his hip. "He's retiring from fighting." The blonde assured her, "We want to build a school." She gestured at the hillside and the lake. "Lord Black gifted us this land when we petitioned the Wizards' Council, although he was very amused when he did. And now we know why." The dark-haired wizard said, only to realize he wasn't speaking in his own tongue when the others looked at him blankly. I said, "And now we know why." He repeated, "It is not so much of a loss for him to give us land that we cannot use because there's a bloody dragon on it." Salazar. The brown-haired witch snapped out frostily. She turned back to Hogwarts. "What say you, dragon? Will you teach us and allow us to build a school here?" She gestured further to the north. "We could plant a forest where you could live and help defend us." And so the bargain was made. Hogwarts said. Harry let out a breath, surprised to realize he had been holding it. Everybody looked spellbound by the Dragons by Hogwarts story. It was actually the story of the founding of the school. Hermione was going to furious not to have come with them. Harry mused ruefully. "For many years we lived in harmony." Hogwarts said, "The four became my friends, my children. They learned of magic, and I learned from them of humans, learned to speak their tongue as well as my own. They used my colors in their school and named it in my honor. It was a time of peace and goodwill. Many creatures came and settled within the forest and lake." Hogwarts stretched, her wings extending before folding back into her sides. But the world outside was growing darker. An evil wizard heard of the school and raised an army to take it. I defended her and killed him, but I almost died in the attempt, and my friends were afraid. What would happen the next time if I was gone, or if the school was attacked beyond their own lives? Rowena had glimpses of a future where battles raged at the school. And so they came up with the spell. Minerva said quietly, "We." Hogwarts corrected, "A willing sacrifice of my own magic, life, and spirit, and a willing sacrifice of their own, for in performing the magic they bound themselves to me and to the school to which I am bound." Which I guess brings us neatly onto why we're all gathered. Richard Bones said, "Indeed." Lucius commented, "You asked our children to pay a price, to bind themselves to the school." Molly asserted, capturing Hogwarts' attention, "We need to know exactly what you meant. The original spell took my magic and my four friends to enact. It was powerful, difficult magic. We did not realize that it would take so much." Hogwarts replied, shifting to lie down. "When we examined the arithmancy in the wake of the spell, we realized there was a permanent link between my four friends and the magic of the school, between their lives and my own spirit." She lowered her head. "Rowena eventually derived the truth. When my four friends died, my spirit would sleep. I needed their magic to anchor my spirit and provide the protection which was needed. It was then we created the spell you used to wake me. So, our magic woke you. And because you needed the magic to continue to protect the school, you needed us to agree to our binding ourselves to you." Sue said matter-of-factly. Hogwarts' eyes flickered to her. "Indeed, Witch of Hufflepuff. But what does that mean?" Richard asked again, jumping in before an annoyed-looking Molly could do the same. "You say they are bound to you. How? What does it mean for their lives? For the rest of their schooling? They will be connected to me, and the connection will grow while they learn here." Hogwarts answered, "They may leave, but the bond will draw them back eventually. It may take 1 year or many more. I'll be gone for 20. Luna replied dreamily, "And so you will, Witch of Ravenclaw." Hogwarts said, her tone coated with fond amusement, When they returned to the school, Minerva asserted herself into the conversation deftly. They will become staff. Yes, Hogwarts said. All times before the four were honored with the position of the head of house, which is when they can put you to sleep again. Arthur spoke up. We understand from Minerva that you've said only they, as the heads of houses, can put you to sleep. And if they do, does this mean they won't be bound anymore? Asked Molly. Hogwarts rose and stretched out her wings. There is no spell to make me sleep. Sirius frowned and sighed suddenly, as though he'd just worked it out. You slept when the four who woke you died. Hogwarts inclined her head. Blimey, muttered Ron. Does this mean we have to die before you go back to sleep? In essence, Hogwarts confirmed, but natural deaths. Arthur said before anyone else could say something. You're talking about natural deaths. The death that will come to them. Hogwarts said. Godric died in a duel, Rowena in her sleep. Salazar met his fate attempting a mate for the basilisk he'd raised. Helga from a nasty infection she'd caught helping the centaurs in the forest. There must be some way to break the binding. Lucius said silkily, his hand smoothing over the top of his cane. Harry frowned and opened his mouth to speak. I don't want to break the binding. Draco said tersely, I gave my word, and I have accepted my future is with Hogwarts. You are a Malfoy. You cannot bind yourself to... Lucius began frostily. You did. Draco snapped. You bound yourself to the monster. I bound myself to a school to defend against him. I'm not changing my mind. Harry shifted, inching closer surreptitiously to Draco to offer him some support. Lucius rose from his seat. I believe I am not needed here. Harry watched as he limped out, nobody protesting his exit. Sirius cleared his throat. Lucius. Lucius stopped with his hand on the doorknob. He turned back with an inquisitive, sneering look. By my command as Lord Black, you are hereby ordered not to find a way to break the binding between your son and Hogwarts, and not to act to break the binding if a way becomes known to you. Sirius stated firmly. Do you understand? Lucius went red but nodded sharply. As you will, Lord Black. He left, slamming the door behind him. Well, I never. Molly huffed. You told him, Draco mate. Ron said approvingly. Draco sniffed imperiously. There is more I need to tell you. Hogwarts said, her gaze landing on Harry. Harry sighed. I'm bound to, aren't I? What? Sirius glared at the dragon. Is he right? Hogwarts lowered her head deferentially. In times past, the spell would only be used if there was a great need. The head of the school would have the task of choosing the four to enact the spell, but in choosing, they were also bound. Harry completed. Sirius's hand landed on his shoulder. And what does that mean for Harry? He'll be headmaster of Hogwarts one day. Minerva supplied dryly. Harry was surprised at how much that idea pleased him. Is she right? Sirius asked of Hogwarts. It is normally the headmaster who is tasked with the choice, the dragon said, and they are already bound. Her eyes stayed with Harry. You were chosen by the founders themselves, and in that moment you were bound. So I guess it's the same as the others? Checked Harry. I'll be connected to you now, and even though once I'm done with school and I can leave, eventually I'll become the headmaster. Hogwarts inclined in her head in a gesture he was beginning to realize was how she indicated agreement. Our connection will be stronger, though. Harry took a breath. I think I'd like to teach. Minerva smiled widely. Sirius's hand squeezed his shoulder, and he turned to look at his father, who was beaming proudly back at him. I think you're going to be a brilliant headmaster. Sirius said. Harry felt the nerves in his belly settle with his father's straightforward acceptance. Well, I think we all have our answers. Sirius said, looking around at the group and receiving nods in return. Any other questions? There was a collective shake of heads. Do you have anything else to discuss with us? Harry asked the dragon, not realizing he had slipped into Parseltongue. No, my young mage. Hogwarts spread her wings out wide. I look forward to our years of friendship. They all stood, and the chairs disappeared. Harry said his goodbyes to Minerva and fell into step beside his father as they made their way out of the office and back through Hogwarts. They paused as they reached the front steps, and Harry looked towards the Quidditch pitch with a grimace. Sirius nudged Harry's shoulder with his. You all right? He shivered. He grimaced and hunched his shoulders as he pushed his hands deep into the pockets of his jacket. It's the first time we've been back here since. Sirius glanced over to the Quidditch pitch. You want to take a look at it in daylight. Harry bit his lip, but he ended up nodding. They quietly made their way down the path. He was vaguely aware of a discussion and footsteps behind them, but he ignored it, focusing on simply putting one step in front of the other until they came to a stop by the edge of the usual entrance. The pitch looked like a disaster zone. The grass was blackened and torn up, grooves of dirt crisscrossed over the whole area. The hoops were missing, but then they'd been removed to make way for the maze, and Harry couldn't remember seeing them during the battle. The stands were either gone or in ruins. Bloody hell! Ron blurted out behind Harry. Ronald! Language! Molly said, although her hands were clasped together tightly in front of her, her face pale under the freckles. Mum! Ron protested, his hand shooting out to point at the damage. Look at it. How are they going to get this fixed in time for us to come back and play Quidditch here? He has a point. Draco muttered. Harry shuddered at the idea. I don't think I'm going to play Quidditch anymore. What? Ron's voice was a shriek more than a yell. But you have to play. You guys played fine without me. Harry said, shaking his head. He couldn't imagine taking another step forward, taking another step onto the pitch where he'd killed and where he died. Ginny was great. Sirius's arm landed around his shoulders, and Harry leaned it unthinkingly to soak up the support and comfort. Whatever you decide is fine, Harry. But, stuttered Ron before he stopped abruptly. Harry figured Sirius had glared at him. Whatever you decide is fine, Harry, Sirius repeated, but maybe now's not the time to make a decision. Can we go? Asked Harry, needing to be away from the pitch. Sure we can. Sirius stopped and frowned. He reached into his pocket with his free hand and pulled out a mirror. Padfoot. The mirror's shiny surface filled with Remus's panicked looking face. Harry and Sirius exchanged a quick look. Moony, asked Sirius urgently. You have to come home right now. Remus said. Narcissa's in labor. She's having the baby. Oh, that's lovely. Molly beamed, turning to Arthur with a happy smile of remembrance. Mother's having the baby. Draco turned and started for the path, almost at a run. Sirius nudged Harry, and they quickly followed after him. Not to worry, Moony. Sirius replied. We're on our way. Sirius hummed softly, rocking the baby in his arms. Regina Doria Malfoy was adorable. She was creams and peaches in complexion, startling silver eyes, and a thin thatch of blonde hair. She had weighed in at 7 pounds 8 ounces, with surprisingly active arms and legs for a newborn, and an impressive pair of lungs. She was currently slurping down the bottle of milk Sirius was feeding her as though she hadn't been fed since her birth some 14 hours before. They had all hurried back to the estate from Hogwarts, only to wait for hours for the arrival. Narcissa had insisted on staying at the estate for the birth, and a hastily arranged nursery had been organized by the elves. Lucius had finally shown up 2 hours after the birth. He'd stank of fire whiskey. He'd taken a brief look at his new daughter before falling into bed in one of the guest rooms, clothes on, and sleeping like the dead. Narcissa had sniffed in disgust and promptly turned her attention to her daughter. Sirius hummed again as Regina frowned around her bottle. He smiled down at her. "You are a precious bundle, Reggie." "Oh," Draco's voice sounded from the doorway. "I didn't realize—" Sirius glanced out of the window. It was very early in the morning, but he wasn't surprised that the brand new big brother hadn't been able to sleep and had intended sneaking a peek. "She woke up hungry a while ago," Sirius murmured. He'd set an alarm on the nursery to notify him, and not Narcissa. The new mother needed rest, and Sirius felt it was his godfatherly duty. He'd done the same for James and Lily, with Harry. He motioned for Draco to come further in, pointing at the nearby window seat to the rocking chair Sirius was occupying. Draco soundlessly entered on bare feet. He'd had the presence of mind to shrug on a dressing gown over his pajamas, but he looked cold. Sirius sent out a mental nudge, and the room warmed. Draco looked startled. "One of the advantages of being the head of house," Sirius said quietly. He scanned Draco's face and inwardly debated starting the conversation he figured he needed to have with his young cousin. So, he began deciding just to go for it. "What's going on with you and your father?" Draco's head snapped up, and for a brief second, he stared in shock at Sirius before his usual mask settled on his pointed features. "Sometimes you act like a Gryffindor." He sniffed. "That's because I am a Gryffindor," Sirius pointed out wryly, "even if I was raised Slytherin." Draco's brow developed a small crease as he considered that. "You act so Slytherin most of the time." "I've had to," Sirius said, "to protect Harry." Draco slowly nodded. He shifted position, sitting cross-legged on the love seat. "When we did the spell, Hogwarts judged us. She spoke to us mentally, reviewed our memories, and—" He flushed red, "and she found me lacking." Sirius stayed quiet, but silently urged Draco to continue. "She showed me a world where you hadn't become Lord Black and were killed." Draco continued. "Harry, he's still defeated the Dark Lord, but my life—" He sighed and fidgeted with the hem of his gown. "The Dark Lord lived in our manor. He terrorized and tortured everyone. I was scared of him, scared for my life, scared for my mother's life, and my father's." He looked up and met Sirius's cautious and sympathetic gaze. "I was glad when Harry won, glad to be free of that evil." "And your father?" Sirius prompted gently. "In that world, Lucius Malfoy was a coward who kissed Riddle's robe and worshipped at his feet until my mother saved us all and told the Dark Lord Harry was dead when he wasn't." Draco said briskly, "My father here, he would have done the same if he hadn't been forced to bow to the House of Black's primacy." His eyes blazed with anger. "He wouldn't have done as Not did. He wouldn't have sacrificed his life, so we would have lived." He gestured furiously. "He blames you for his wound because you forced him into wearing the beacon. If he'd had a choice, he wouldn't have chosen to stand against that monster. He would have given us all to him." Sirius adjusted his hold on Reggie, noting she was almost at the end of the bottle, as he considered what to say. "Your father is self-serving, Draco. He always was, and I dare say once he's gotten over his pity party and begins to realize he can brag about his disability as a war wound he received in heroically providing us with a beacon, he will be again. It's who he is. Well, I don't want to be like him." Draco blurted out, "Not anymore. I want to be worthy of the trust Hogwarts said she had in me when she realized how disgusted I was at the other me and my determination never to be like that." "You don't have to be like your father or anyone else," Sirius assured him. "You'll always have a place in the House of Black, Draco. You should become the person you want to be, and if Hogwarts showed you the way, well, I'm pleased." Draco nodded, a pleased flush rising up his neck. I have a different future now. I wanna be the best head of Slytherin Hogwarts has ever seen. I want people to think of the house as more than just a place for dark wizards, or where he came from. That's a good ambition. Sirius commented. He gently disengaged the empty bottle from Reggie before she started sucking on air. He set it aside and shifted her to burp her gently against the towel, which was already lying across his shoulder in readiness. "Why are you rubbing her back?" asked Draco. "Babies can take in a lot of air when they suck their bottles." Sirius explained. "This helps bring up any wind." Draco made a pout of disgust. "You may want to think about how you deal with your father, civilly," Sirius suggested. "You can disagree with his politics, his beliefs, and deride his character, but you are still his son, and you will need to interact with him during family occasions." "I know," Draco said defensively. "It's just—" He breathed in sharply and stared up at the ceiling. "You're angry," Sirius said. "Yes," Draco admitted with a grudging look at Sirius. "You can be angry, just civil," Draco completed. Sirius smiled at him. Reggie burped loudly, a milky bubble of air erupting from her lungs and onto the waiting towel. "There's my girl," Sirius said approvingly. Draco looked at the milieu in horror. "That's just gross." Sirius's lips twitched. "You probably don't want to experience her nappy either then." Draco sniffed haughtily. "I'm her big brother. I should get to do the fun stuff." He yawned suddenly. "I think you should probably head back to bed," Sirius said. Draco nodded. He slipped off the love seat and, with a wistful glance at his sister, headed out of the room. Sirius got to his feet carefully, keeping good hold of the baby in his arms. He headed to the cot and placed Reggie down, drawing up the light cotton blanket to cover her restless legs. He hummed a lullaby he'd once heard Lily singing for Harry and smiled down at the gurgling baby. "So, how much of my conversation with Draco did you hear?" asked Sirius suddenly, surprising the woman who had come up behind him. Narcissa raised an eyebrow when he turned to look at her. "All of it," she said crisply. "As you well know, since you are unlikely to have missed the baby monitoring charm I left." She smoothed a hair back behind her ear and ran a hand down her pristine and tightly belted blue silk dressing gown. She looked stunning for someone who had given birth hours before. She placed a hand on Sirius's arm. "Thank you for talking with him, Sirius." Sirius shrugged. "He has potential. More now than he ever did, as simply Lucius Malfoy's heir." Narcissa's expression softened as she gazed down at her slumbering daughter. She straightened and looked at Sirius. "What do you intend to do with Lucius now you no longer need him?" Sirius straightened to meet her gaze head-on. "What do you want me to do with him?" "I do not wish to return to my marriage," Narcissa declared bluntly. "My children and I deserve better." "Then we'll work it out," Sirius said. "I'll talk to Lucius later, once he's sobered up." He planned to offer Lucius exile or judgment. He had a feeling he knew which the other wizard would take. Narcissa's eyes fluttered closed, tension draining out of it so quickly Sirius realized she hadn't been certain of his response. He reached over and clasped her hand, squeezing just enough to comfort her. She opened her eyes and nodded at him. She was fine. Sirius let go of her and stepped away from the crib. "I should leave her to sleep." "You're very good with her," Narcissa said, a hint of bewildered amusement coloring her tone. "I looked after Harry a lot when he was a baby," Sirius said dismissively. He gave in to the temptation to touch Reggie's soft cheek again, one last time. "You should consider having some of your own," Narcissa said. "No matchmaking," Sirius instructed briskly, noting the look in her eye. It was far to like the one Andy got on occasion. "You're not allowed to matchmake," Narcissa's lips curved into a slow smile. Of course not, my Lord Black. Sirius looked at her with suspicion. HNMPF. He said eloquently. He glanced one last time at the baby and started for the door. Cousin. Narcissa called out to him softly, her voice low to avoid waking her daughter. Sirius turned immediately. Narcissa fell into a deep curtsy. Thank you, my lord, for looking after my children so well. Sirius smiled warmly. You're more than welcome, sissy. And his next stop was going to be his own son's room. His mind was a kaleidoscope of memories of his son as a baby of James and Lily, and he just needed to see him with his own eyes again, reassure himself Harry was alive, and well, and breathing. July 13th, 1995. Severus repressed the urge to squirm. He sat on the fourth tier of the Wisengamot beside Alastor waiting to be called to give evidence, or rather waiting for the whole damned thing to actually start, since they'd arrived early. He ignored the stares and whispers around him, but it was difficult, and he took care to hide his mutilated hand out of sight. That it was still functional was a testament to the treatment he'd received, and he thanked Merlin every day that he would be able to brew, but the deep scarring would remain. Alastor's presence was keeping anyone from approaching him, at least. The heirs of the Potter Alliance had settled for small nods of acknowledgement as they had taken their places on the bench, his colleagues from Hogwarts the same. Severus found his gaze drawn back to the central floor. In addition to the usual ministerial chairs, the seat of the chief, which Griselda Marchbanks had been appointed in an emergency session the previous week, and the clerk's chair. There was a chair for witnesses. There was a table on the left for the prosecution, with a corresponding table on the right the defense. In the middle of the floor was the accused chair. Alastor had informed him that the chair had been spelled with security measures to ensure the accused would speak truthfully and could not escape or attack. A soft swell of noise erupted from the public tier above them, and Severus glanced automatically towards the door. The minister walked in with Black and Potter. Immediately a thunderous applause rang out, and everyone in the Wisengamot rose to their feet. Severus wanted to ignore Alastor's tug to rise, but he got to his feet, wincing at the tremors and stiffness that still physically assailed him. Shouts and whistles permeated the air. Severus wasn't surprised when Black moved closer to Potter, a hand resting supportively on the boy's shoulder. For a moment, Potter looked nothing more than a 14-year-old boy who would rather be anywhere else, but in an instant his expression changed, and he lifted a hand. Slowly silence descended. The houses of Black and Potter thank you for the welcome. Potter said loudly, but we couldn't have defeated Tom Riddle without a lot of help from our allies and from the ministry. Cornelius puffed up like a proud peacock beside the boy. Potter looked at Black. We should focus today on why we're here. Black seamlessly picked up as though they had rehearsed it. There will be time for thanks, remembering those who sacrificed their lives, honoring all who fought, and celebrating our success once we have completed the trials. Well said, Lord Black, Cornelius said, with a firm look around the chamber. Griselda rose from her new seat. Everyone take your seats, then, so we can begin. Severus was grateful to sit back down. He belatedly realized the rest of the House of Black had entered with their head of house and heir as he watched them take up the remaining empty positions on the bench beside him. Minerva sat down on Severus's left side and gave him a small smile. Severus. He inclined his head, his dark hair falling forward to almost hide him from the penetrative gaze of the headmistress. She had visited him several times during his stay in St. Mungo's, had reluctantly accepted his resignation, but wished him well and encouraged him to stay in touch. Severus hadn't quite decided what it was that he wanted to do with the rest of his life. He had been so ready to die that he had been shocked to wake in the hospital. He had received an offer from the DOM by Croker personally, but he wasn't certain he wanted to stay in Britain. His eyes drifted to the Malfoy seat, which was unoccupied. The only Malfoy in attendance was Draco, who sat on the bench some way down from Severus. Draco had taken a seat next to Theo, the two boys seemingly under the supervision of Ted Tonks. The same emergency session, which had installed Marchbanks, had also announced Andromeda Tonks would stand as the regent of the House of Not. The Malfoys, however, the paper the day before had carried an announcement of the birth of the Malfoy baby girl and Lucius's retirement from the Wisengamot on health grounds. The House of Black was appointed as proxy until Narcissa would be able to attend as regent on behalf of Draco until he was of age. Lucius had apparently gone abroad for treatment for the injury he'd sustained, but Severus firmly believed he'd never be seen again in Britain. The House of Black was ascendant, and the rest of the Wisengamot knew it. Seal the doors. And the Wisengamot began. Severus reflected that he hadn't actually attended a full session for a long time. His mother had brought him as a teenager, determined that Severus should have an understanding of politics and the government who shaped their lives. He'd gone as a young man to support his friends who had been or thought to have been heirs, especially Regulus. But he had rarely stepped foot in the chamber since the tribunal, which had declared him as a spy for Dumbledore at the end of the last war. This session of the Wisengamot has been called as a fully public trial for the accused, known as Dennis Travers and Peter Pettigrew. Griselda announced, "The Wisengamot members will hear evidence from witnesses called by both prosecution and defense counsel. A vote will be taken to establish their guilt or innocence of the charges the prosecution has levied. If a guilty verdict is rendered, the Wisengamot will then debate and declare the sentencing." Griselda looked around the chamber. "Does anyone have any questions?" There was silence. "Let me also make one other thing clear," Griselda said brusquely. "This is a trial, not a gladiatorial event. Any heckling will have the idiot heckler removed from this chamber and barred for the rest of their lives. Do I make myself clear?" There was a hurried chorus of agreement. Griselda hummed and threw a look toward Dullard. Dullard rose to his feet and cleared his throat noisily. "The Wisengamot calls the prosecution and the defense for Dennis Travers to the floor." Severus watched as Rufus Scrimgeour took the prosecution table along with a grim-looking Malcolm Wood. Across from them, Barry Boodle and a younger witch from his office took the defense table. "Bring in the accused, Dennis Travers," Dullard called. A small door appeared opposite the main chamber entrance. A chained Travers was marched in by two Aurors who Severus recognized as the remaining members of the Rat Squad. He was placed immediately into the accused box. "The prosecution will state the charges," Dullard declared, and sat down. Scrimgeour got to his feet. "Dennis Travers is charged with the following crimes: belonging to a terrorist organization known as the Death Eaters, also known as the Knights of Walpurgis, conspiracy to commit a terrorist act at the Quidditch World Cup, committal of a terrorist act at the Quidditch World Cup on 25th of August of the year 1994, escaping from custody in September of the same year, conspiracy to commit terrorist acts in sabotaging the Triwizard Tournament in November 1990 for February 1995 and June 1995. Severus listened as Scrimgeour continued charging Travers with the actual acts of sabotage, murdering Karkaroff, the kidnapping of Potter, and finally the attack on Hogwarts and attempted murder of Alastair. "How does the accused plead?" Dullard asked. Boodle stood, every inch the polished solicitor with his swept-back blonde hair and aristocratic manner. "My client pleads not guilty." "So noted." Dullard gave Griselda a nod and sat down. Griselda stood. "The prosecution may begin." Severus took a deep breath. He would be called as a witness, but not until the events at Hogwarts were tackled. In the interim, he watched as the scrimgeour showed the dark mark on Travers' arm, the evidence of the Death Eater paraphernalia he had carried at the World Cup and at Hogwarts. He moved on calling the Aurors who had arrested Travers at the World Cup, and a shaky-looking Colin Summers gave evidence of the switch he had been forced to make. Boodle was able to show that Travers had had no knowledge of the escape attempt until it was in progress, and had Summers admitting that Travers had potentially had as much choice as Summers in the matter. Sirius frowned as the evidence of the sabotage at the tournament was presented. It was the weakest part of the case, and Boodle was able to present reasonable doubt that Travers had played any part, placing the blame wholly on Crouch. The prosecution calls Severus Snape. Scrimgeour's gruff voice called out suddenly. Severus gathered his robe and stood up. He made his way down to the witness chair, slowly. He took the oath to speak truthfully and sat down with relief. The Wisengamot ruled in November 1981 that even though you bear the mark of a Death Eater, that you were a spy for Albus Dumbledore and provided him with vital information, which he passed on to the relevant authorities. Scrimgeour began. When did you resume your spying duties? Severus waited until the rush of whispering died away. Following the events of the first task of the tournament, Severus stated clearly, it was clear that the perpetrators were using the Durmstrang ship as their base with Igor Karkaroff's compliance, although there was not enough evidence at that time to search the ship. Lord Black requested that I approach Karkaroff to infiltrate into Riddle's circle once again, and upon my acquiescence the Minister and Director Bones officially noted my status. What did you personally observe regarding the accused? Scrimgeour asked. My main point of contact was Bartemius Crouch, Jr. Severus explained. He informed me that Travers had been the one to kill Karkaroff. The prosecution draws the Wisengamot's attention to the wand examination previously entered into evidence, which shows the wand of Dennis Travers was used to kill Igor Karkaroff. Additionally, Severus continued once Scrimgeour turned back to him. Riddle informed me that he had sent Travers abroad to purchase mercenaries and gather allies for when Riddle was resurrected. Scrimgeour nodded. The prosecution enters into evidence the summary veritaserum testimony of the mercenaries tried who stated or identified Dennis Travers as their recruiter. He motioned for Severus to continue as would pass the parchments to Dullard. Finally, I witnessed Dennis Travers at the gathering prior to the assault on Hogwarts at the headquarters of the Dark Lord. Severus finished. The prosecution enters into evidence magical forensic analysis of Riddle Manor, which confirms Dennis Travers was present at the location. Scrimgeour gave a satisfied nod. Thank you, Mr. Snape. Boodle rose to his feet and walked over to the witness box. It is true, is it not, that the trial in 81 expunged all crimes you committed during the time you were an actual Death Eater, and not just a spy? Severus barely managed not to grimace. Yes, he said tersely, on the say-so of Albus Dumbledore. Boodle lifted his gaze to the section of the Wisengamot most opposed to the late wizard. Severus glared at Boodle. Does the defense have a question, or do you just want the opportunity to preen in front of an audience, Boodle? Griselda asked bluntly. Boodle jerked, as though slapped, but he quickly regrouped. You never gave a full accounting to the court of your crimes in 81, did you? I did not. Severus said, not denying it. And yet we're simply to believe your actions were on the side of the light, on the say-so of Albus Dumbledore. Boodle said crisply, Tell me, Mr. Snape, how was informing your Dark Lord of the prophecy and placing your childhood enemy James Potter and his family at risk in action for the light? A horrified murmur ran around the chamber, and Severus dared not look toward the Potter seat. He knew Black hadn't ever told Potter. He couldn't bear to look and see the horror and anger in those green eyes that were so like lilies. It was for the best, Severus determined. Hadn't he already determined his future lay beyond Britain? Scrimgeour got to his feet and was recognized by Griselda. Objection. Whatever crimes Mr. Snape committed were covered by his previous trial. We have plenty in this chamber who are in the same boat. And crimes committed now. Boodle strode back to his desk and plucked a parchment from the table. According to this, Mr. Snape actively led Lord Black into an ambush at Yule where Lord Black suffered grievous injuries. He created the potion which resurrected Riddle, and he performed the ritual which resurrected him, assaulting Lord Potter in the process. He handed the document to Dullard. Surely he should be brought to account for these. Bones got to her feet. Both myself and the minister provided a blanket permission for Mr. Snape in his role as a spy. These acts were known by both us, Director Croaker and Lord Black, and were part of the wider strategy to defeat Riddle. Griselda nodded briskly. Mr. Snape is not on trial. Move on, Boodle. Boodle looked as though he'd swallowed a lemon. His expression was so sour, but he returned to Severus. Did you ever see the accused at Hogwarts or on the Durmstrang ship? I did not. Severus said. Did you ever see the accused solicit mercenaries to be in the employ of Riddle? Boodle continued. I did not. Severus admitted. Were any of the Death Eaters wearing masks when you entered the room in the manor? Boodle asked bluntly. Severus sighed and nodded before verbally responding with a terse yes. Yet you claim you saw the accused. Boodle smiled, like a shark scenting blood in the water. I recognized him even with the mask. Severus said tersely. Boodle lifted an eyebrow. The defense has no more questions of this witness. Severus was released, and he slowly made his way up to the bench. He wasn't surprised at the looks of disgust aimed his way, and he sat down next to Alastor and a surprisingly sympathetic-looking Minerva, with a heavy heart. I knew, lad. Alastor whispered under his breath. So did I. Minerva confirmed. Their support shook Severus, and he clamped down tightly on his emotions. He was barely aware as the trial concluded. As Travers was found guilty of the World Cup events, cleared of the tournament sabotage, and found guilty of attacking Hogwarts, and Alastor. Travers was sentenced after a short, swift debate to life imprisonment. A recess was called, and Severus allowed Alastor to hustle him into a small office. Stay here, Alastor ordered. I'll send someone with a drink and something to eat for you. Severus nodded uncaringly. He turned his attention to the small bookcase on the far side of the office and began to peruse its contents, desperately trying to keep his thoughts away from the events and disclosures of the trial. He didn't turn at the sound of the door opening. You may leave the refreshments on the desk, he ordered. Sorry. Potter's voice had Severus freezing into stillness. No refreshments. Severus turned slowly to face him. I suppose not. His fingers twitched to draw his wand to protect himself. But didn't he deserve this? To stand and allow Potter his revenge? Does Black know you're here? Potter gave a small smile. He knows. He's not happy about it, but he knows. He paced a couple of steps before he stopped and once again met Severus's gaze. He asked me, back in the summer, whether I wanted to know. I said no back then, but He sighed and pushed his hands deep in his pockets. I figured it was either you or Lucius based on what was said. I figured it was easier not knowing which of you, because I didn't want to know for certain and have to still be civil to you. And now, Severus bit out. Why? Asked Potter bluntly with characteristic Gryffindor bravery. Why did you tell Riddle the prophecy? Because I was his at the time. Severus replied without any hesitation. Because I was young and stupid, and I wanted his attention and regard, and this was information, a way in. He saw how his words impacted Potter like sharp splinters of shrapnel. It didn't matter who it was about or whether he would believe it. It was just words that might have won me some favor. And did it? Potter shot back. Yes. Severus didn't deny it. More so when he realized who the prophecy could be about. He grimaced. He was aware of my former attachment to your mother. He raised his eyes to meet Potter's furious eyes, determined to be brave himself. I regretted my action in telling him the instant she became a target. By the time I followed Riddle's directive to throw myself on the headmaster's mercy under the pretense of being horrified at placing your mother in danger in order to become his spy at Hogwarts, it wasn't an act. Not all of it. When he killed her, I would have stepped between them if I could have. Severus said. And Minnie said you'd resigned. Potter's change of subject might have thrown most people, but Severus knew what was at the heart of it. Yes. Severus agreed. I only accepted the position to stay safe in the aftermath of the war and to be in place for your arrival. You've defeated Riddle. You don't need my protection, as flimsy as it was, and my oath died with the headmaster. There was silence for a long moment. I can't forgive you for painting a target on us. Potter said, eventually, whether you would have protected her, your motivations for protecting me, none of it matters. But you don't need my forgiveness, and I doubt you want it, and really you'll have to face my mother one day and make your excuses and apologies to her. It was Severus's turn to feel shredded by shrapnel, to be left feeling raw and exposed, vulnerable. I appreciate everything you did to help defeat him. Potter continued. You've spent a lot of time saving me over the past few years, and during the ritual, I'll always be grateful to you for that. I made it through knowing you were there to help me so. He dragged a hand through his messy hair. But I can't be around you, and since you won't be at Hogwarts, let's call it even and go our separate ways. Severus breathed out slowly and gave a short nod. I am planning to go abroad. Potter frowned. I thought you had a job offer from Bertie? In the circumstances. Severus began. You're going to turn it down because of this? Just take the job. Potter said sharply. You could do a lot of good with it. I doubt my mother would want you wasting your life. He grimaced. Not that. It's not any of my business, really. No, Severus agreed. It's not. Potter's eyes gleamed with something hot and angry for a moment. Have a good life, Snape. He turned and made for the door. Potter. Severus stopped him before he stormed out. I am deeply and sincerely sorry my actions led to the death of your mother. He paused. And your father. Potter turned and nodded, accepting the apology. He swept out without another word. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose and finally acknowledged the stabbing pain above his left eye. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Severus said briskly, a timid-looking witch opened the door with a tray of food balanced precariously in her other hand. She placed it on the desk and left him alone. Alone. Like always since he'd lost Lily's friendship. And the door reopened and Alastor marched in, Croaker following him. Ah, good. Croaker smiled at him. I was hoping we could speak about the job offer. Severus nodded understandingly. You wish to rescind it after the revelations this morning. What? No. Croaker shook his head, the wild white strands bobbing frantically. You're not the only spy I've dealt with, and I dare say you won't be the last. I was hoping we could agree your start date. He gestured at the tray of food. Why don't you eat while we talk? I wanted to bring you up to speed with some of our projects that I'm hoping to get you involved with. A stunned Severus allowed himself to be chivied into a seat, and Alastor shoved the soup at him along with a headache potion. Eat up, lad. Alastor said gruffly. Merlin knows your headache won't get better listening to Bertie. Croaker slapped Alastor's arm. Don't scare him away, Alastor. And besides, Severus tuned out there snarking as he turned his attention to his meal. Perhaps, he considered somewhat shakily, he wasn't as alone as he thought. Sirius felt Harry start to tense, and he eased away from the hug he'd pulled his son into as soon as Harry had entered Amelia's office. "All right," Sirius asked, resisting the temptation to smooth back Harry's hair. Harry nodded. Don't apologize." Harry interrupted him sharply. "You asked me in the summer, and I said I didn't want to know. Boodle's a prick for announcing it like that, in the trial." "Well, that's true enough," Sirius said. "He was always an odious little boy." Minerva agreed. "How?" Remus let his voice fall away as though suddenly realizing Harry might not want to answer the question. "Snape's fine." Harry shrugged. "Shaken up, maybe?" Moody was on his way, So at least Severus wasn't alone. Not that Sirius cared. Much. He sighed. He and Severus had evolved a mutual grudging respect during the run-up to defeating Voldemort, and while Sirius would never forgive him for what he had done in the past, it didn't mean he was dancing with joy over the man's most dirty and painful laundry being aired for the world to see. Boodle was a prick. Harry had been stoic during the trial, pale after the revelation, but stoic. It hadn't been until they'd gotten clear of the chamber that he'd insisted on seeing Severus. Still, the meeting seemed to have given Harry some peace, and that was all that was important to Sirius. Especially since the afternoon trial would focus on Peter. Sirius felt Harry lean into him a touch, and he glanced over at his son. "We can get through this," Harry said quietly. Sirius nodded. They would get through it. They were together. They could get through anything. Peter tried hard not to look at anyone as he was led into the Wisengamot chamber. He kept his head down and stared at his feet. The urge to transform into his rat form was high, but even if the charmed necklace he wore prevented it, he couldn't do it. Losing his hand had interfered with his animagus ability. The loss was a physical ache worse than his arm. He allowed himself to be shuffled into the accused chair. It was then he glanced up at the chamber and saw Harry. Harry, who had defeated the Dark Lord. Peter swallowed hard and forced himself to pay attention. With conspiracy to commit the murders of James and Lily Potter, with conspiracy to commit infanticide, Peter ducked his head. He stopped listening. He didn't want to hear the litany of the charges they were reciting. He knew them all. His solicitor Giles, Dots had gone through them with him the day before. It had been a depressing hour. How does the accused plead? Dots rose from the defense table. Guilty to all charges. A rush of noise erupted from the public tier. The chief which raised her wand and set off a small bang to bring order to the chamber. Enough. She looked at Peter with sharply assessing eyes. "You do understand, Mr. Pettigrew, the consequences of pleading guilty?" I do." Peter stuttered out. The witch looked from him to his solicitor. "I have been through the possible sentences he may incur, Chief Witch, and he understands that he may be sentenced for the remainder of his life to Azkaban or face execution." Dot said solemnly, "Do you agree, Mr. Pettigrew, that you fully understand the sentences that may be brought to bear once the chamber recognizes your plea and ratifies that any further examination of the evidence is not required?" She pressed. Peter nodded hurriedly. "I am guilty." But deep down, he also believed that he had done enough to mitigate a death sentence. With the Dementors removed from Azkaban, he could live with a cell, a bed, and a hot meal every day. It was more than he'd had once he'd gone in search of his master. I have a statement," Peter began. The witch held up her hand in a silent request for him to wait. Are you satisfied with the plea?" Scrimgeour glared at Peter in a way that made Peter want to shrink back from him. "I believe the evidence would speak for itself in this case," Scrimgeour said gruffly. However, I also believe that his plea would save the Wizengamot valuable time and reduce the stress on potential witnesses. I am satisfied. Director Bones? The witch turned to the head of the DMLE. Are you satisfied? Bones rose from her chair to respond. I would support a motion to recognize and move to sentencing Lady Marchbanks. Then that's what we'll do. Marchbanks said crisply. All in favor, raise your wands. Dullard. The clerk rose soon after. The vote is unanimous. The Wizengamot recognizes the defendant has pled guilty and will move to sentencing. Head Auror. Marchbanks said, turning back to Scrimgeour. What is the recommendation of the prosecution? Scrimgeour got to his feet and tapped his finger against a piece of parchment. The prosecution recommends execution for his crimes. Peter felt his heart start to race. His mouth went dry. That wasn't supposed to happen. He didn't deserve death. He'd helped them. This is a wizard who betrayed his friends in the worst possible way. He conspired for months against them, providing information to the enemy. He was entrusted with a secret, which he promptly gave to the enemy. He conspired to ensure their deaths and the death of their child. In the aftermath, he conspired to frame another friend for their murder, and while others also bear responsibility for the injustice, it led to an innocent man being imprisoned for over a decade. Scrimgeour recited, "This is a man who hid himself as a rat for years until confronted by those he had betrayed. He ran again, this time to his master, who he helped kill and torture an innocent child in the act of creating an homunculus. He helped Riddle and his cohorts kill Bertha Jorkins, Bartemius Crouch Sr., Janice Mickle, and countless others. He conspired to resurrect Riddle, to sabotage the Triwizard Tournament, to kidnap Lord Potter, and use him within a ritual, to kill Lord Potter and attack Hogwarts." Scrimgeour glared at Peter again. This is the truth of the man. A cowardly rat who would stab his friends in the back and cut their throats in their sleep if it served him, yet turn around and try to wheedle his way into their good graces if he thought it would serve his best interests. He has no moral compass, no redeeming traits. He should face the harshest sentence we can bring to bear. Peter watched as Scrimgeour took his seat. He glanced up towards Harry. Harry's gaze seemed directed above Peter's head, and Peter realized that Harry was looking at Sirius. Peter didn't dare look towards Padfoot. "Mr. Pettigrew," Marchbanks called for his attention. "You said you had a statement? Now would be the time to read it." Peter nodded hurriedly and gestured at his solicitor, who passed him the parchment. He smoothed it out and cleared his throat. Peter lowered the parchment, turning it over to hide the words. It was too trite, too rote. He cleared his throat a second time. "When I was 11, I sat on a stool and placed the sorting hat on my head to determine my house at Hogwarts. I thought I'd end up in Slytherin or Hufflepuff. My father's family had been the ones to secure my place there, and they had been Hufflepuffs. But my mother was an ambitious woman who married well, and who raised me to believe survival in life was paramount." He didn't look up at the faces. He kept his eyes on his hands, still cuffed and clasped in front of him, resting on the discarded parchment. It was a shock to be sorted into Gryffindor. "I didn't think I was particularly brave or courageous in nature." Peter continued, "The hat told me I would find my courage there." He swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. "And I did. I found my courage in the friendship with 3 other wonderful boys. Together we seemed invincible." He paused, lifting his eyes for the first time, but staring sightlessly into the past, oblivious to the people around him. "Then we left school, and we went our separate ways. Well, Moony and we went into different things. I ended up at the Ministry." In hindsight, he wished he'd taken on McGonagall's remonstrations to smarten up his academics. He might have made it into the hit wizard program if he had. My first supervisor was Dennis Travers Sr. He was a Death Eater, and he intimidated me into joining. Peter babbled out. I should have told someone when he approached me, but I was scared and alone, and it was easier to go along with him. Easier to say yes to the Dark Lord than say no, and be killed or tortured. I was a coward, but then I didn't think of it as betraying them. As a spy, I helped save my friends and kept them out of the line of fire. There was a murmur, a rush of whispering that pulled Peter from the past. He shook himself a touch. Then came the prophecy and the secret, and I was weak. Peter admitted, I should have refused to tell the Dark Lord where James and Lily were. I should have stood up for my friends as they would have stood for me. Or as Sirius said to me when we faced each other last year, I should have died for them as they would have died for me. He paused, the silence of the room loud in his ears, condemning. But I just wanted to survive. Just survive. And so I led the Dark Lord to James and Lily. And when Harry hurt him, I framed Sirius to prevent him from arresting me. I hid away, and when I was finally found out, I ran back to the Dark Lord, and I helped resurrect him, helped commit crimes to help him. Because I wanted to survive. It's pathetic and cowardly, and yet it's all the excuse I have. He gave a sad short laugh. The only time I found my courage again was standing beside Moony in the corridor at Hogwarts, facing down the mercenaries and vampires, as though they were a group of Slytherins, and we were once again school children. Because that's where my courage always was, right beside them, and I forgot that. Peter paused for a breath. I think I helped save Moony. I think I helped there at the end. Maybe one last act isn't enough to make up for everything else. All I know is that I don't want to die. His fingers tightened on the parchment and crumpled it. That's all I have. There was complete silence. Does anyone wish to debate? Marchbanks asked, her question dropping like a stone into the tension. Ogden raised his wand. This is difficult, he said. We all know that Pettigrew's crimes are far-reaching and wide in their impact and their atrocity. Yet, he sighed heavily and looked over at Sirius. I don't believe I'm the only one, Lord Black, who feels that the only people in this room who should have the right to determine Pettigrew's fate are you, your son, and your steward. You and Lord Potter's parents were his friends, and he betrayed you. There is no sharper knife in your back, no deadlier poison to counter than that of an enemy who wears the face of a friend, and who lies unknown at the heart of your family. I feel utterly unqualified to make any kind of judgment without knowing for certain which action would bring you the most sense of justice. He held up a hand. I know that it's unfair of me to ask, but I will ask anyway and hope you forgive me. Augusta Longbottom raised her wand. I too regret placing this burden on Lord Black, but I feel the same. A third wand went up. Marchbanks raised her hand and turned to Sirius. Lord Black, it is not unusual in these cases for the Wisengamot to request the opinion of those most affected by the crimes of the perpetrator. Sirius's gaze went first across the chamber, and Peter ducked his head to hide from the intense look his old friend exchanged with Harry. There was a rustle of fabric, and Peter looked up again in time to see Sirius rise from his chair. I appreciate the sensitivity here, and the opportunity to speak. Sirius began. As much as we don't like to say the words, he glanced back to Harry, we are victims of Pettigrew's crimes, his decisions and actions. He betrayed us, and took away the people we loved the most. He ran from facing the consequences of his actions, and I ended up in Azkaban, and when he ran a second time, he ran straight to his master and set in motion a chain of events where more and more people were killed or hurt. But this is about more than myself and Harry, more than myself and Remus Lupin. Were Pettigrew's acts against us the worst crimes? I'm not sure the parents of the child he kidnapped for Riddle to live in would say that. He shook his head. Are any of us truly qualified to render judgment on such a heinous act? A wand was raised, and Marchbanks recognized the wizard who stood as Sirius sat. Lord Black raises a good point. Selwyn pinned Peter with a contemptuous look. The actions of Peter Pettigrew are wider than himself and Lord Potter. He had a devastating impact on the wizarding world in the actions he took. We should not shirk our duty to sit in judgment upon him, but one could argue that we are all too affected by Pettigrew's actions to be objective. There is practically no one in the wizarding world who isn't. He gestured towards the chief, with that said, I do not believe we are the right body to sit in judgment, and if I may, I have a suggestion for a third option to those of execution and life imprisonment. Marchbanks lifted an eyebrow, but nodded. Pettigrew broke oath. Selwyn said bluntly, I suggest we vote for the family magic of us sitting in this body to sit in judgment upon Pettigrew. Let magic itself render judgment. He sat down. There was a stirring of whispers, and Peter's heart sank. He squirmed in his chair, uneasy and uncertain of which way he wanted the vote to go. Marchbanks stood up, capturing everyone's attention. This is a difficult. You have all spoken with sincerity and honesty. I personally feel Lord Selwyn's suggestion has merit. I can call judgment, if this is what is required. I call for a vote. Those who wish to enact Lord Selwyn's motion, raise your wands. The wands went up. Peter's heart beat wildly in his chest. Dullard counted the wands and turned to the chief, the motion is carried. Judgment will be rendered. A babble of noise broke out, and Peter lowered his gaze, sick to his stomach with fear. The Lestranges had lost their lives. Was that to be his fate? Marchbanks hushed the crowd and turned to him. Peter Pettigrew, you have pled guilty to your many crimes. We ask magic to call judgment upon you, so you may face justice. Familius magicus animus. The Marchbanks avatar, a gold hair, shimmered into view, sparkling with gold. It stood on its hind legs, sniffed the air, and jumped changing into a stream of gold magic, which rushed upwards and out toward Harry. Peter wondered at it for a long moment, but he registered Sirius's hurried stand even as Harry rose to greet the hare as it reformed and bowed to the griffin sitting at Harry's feet. The gold griffin shifted, and there was an audible gasp as the griffin disappeared, and the form of a man took its place, James. The gold spirit of James Potter reached out and cupped his son's cheek. We're so proud of you, Harry. He glanced at the silver-black snake and at the hare. Guard my son. The avatars bowed to James. The spirit turned to the Wizengamot, his eyes only seeking one wizard. Padfoot. Peter reluctantly dragged his attention away from James to look back at Sirius. He was pale, his features etched with grief and loss. Prongs. Sirius murmured, the rough word echoing across the chamber. James looked over then to where Moony sat in the family tier. Amber eyes bright. Moony. He gestured with his head. Join me and pads on the floor. And a moment later, he transformed into a stream of gold magic and rushed down to the center. Peter pressed back into his chair as the magic gathered in front of him, a whirlwind of gold. It settled back into James's familiar form. Prongs. You don't get to call me that, Wormtail. James replied immediately as he turned impatiently to see where Padfoot and Moony were at. The other two Marauders finally reached them. James reached out to Moony first, a hand clasped onto his friend's shoulder. You always did get the difficult jobs, and I've left you the most difficult of all, keeping Pads out of trouble. Moony laughed and reached up to pat James's shoulder. I miss you, Prongs. He shook his head. And you'd be just as bad if you were here. You always got each other in trouble, after all. James smiled, the same wonderfully warm smile he'd used to give Peter. Look after them, Moony. Moony nodded. James turned to Sirius next, and the pain on both their faces was heart-wrenching. Peter could barely look as James reached out and enfolded Sirius into a hug, as Sirius melted into the ethereal embrace. My brother. James murmured lowly, but it wasn't low enough, and Peter saw its impact as it traveled to the rest of the chamber in the bright eyes and quiet sniffs. It was a long moment before they stepped away from each other, exchanging a silent look of communication, which Peter remembered all too well from school, and which never boded well for the target of their ire. They looked over in unison to Remus, and something was determined. An action, a decision Peter's fate. The three Marauders turned to face him, and the years where they were, why they were there, bled away until all that remained in Peter's eyes were his three friends. Accusatory looks leveled at him. No, leveled at Wormtail. Wormtail. Prongs began. As a wizard and a marauder, you are hereby judged as Oathbreaker and given to the Marauders for justice. He lifted his hand, and inside of it was a gold rat. Your animagus ability, the act that bound us together as brothers. I thought that was the pranks, Prongs. Padfoot said laconically beside him. I thought it was the bottles of whiskey. Moony countered. Prongs shot them both a look. Wormtail tried hard not to hyperventilate, but he was barely breathing. He realized, absently, he couldn't feel the suppression necklace he had been wearing. Magic casts you out, Prongs intoned clearly, but for this last act, one last prank from the Marauders. Moony smiled, wolfishly. You hid as a rat, and now you will live as a rat. Only as a rat. Padfoot stressed with a smirk. No magic to change back into a wizard, just a rat for all the rest of your days. With the lifespan of a rat. Prongs agreed. What is that again, Moony? Padfoot tilted his head. 2 to 3 years. Moony responded cheerfully. Unless a cat gets him, or a snake. Wormtail shuddered. Please, please, please. He begged. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything, but I was scared. Tears escaped and ran down his face. Snot gathered and dripped from his nose as he sobbed. His three friends looked at him, stonily unmoved. You were once a marauder, a friend we trusted before all others with blood and spirit and magic. Prongs stated evenly. You are a marauder, no more, Wormtail. All you are is a rat, Oathbreaker. Wormtail felt the magic starting to crawl over his skin. No, no, Moony, please. Didn't I help you? You were once a marauder, and so for every time this past year, you have helped us truly in the spirit of a marauder with blood and spirit and magic. You'll live another year. Moony smiled, amber eyes glowing as he smiled, wolfishly. You are a marauder no more, Wormtail. All you are is a rat, Oathbreaker. Wormtail felt the magic press in on him, tingles on the ends of his fingers and in his scalp. He turned to Padfoot, helpless and already knowing he would find no mercy there. You were once a marauder, but you drove a dagger into the spirit and magic of us, and left us only blood. Padfoot replied, a harsh edge of anger coloring his voice. You are a marauder, no more, Wormtail. All you are is a rat, Oathbreaker. Judgment is served. Prongs intoned gently. He smiled sadly at the others. Mischief managed. The form fell into 1,000,000 gold sparkles and reformed as the Potter Griffin. And the pain hit Wormtail, and the world disappeared. Peter came to. He was panting, surrounded by material. He scrabbled his way up into air. Hurrying, an invisible force reached down and plucked him up, levitating him above his clothes and the chair where he'd been sat. Scrimgeour's florid face, appeared in front of him. "Don't worry, Rat. You'll have a nice cage waiting for you in Azkaban." He shook in his rat form, terrified and vulnerable. He could feel the absence of his magic like a yawning chasm in the center of his body. He couldn't change. He was trapped, trapped, trapped. It was over. He was a marauder no more. Happily Ever After, Chapter 3. July 20th, 1995. It was war when I met Albus for the first time. Moody stated briskly. He stood proudly behind the lectern in the great hall, his magical eye scanning the gathered assembly for the funeral of Albus Dumbledore. Harry sneaked a glance himself. The funeral seemed to be taking forever. They'd already sat through a speech from Cornelius and one from an aged Chinese wizard who had spoken about Albus's contributions abroad. There was no evidence of the battle that had waged within Hogwarts walls, although the grounds, and particularly the Quidditch pitch, still bore scars. The castle had been repaired, though. Flagstones gleamed. The walls stood solid and unbroken, priceless tapestries and portraits restored or replaced. The great hall itself looked magnificent. The illusionary sky above reflected the bright summer's day outside. The banners of the Hogwarts houses hung, suspended by magic, in the center of the room. The windows gleamed, sunlight streaming in to catch the dust motes dancing in the rays. The usual tables had been removed, and a semicircular seating area arranged facing where the professor's table would usually be. Only the table was gone, and Dumbledore's cherrywood coffin lay upon a covered stand. Harry and Sirius sat in the center of the circle in the chairs designated for family. As Dumbledore's magical heir Harry was given the status of an honorary grandson. Aberforth sat beside Sirius. Dumbledore's brother had eschewed any notion of swapping. Aberforth had claimed his brother would have wanted Harry, and not himself taking pride of place. Harry had the unsettling feeling that Aberforth spoke truthfully. Harry leaned closer to Sirius, taking comfort in the steady presence of his father. Minerva sat on Harry's other side, her place designated by her role as the Potter Regent apparent. It also seemed fitting given her years of friendship with the headmaster. The seats beyond her were taken up with political figures Fudge, Croaker, and Bones, but also figures who had been part of Dumbledore's international stage prime ministers and ambassadors. Harry had dutifully greeted them all. The staff of Hogwarts took the row behind the front, the members of the Wisengamot beyond them with their families. Harry felt a pang of unhappiness at being separated by protocol from everyone but Sirius and Minerva. He especially missed Hermione. His hand sneaked up to touch the necklace he wore, and his unease dissipated under the flow of love he received. He gave a quiet sigh, but wasn't surprised when Sirius leaned his shoulder against Harry's, providing a silent show of loving support. Great wizards do great things. Moody continued his eulogy. I saw Albus take down an entire platoon of magical beasts. I saw him liberate a Polish town from dark forces alone, but for a few men who stood with him. I saw him stand tall against the darkest wizard of that time and defeat him with the light. I saw how much it hurt him to do that, to face his former childhood love, and know him as a monster. Aberforth huffed, but he didn't say anything. In the years of peace which followed, Albus did his best to never take advantage of the political power he wielded as the victor. He accepted his political positions unwillingly but dutifully. He believed his role there was to keep stability, to maintain a status quo between those who would seek to drive us forward and those who wanted to remain standing in the past. He would say he wanted nothing more than to be a schoolteacher, to impart his knowledge to the next generation, a role he played for many years here at Hogwarts. Moody looked around the room as he paused. Harry wondered how true that was. Had Dumbledore really only wanted to be a teacher? As though he had heard his thoughts, Moody sighed. Great wizards do great things, but their mistakes are also greater. And Albus's greatest mistake was to ignore the problem of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Whether Riddle was ever redeemable, ever able to be saved from the darkness within him, we shall never know. But Albus saw the danger of the young powerful Riddle, and did nothing. There was a hushed silence in the room as they all absorbed Moody's blunt observation. He neither took the lad under his wing, one powerful wizard to another, nor did he challenge him. Moody continued. Was it his place? As a mere schoolteacher, perhaps Albus could be forgiven for his lack of action, even though the teachers who excel are those who care for more than simply whether their students' essays and work meet the standards. But even if Albus wanted to be only a schoolteacher, he was not. He was a powerful political figure. He was a powerful wizard. He had styled himself as the benevolent, wise leader of the light. Perhaps he had a greater duty. He stopped as some of the audience shifted uncomfortable with the notion of criticizing the dead. Or perhaps it was simply fate, because how he also acted in regards to the architect of Riddle's downfall was to be another of Albus's mistakes. He mishandled a prophecy, and the child of that prophecy. He made decisions which were not his to make. He ignored his duty of care to the child and the child's rightful guardian. Harry looked down, unable to bear Moody's words. So his mistakes were as great as his triumphs, but in the end, this is what I will remember of Albus Dumbledore. Moody's gruff voice echoed roughly in the chamber. Thick with grief, he held the line. He put himself between a horde of dark creatures and this castle to defend his school and her legacy. He held the line. And in the end, he offered his own life for those he had wronged. In this, I believe he was redeemed. Minerva gave a quiet sob beside him, and Harry reached over to take her hand, wrapping it in his. She squeezed back gratefully. He was never just a schoolteacher. Moody stared out at the assembly. When we remember Albus Dumbledore, we will remember his mistakes and his triumphs, and know he was also a great wizard. There was a respectful silence as Moody made his way from the lectern to his chair. Griselda got to her feet. Those invited to the interment at the lake should follow me. All others should remain in the hall, where the elves will see to your comfort. She flicked her wand, and the coffin disappeared. Harry got to his feet and allowed Sirius to chivvy him across the hall, following Griselda through the doors to the back, down the corridor, and out of the doors that had welcomed him as a first year. They strolled down the path to the lake, a small troop of people who Minerva had determined, of the official Wisengamot and ministry party. Only Griselda, the minister, Amelia, and Bertie were invited. The Hogwarts staff were all present, Hagrid blowing noisily into an oversized handkerchief. There were a handful of people from the Order. Snape was included in that number, as were the Weasleys. The remainder of the House of Black were at the rear. They were considered family because of their familial relationship with Harry, Dumbledore's heir. In his unwanted role, Harry walked behind Griselda in the procession flanked by Sirius and Aberforth. Minerva had fallen back to lead her staff. They came to a halt in the small grove by the lake which Minerva had chosen. It was a patch of land which barely held their number comfortably. The forbidden forest was to their back, the lake to the front, the water lapping on the steep bank close by. The grave stood ready to receive the coffin, a mound of dirt beside it. A white slab of marble would be placed over it, with a golden plaque engraved simply with Dumbledore's name, and the years of his birth and death. Aberforth had refused any other memorial. Griselda pointed her wand at the grave, and Dumbledore's coffin appeared. She slowly lowered into the grave before turning and silently casting for the dirt to cover it. We say goodbye to Albus Dumbledore and return his body to the earth. Griselda intoned solemnly as they watched the dirt slowly filling the grave. Bon voyage on your next great adventure, Albus. Harry was grateful for the heavy weight of Sirius's hand on his shoulder, providing him with an anchor. He really was going to miss the old wizard, and his throat closed up on a surge of emotion. Griselda finally lifted the marble stone into place, and as it settled into the ground, Harry felt his heart ache with renewed grief at the finality of it. Sirius shifted his hold, sliding his arm around Harry's shoulder and firmly tucking him against his side. Harry felt his eyes sting with the prickle of tears. Griselda began to lead people away, and Harry was aware of the crowd of mourners slowly thinning. He stayed where he was, rooted to the spot as though his feet had been frozen. He felt Hermione approach on his free side, and her hand sought his. He grasped it gratefully, dimly aware there were only a few of them left standing beside the grave. Minerva stooped and cast a spell. The marble stone was suddenly surrounded by a pretty border of transfigured white roses. She sniffed loudly. "You were the one who taught me that spell, Albus. You were a good teacher." Her Scottish brogue was thick with emotion. "I will miss you." Aberforth took a weary step forward. "You made things right in the end. Perhaps that's all that should matter. Goodbye, brother." He offered his arm to Minerva, who took it and allowed him to escort her away. Harry was left with Hermione on one side, Sirius on the other, and he sensed Remus just behind them. They stayed there, standing silently together. Harry stared at the marble stone. He remembered the dream he'd had when he'd been recovering, and somehow it eased his grief. Dumbledore was off on his next great adventure, and he had sacrificed his life to redeem himself. Harry was never going to regret that he and Sirius were alive instead of the elderly wizard. He was grateful to him. Hermione gave a loud sniff beside him, and he turned to find her with wet cheeks and damp eyes. He shifted to offer her a handkerchief. "Are you all right?" "Just sad," Hermione said. Sirius hummed beside them. "It's a sad day. I'm going to miss the old goat." "Me too," Remus said, joining them. "We should go back to the hall," Harry said, sighing. Sirius gave his shoulder a squeeze. They slowly turned away from the grave and made their way back up the path. Hermione hooked her arm around Harry's as they walked. "Harry, Harry said, his attention momentarily snagged by the still shambolic Quidditch pitch they were passing. "Did you hear Professor McGonagall announce how the headmaster's portrait had woken up?" Hermione said hesitantly. "She's put him in the antechamber at the back of the hall and said anyone who wanted to talk to him could visit him." "You want to visit his portrait?" Harry's heart sank because he suspected it was a situation where, as her supportive boyfriend, he would have to go along. "No," Hermione shook her head, her bushy hair bouncing on her shoulders. "I thought you might want to go?" Harry shook his head. "Not today. It was too soon." He didn't know how wizards handled it. How could you mourn someone properly when they were there in a portrait? He was suddenly glad his parents hadn't had a portrait made. He loved the still depictions that Padfoot had given him. They were enough of a memory. No, he couldn't contemplate ever being ready to speak to the portrait of Albus Dumbledore. Maybe in the future, when he was headmaster of Hogwarts. Maybe. He looked back at the Quidditch pitch. He still couldn't contemplate playing there ever again. He shivered. "It's still a mess, isn't it?" Hermione murmured. "Yeah," Harry sighed. "Want to bet Ron's going to complain about the pitch again?" Hermione snorted inelegantly. "No bet. Honestly, it's all he talks about." Sirius, Remus, and Harry exchanged an amused look, and for the first time that day, Harry's sorrow eased into something breathable, livable. Life went on even when great wizards died. Bill quietly excused himself from the rambunctious company of his family and made his way out of the suite of rooms they had been provided with at the Black Estate. He had been fairly surprised his mother had acquiesced to staying with the rest of the Alliance, but he understood that the ritual had left its mark on her magic. From the research Bill had begun, Morgana had used the protectiveness, feelings, and motivations of all of the women in the ritual to weave a path back to Harry for her own blessing. That magical tapestry was a careful balance of not only Molly Weasley's maternal lioness, but also of Griselda's political rationality and Augusta's belief in her vows of fealty. It was a brilliantly woven tapestry, and Bill reckoned it was a thread that would bind the women together for as long as the blessing remained. He looked forward to seeing the changes it would evoke. He made his way out of the wing, where the Alliance had been housed, and into the main part of the house. He was tempted to head to the drawing room. It was one of Harry's favorite places to be, and Bill had spent many of the evenings since Harry and Sirius had returned from the States, just sitting quietly with Harry and Hermione. He needed a quiet evening after the events of the day and Dumbledore's funeral. It had been long and draining. The political speeches had seemed to take forever. Thankfully, Moody's speech had been short, yet it had almost been the most poignant. It had reminded Bill that the venerable wizard had made his own sacrifice to save Sirius and Harry. It had made the rest of the day almost unbearable. The hurt of Caro's sacrifice still stung like a fresh burn, hot and unbelievably painful. He grieved for the beautiful woman who had been his partner, his friend. He couldn't begin to fathom how he would live up to the words she had whispered at the end. Worth it. Was he worth it? Bill hovered in front of the drawing room door. He wanted to go inside, curl up in the same chair he'd curled up in for so many nights, and just grieve, but life went on. He lay a hand on the door. Besides, didn't Harry deserve an evening undisturbed with his girlfriend? Bill turned and walked away from the drawing room, and it wasn't long until he realized that his feet were taking him in the direction of Sirius's study. The door was partially open, but Bill knocked on it anyway. Sirius turned from his contemplation of the portrait hung above the mantel and waved him inside. Bill closed the door behind him. "Hey, I know this isn't a great day for this, but do you have some time?" Sirius gestured at the chair in front of his desk. "I always have time for you, Bill. What's this about?" "My service," Bill said simply. He leaned forward in the chair, elbows on his knees, his hands clasped loosely together. The Wisengamot meets for its usual session in the first week of August. It would be, he sighed heavily, it would be an appropriate time to announce the end of service. "Yes," Sirius agreed, sitting down in the chair behind the desk. "It would." He gazed at Bill thoughtfully. "You've been an asset to the House of Potter, Bill. You'll be missed." "I'll miss working for you and Harry," Bill said with a sad smile. The past year had been the best of his life, and the hardest. It's been an honor to serve. "Have you thought about your future?" asked Sirius. Bill nodded slowly. "I went to Gringotts last week. They have a new assignment starting shortly in Paris." The request from Bertie for the Lumiere document made the French government realize how badly disorganized the archives are, and how dangerous. They've requested a team of cursebreakers to go in and get everything sorted out. He paused. "They offered me the chance to lead the team." "That's great news," Sirius said, breaking into a genuinely pleased smile. "You deserve the opportunity." "Do I?" asked Bill before he could stop himself. He flushed bright red as Sirius's gaze narrowed on him. Sirius pressed his lips together briefly. He got to his feet and walked over to a side cabinet where a decanter and glasses stood proudly displayed. He poured them both a drink and walked back over handing Bill one glass. He took the seat next to Bill and offered his glass in a salute. "To Caro," Sirius said seriously. Bill's eyes filled with tears he refused to shed. He lifted his glass. "To Caro." He took a sip of the fiery liquid and was almost surprised when he realized it was ordinary scotch rather than fire whiskey. "It's a difficult thing when someone gives their life for yours," Sirius said. It's hard to reconcile knowing that they put your life ahead of their own, that they felt you were worth the sacrifice. Bill nodded. I don't know how to live with it. It's not an easy gift to carry. You seem to have accepted Professor Dumbledore's gift. Bill said, striving to keep his voice even and non-accusatory. Sirius sighed and gave a half-shrug. Albus wasn't my first experience with someone giving their life to save mine. He paused and shook his head. And even then, there's a part of me that believes Albus did nothing more than what he owed us, and a part of me who knows that anyone sacrificing their lives for Harry is the right thing to do. So why would I rail against it? He lifted the glass. It's more complicated than simply someone stepping in front of you in the heat of battle. Bill flinched at the blunt description of what had happened when Caro had. Sirius settled back in the chair and took a sip of his drink. At the beginning of 81, I was put in charge of a squad of hit wizards, a team of 3 of us. It was part of a new initiative Moody had suggested, small strike teams. It worked. His gaze drifted to the fire, and Bill realized Sirius was in the past. My team, we were close. Ernest Marchbanks and Howard Brady. Sirius smiled sadly. 2 very great blokes. Ernie was engaged to be married to Janet McKinnon. Howie had just graduated school and was fresh out of the boot camp. What happened? Prompted Bill gently when Sirius fell silent. Sirius took another sip of the whiskey. We had an op go very wrong. It was faulty intelligence, but I was leading the team. We hit a warehouse on the Thames where we believed the Death Eaters were bringing in female muggles from the continent for sport and torture. It was a setup. Bill frowned as he watched Sirius pale as he tossed back the rest of the whiskey. He wanted to tell the other man not to put himself through the reliving of it, not to ease Bill. He opened his mouth to speak. Ernie went down straight away to a killing curse. There was nothing any of us could have done. Sirius said tersely. Howie and I dived for cover, and I managed to scramble a plan together. We separated, and it worked. We managed to get the bastards, but right at the end, Howie had only stunned one of the fuckers, and he sprung up. Howie threw himself in front of me before I had a chance to move. He bled out in minutes. You got the guy. Sirius nodded. Constantine Fekale. He was a nasty piece of work. He refocused on Bill. I was a mess afterwards. I holed up, drank myself silly on whiskey, and wondered why the hell Howie had sacrificed himself for me. It didn't feel like a fair exchange at all. He was young, smart. His parents were great, happily married childhood sweethearts, and he would have gone on to make someone a lovely husband and a great father. He was a real stand-up guy. He gestured. And there was me, the white sheep of the black family, someone whose family didn't want him and who wasn't innocent or unflawed. I hated myself for surviving, and I almost hated Howie for saving me. How did you, James? Sirius said succinctly. He turned up him and Lily and Harry. I don't even know how he knew, but James turned up and kidnapped me. He and Lily took care of me, forced me into a bath and clean clothing, wrapped me up in a blanket in front of the fire and dumped Harry in my lap. They told me how much they loved me and how grateful they were to Howie for saving my life, and I spent a night sobbing on their shoulders. A few days later, James went with me to the funeral. When it was over, he said Howie had given me this wondrous gift of life, and I had a duty to take care of that gift, to live my life fully, so his sacrifice was never wasted. He stopped and frowned. I'd forgotten that. Bill swallowed hard, trying to dislodge the lump of emotion that had settled there. I loved her, you know? And I think I might. It would have been easy to have fallen in love with her. We talked about being partners in the future after my contract with Gringotts was up. She had my back all the time. I'm going to miss her. So very. And his voice broke. He lifted his arms to cover his face as he sobbed. Sirius gently took the glass from his hand and set it aside before tugging Bill into a firm embrace. Bill couldn't find it in himself to be embarrassed as he wept. He only knew he was grateful that Sirius understood, and that there was the comfort of shelter as he gave into the storm of grief. The fire had burned low by the time Sirius eased back and turned away to call for Dobby and mugs of hot chocolate. He added the remainder of Bill's whiskey to the mug he handed to him, but kept his own alcohol-free. He sat back down in the chair next to Bill. He had felt the phantom ache of his own grief as Bill had given into his. But he knew Bill was strong and would weather his pain. Losing Caro would always be something Bill lived with, but Bill would live. Bill gave a sigh as he sipped the hot chocolate. "Thank you," he said simply, and Sirius knew he was being thanked for more than the drink. Sirius nodded. "When do you start in Paris?" "September, but Gringotts want me to start back once the announcement of my service completion is made. I have a month to spend learning French to the standard they expect the leader of the assignment to have, so—" Bill shrugged. "I already speak it reasonably well, and apparently there's a new French employee just starting whose sole assignment will be to teach me. You're more than welcome to use the black apartment in Paris," Sirius offered. "It would be an excellent location for you." "Thank you," Bill said with a smile. "I'd appreciate that." He made a nervous gesture before lowering his mug. "I'd like to return to service once my Gringotts contract is over." Sirius smiled warmly. "We would love to have you back. I assume you want to learn the ropes for assuming a political position of your own." "Yes." Bill nodded. "I want to work towards the House of Weasley resuming its place in the Wisengamot. It may take some time, but I want to contribute to governing our country and ensuring its safety. My magic won't settle for anything less. Then we'll see what we can do to help you achieve that," Sirius said firmly. Bill smiled back at him. And for the first time since the Weasley heir had walked into the study, Sirius could see the grief lift from him, and his mind turned to the future. Bill was going to be fine, Sirius determined. Maybe not that day or the day after, but there would be a day when his hurt wasn't as sharp and the memory of Caro made him happy rather than sad. Bill pointed up at the sleeping portrait. "I don't think I've seen that before." Sirius hummed. He hadn't seen it until his return from the States, when he'd found it installed on the wall behind his desk as though it had always been there. "Bloody Moony. It's my grandfather," Sirius said. Bill's eyes widened in surprise. "Remus thinks I should wake him up and talk with him," Sirius explained, trying and failing to keep the sulky edge from his voice. "What do you think?" asked Bill. Sirius sighed heavily. "I think my relationship with my grandfather is complicated and, well, complicated." He shook his head. "I'm not sure I'll ever be ready." Bill nodded slowly. "Mum hustled us all into speaking to Professor Dumbledore. But it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I've never really thought about it before, but if someone's died, it's a bit freaky suddenly having them there as a portrait. It's not really them." Sirius agreed. It was one of the reasons why he wasn't keen to wake the portrait up. Bill gave a nod and stood up. "Thank you for everything, Lord Black." Sirius got to his feet and shook Bill's hand. "Thank you for your service, William of the House of Weasley." Bill gave a small smile and a nod. He left quietly, the door shutting with a firm click, leaving Sirius alone in the room with the portrait. He sat back down and looked up at the sleeping figure of Arcturus Black. It wasn't his grandfather. It was a facsimile of the man who had been his grandfather, with enough of his essence to give the impression of him. There was no reason to wake up the image. Sirius had reconciled himself to his grandfather's actions and inactions. He had come to admire the other man and his political nous. He didn't really want to disturb the fragile acceptance he had managed. But there was a part of Sirius which did want to wake up the portrait who wanted to talk with his grandfather, to apologize for his youthful incomprehension of his grandfather's love and care for him, and yet to yell at his grandfather for not taking the time to make Sirius understand. And for all that, to confide the past year in his grandfather, to let him know he'd made a difference and had helped Sirius and Harry win. There was always going to be a part of Sirius who wanted to make his grandfather proud. Sirius rubbed a hand over his face and considered the portrait. He got to his feet and walked back behind his desk. He sat down and pulled over his latest correspondence from Simeon, an enthusiastic agreement for Sirius and Harry to visit Australia later in August. Harry had the right of it, Sirius mused. Portraits were creepy. Life was for the living. Maybe there would be a day he'd talk to his grandfather's portrait, but that day belonged far in the future. July 27th, 1995. Hermione sat down on the uncomfortable bench in the Wisingamots' family tier with a frown. Her eyes were on Harry. Harry sat in the Potter's seat as though he belonged there. He had the avatars of the family magic guarding him, and Hermione could see how it still freaked some of his fellow lords and ladies how comfortable he was with the physical representations of his family magic. Or maybe they were just freaked out at the very visible show of the vast well-power Harry commanded. Either way, she would have thought they would have reconciled themselves to it after all the sessions that had taken place that month. That afternoon was the final trial, Hannah Abbott's. Neville fidgeted beside her, and she patted his arm absently. "It'll be fine, Neville," Hermione said in a low voice. "I'm just dreading seeing her again." Neville answered back in the same low tone. Blaise leaned in from Neville's other side. "You just have to remember she's not the girl you thought she was. The Hannah who dated you didn't really exist." Neville's mouth drooped in an unhappy frown, but he didn't argue. Hermione turned to look past Remus sat beside her to a tense-looking Susan Bones. Sue sat with her mother sandwiched between Remus and Ted Tonks. Karen Abbott was not present, and Hermione couldn't blame her for staying out of the spotlight. Leonard Abbott was in his usual seat. He looked pale but stoic. Richard Bones leaned over to his friend and asked something, but Abbott shook his head swiftly. The doors were sealed, and the trial began. Hermione watched impatiently as the clerk stood. The Wisingamot calls the prosecution and the defense for Hannah Abbott to the floor. Rufus Scrimgeour took the prosecution table, but he had a female aura beside him. Hermione thought she looked vaguely familiar. Across from them, Mary Barron and a young female associate took the defense table. "Bring in the accused, Hannah Abbott." Hermione bit her lip as Hannah was brought into the chamber. She looked demure. She was dressed in a plain blue modest robe. Her blonde hair was loose around her shoulders. She looked pale but healthy as she took the chair in the center of the floor for the accused. Hermione barely heard the list of charges and the plea of not guilty by reason of diminished capacity as she continued to look at Hannah. How had they all been taken in by her? The prosecution calls Aura Lucinda Mackenzie to the stand. Hermione suddenly placed her. The young Aura was a friend of Dora's and had attended the wedding. Aura Mackenzie was young but thorough. She gave a good accounting of the evidence they'd found against Hannah, the notes from Barty Crouch, the events of the Yule Ball, and the battle itself. Hannah's magical signature was on Sybil Trelawney's body. Her wand had cursed the Creevy brothers into attacking another student. She had assaulted her best friend and left Susan tied up in a school where Hannah would bring vampires and mercenaries. It was damning. It was George Weasley who was called to the stand next. He recounted the events in the corridor when Hannah had turned on them, their rescue by Sue, and how they'd kept Hannah tied up and stunned during the rest of events. Scrimgeour provided written testimony from the others who had been present rather than call them. The defense conceded the point and confirmed it wouldn't require the prosecution to call the rest of them. Neville breathed out in relief beside Hermione. She knew he had been worried Hannah's defense was going to force them all to give testimony in person. The prosecution didn't take much longer, and Hermione watched as Mary Barron rose to begin the defense. "I call Healer Gale, Mellow," Barron said. Mellow was a matronly lady who took the witness chair with a huff. Her steel-gray hair was pulled back into a severe bun. She looked completely no-nonsense. "Healer Mellow, please state for the Wisengamot your position and your relationship to Hannah Abbott." Barron asked politely. "I'm a senior healer associated with St. Mungo's. Hannah Abbott has been in my care since the second week of July." Mellow stated briskly. "The prosecution gave testimony from your colleague, Healer Spry, that Miss Abbott was mentally competent to stand trial and did not meet the definition of legally insane. What are your findings?" Barron asked. "Hannah is mentally sound. She is rationally aware of her actions, of right and wrong. She is therefore, by definition, legally competent. However, she had exposure to suggestion potions and compulsion spells for a period of 2 months. The trace of them was several weeks old, but their impact can still be seen active on her magical core." Mellow began. "In my opinion, she is as emotionally, magically, and mentally compromised today as though she was still in thrall of these potions and charms. Could you describe for the court how the suggestion potions work on a witch or a wizard's magic and mind?" Barron requested. "They are insidious." Mellow frowned. "They invoke a state not unlike the effect of alcohol. Inhibitions are lowered, responses are impaired, and the ability to make rational good choices is reduced." "And the compulsion charms?" Barron continued. "These are, in my opinion, simply a lesser form of the Imperius curse. The recipient is compelled by the charm to perform an act against their natural will." Mellow stated firmly. "And it is your testimony that the effects of both the potions and the charms remain active in Hannah Abbott's magic?" Barron asked. "That they still affect her actions and decisions today?" "It is." Mellow agreed. Barron nodded. "With this in mind, do you believe she can be held accountable for the acts she perpetrated since she was exposed to the potions and charms?" "I believe her actions have been beyond Miss Abbott's full ability to control since she was exposed." Mellow agreed. Barron nodded. "Thank you. You're excused with my thanks, Healer Mellow." Mellow left the chair, and Barron recalled Aura Mackenzie. Hermione bit her lip. She had some sympathy for the defense's position, but she knew most of her peers would be furious. "Or, in your testimony, you noted the DMLE took possession of a number of letters from Bartemius Crouch, Jr. to my client. Is this correct?" "Yes, ma'am." Mackenzie nodded. Barron handed her a list. "Is this a comprehensive list of the letters?" Mackenzie nodded, stating a yes for the record. "What was the date of the first letter on the list?" Barron asked. "It's August 20th, 1994. Mackenzie stated. "Was there a compulsion charm found on the parchment?" Barron stated. "There were 2. Mackenzie said. "One to read it, and one to keep it a secret." "And the second?" Barron asked. Scrimgeour raised his wand. "The prosecution will concede that the first 10 letters have similar compulsion charms, and that 20 letters during the month of January and February also have charms, which include a third variant to make Miss Abbott believe the content of the letters." Barron dismissed Mackenzie, and an unspeakable Limus Pilchard was called to the stand. His research was into suggestion potions, and he also gave testimony that he did not believe Hannah could act normally while under the influence, that his own studies showed that animals acted under the suggestions for durations which exceeded the potion use by some way. Under Scrimgeour's cross, he was forced to concede that there was alternative research, which was contradictory to his own view. Finally, the head of the Hit Wizards was called to the stand. "Head Hit Wizard Pool, Your area of the DMLE specializes in violent and deviant crime. You've studied the case, Baron said. Do you believe that Miss Abbott was the victim of a crime? Undoubtedly. Poole agreed. He was a burly man in his early 40s. Had Bartemius Crouch Jr. lived to see charges, he would have been charged with multiple crimes against Hannah Abbott. Please elucidate what charges he would have faced, Baron requested. Multiple counts of abuse of a minor through application of potions and compulsion charms. Poole stated. Statutory rape. Hermione winced. Harry had warned everyone in the Alliance, but it still shocked Hermione to hear it spoken out loud. Neville tensed beside her. They both wondered for a long moment whether the rest of it would be revealed. Hannah had been confirmed as pregnant 2 weeks prior. In the center of the chamber, Hannah was bright red. Her father sat stone-faced staring down at his daughter. If Hannah Abbott had been found to be directly under the influence of a spell or a potion, would she have faced charges for her acts while under such influence? Baron asked. No, Poole said, although everyone could see he was reluctant. She would not face charges. Poole was dismissed, and Baron rested her case without calling Hannah to the stand. The chief which called for a brief recess before closing statements. Hannah was led out. Hermione followed, Remus down, and to the small office Sirius had been allocated. She was relieved when she caught sight of Sue being led into her aunt's office rather than joining them. Harry greeted her with a small kiss on her cheek. Hey! He clasped her hand and drew her further inside, nodding a hello to Neville. How are you? It's weird. Neville sighed heavily. I don't know whether to be rooting for her to be found guilty or hoping she'll be found innocent. Blaise nodded sympathetically. I think it's an even split which way the Wisengamot will vote. Mary Barron's very good. Hermione commented. She's established that Hannah's own will was compromised by Crouch, and that she wouldn't have faced charges if magically she was considered still to be under the potions and charms that were used to subvert her. I hadn't realized there was magical research to suggest there was a possibility the effects were long-term. Theo said as he and Draco joined their small group and handed out glasses of juice. Well, contradictory research. Draco pointed out. There is a body of evidence that says otherwise. I'm surprised they didn't call Hannah. Blaise said. I'm not. Neville grimaced. She'd probably only declare Crouch to be innocent and come across as deluded. Exactly. Blaise said. It would prove she was nuts about him. Or it would have just underscored how rational she can be about choosing to believe in him. Harry pointed out. Neville sighed again, misery written all over his face. Can we talk about something else? Hermione cast a sympathetic glance in his direction and turned to Harry. Did you speak to Madame Marchbanks about your exams? Harry nodded. I'm due to sit them in 2 weeks' time. That's not an awful lot of time to study. Hermione murmured, worrying at just how little time it was. I have the practical side down. Harry said with a shrug. I just need to brush up on the theory. I was thinking, well, hoping my girlfriend might have some thoughts about a revision plan. Do you too have to be so sickening? Asked Draco bluntly. Hermione and Harry exchanged an amused look before turning back to Draco and answering in unison. Yes. Hermione smiled happily as the others laughed. Draco gave a long-suffering sigh and rolled his eyes at them, but the sly amusement in his expression gave away his own feelings in the matter. Hermione tightened her grip on Harry momentarily. She had felt so much more settled about her relationship with Harry since the battle, and if she was truthful, the mind-healing she'd had, realizing her own insecurities had made her uncertain about Harry's affections had been a revelation. She was working on her self-esteem. She wasn't going to just assume she and Harry would automatically end at some point and she would lose him. It was a work in progress, but Hermione already felt 10 times happier and immeasurably more hopeful. It also helped that she and Harry had been pretty inseparable since his return. He turned to her for comfort and support, and Hermione turned to him. She had a sneaky feeling some of it was Morgana's protection and how she had used Hermione as her avatar. But if the protection was encouraging Harry to turn to her, she wasn't going to complain. "Has Weasley talked to you about his Quidditch idea?" asked Draco, changing the subject pointedly. Harry sighed and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "Yeah." Hermione grimaced. Ron's Quidditch idea was the only thing Ron seemed to want to talk about. The idea of playing a memorial pickup game, similar to the one the school had played at Yule once the pitch was rebuilt in order to reclaim the ground, was a good one. But Hermione could sense how uncomfortable it made Harry, and prompted Draco impatiently. "I think it's a good idea," Harry said cautiously. "So, you'll be the other seeker?" asked Draco. "Ron's asked, but I'm not sure." Harry shrugged. "I didn't play last year because of the tournament, and I haven't passed the exams yet to confirm my place in Hogwarts for next year." As excuses went, they weren't bad, but Hermione knew the boys around her were well aware that Harry's decision had nothing to do with fairness about who had played the year before and his exams. "We should head back in," Hermione said before they could get into a protracted discussion about it. They all trooped back to the chamber and retook their seats. Scrimgeour rose to give the closing statement for the prosecution. "Members of the Wisengamot, the prosecution acknowledges that Hannah Abbott was targeted by Bartemius Crouch, Jr. She was systematically groomed into being his spy at Hogwarts, and we acknowledge that she was subjected to both suggestibility potions and compulsion charms during the period Crouch was uncertain of her loyalty." Hermione worried her lip. Had Miss Abbott been arrested and found to have these potions or charms still being administered, she would have faced a very different past month. However, the potions and charms had not been used for months. On the night Miss Abbott attacked students on her way to perform her miserable mission for Crouch. On the night she attacked and captured Professor Trelawney. On the night she opened the door to the man she believed was her beau and allowed him to bring an invading force of dark creatures and mercenaries into Hogwarts. On that night, she had no suggestibility potion present in her bloodstream, nor was she under the sway of any compulsion charm. Hermione darted a look at Hannah. She looked pale, her head bowed. "Do these things have long-term effects?" "Perhaps they do, and perhaps they don't. The experts seem conflicted. What I know is that the law currently does not acknowledge that there are long-term effects. It makes no allowance. You have the potion in your bloodstream and are compromised, or you don't and your actions are your own free will. You either are under the compulsion or you are not." It was a good legal argument. Blaise sent Hermione a quick look over Neville's head, which told her he thought the same. "Do I consider Hannah Abbott a victim?" "Yes. And when we get to sentencing, that is where we should consider how she came to make the decisions she made and do the acts she performed. Do I consider her innocent? No." Long after Crouch stopped giving her potions and compelling her to silence, Hannah Abbott chose to stand beside Bartemius Crouch, Jr. in his criminal acts. People died and suffered injury due to her actions and decisions. They deserve justice. I ask you find her guilty of all charges. Mary Barron got to her feet and smoothed her green robes. They were high-necked, sleeves down to the wrists, and a tight row of buttons went all the way down the center. She looked coolly classy and professional. At the age of 14, Hannah Abbott received a letter from an admirer, one that was coded in a compulsion charm to read and to keep silent about. She received several more such letters through September, and by Yule believed herself to be the true love of her correspondent. She did not know his name at first, only that he told her she was sweet and beautiful and that he trusted no one but her. He coaxed her into a pretend relationship with another student to give their secret relationship cover, and convinced her to go along with a ruse to get the young heir Longbottom alone at the ball, claiming he simply wished to talk with the boy and make amends for past wrongs. She paced a couple of steps beyond the table. When it became clear she had played a part in getting the Longbottom heir kidnapped by Crouch, she tried to pull out of Crouch's grasp. He subjected her to an increased campaign of flattery and persuasion, of seduction. He used suggestibility potions and compulsions to ensure her compliance and his success. When she was completely under his thrall, he stopped the potions and charms and continued brainwashing her from one belief system to another with the force of his personality, turning her further away from friends and family, who he convinced her would not understand and be against her, twisting her world until he was the center of it, and without him she would be alone. By the time of the battle at Hogwarts, Hannah Abbott was nothing more than Crouch's puppet, her acts and decisions nothing more than his pulling of her invisible strings. Baron was an impassioned speaker, and Hermione could feel her own heart ache for Hannah. Do I consider Hannah Abbott innocent? Yes. The young 14-year-old girl who found a letter on her bed would never have made the choices or performed the crimes she is charged with. That girl deserves healing and help to regain herself, not punishment. Do I consider Hannah Abbott a victim? Yes, but more, I consider her a survivor, but she will only continue to survive if we help her. The law has a letter and a spirit. I believe I know which should be employed here today. Baron returned to her desk. Hermione shook her head. She had no idea which way the Wisengamot would vote. Griselda got to her feet. This is perhaps the most difficult of the trials we have faced. Both sides have argued well. We will now take a vote on each charge. Raised wands will signify a guilty verdict. Lord Abbot will not be able to cast a vote given his relationship to the accused. Lord Black will hold both the Black and Potter vote, as Lord Potter only sits his seat as a courtesy in this procedure. On the charge of conspiracy to kidnap Neville Francis Longbottom, how does the Wisengamot find? Hermione's heart sank at the sea of wands. Sirius had raised his, as had Augusta Longbottom. Dullard rose from his seat. The Wisengamot finds the defendant guilty. A murmur broke out in the public gallery. On the charge of conspiracy to perform a terrorist act, Hermione watched as Sirius lowered his wand. The Wisengamot finds the defendant not guilty. A louder murmur erupted, and Griselda let off a small bang with her wand. Do not make me clear the gallery, she snapped. She glared everyone into silence and continued. On the charge of casting an unforgivable on Colin and Dennis Creevey, Hermione wasn't surprised at the not guilty verdicts that followed on that charge. On the charge of assaulting Susan Bones, on the charge of assaulting Trelawney, on the charge of performing a terrorist act in allowing the invading force into Hogwarts. It was far from unanimous, but it was enough to clear her. Wow, I guess most went with Baron's argument. Blaise muttered, I bet they found her guilty of colluding in your kidnapping because she did that before the potions. Neville's hands were in fists. I can't believe they found her not guilty of everything at Hogwarts. Lavender's going to be furious. Hermione noted. She glanced towards Sue, who looked angry enough to spit nails. Griselda called for order again. The Wisengamot has found Hannah Abbott guilty of conspiracy to kidnap. All other charges are dismissed. Arguments will be heard in the matter of sentencing on the guilty charge. Scrimgeour looked unhappy but got to his feet. The prosecution asks for the maximum sentence to be brought to bear, a 10-year stay in Azkaban. Miss Abbott willingly conspired to ensure her young friend was placed in danger. Regardless of whether she knew the endgame, she was aware of the dangers that night, as all members of the Potter Alliance were asked to ensure they were not alone at any time. Her lack of care for what happened to Neville Longbottom a bright young man who believed he was engaged in a romantic relationship with her, and who she was deceiving is nothing short of heartless. He gave way to Baron. Miss Abbott was under a compulsion to stay quiet about the request to ensure her companion was alone. She was under a false belief that the reason was innocent. After the events, she attempted to break away from Bartemius Crouch Jr. So disgusted was she at her involvement. As a result, she was subjected to potions and charms which kept her under Crouch's control. I believe she has been punished enough. The minimum sentence should be applied here. A 1-year remand to the care of St. Mungo's for mind healing. Griselda stood. We'll open this debate up to the floor in a moment. First, as much as it pains me to make this public, the Wisengamot needs to be aware that any sentence will need adjustment to allow for the safe pregnancy and birth of the child Miss Abbott carries. There was an immediate outbreak of mutterings, and Leonard Abbott looked as though he wished the floor would open up and swallow him. Bloody hell! Blaise said. Neville gave a heavy sigh. You knew. Blaise hissed. Neville nodded unhappily. Harry forewarned me this morning. Hermione, who'd been with Harry when he'd told Neville, slid her arm around Neville's in a silent show of support. Sue was told as well, I think. Neville said. Hermione glanced down the row and nodded, taking in Sue's sour expression and mutinous glare. Enough. Griselda fired off another bang. We'll hear from Regent Longbottom. Augustus stared down at Hannah for a long moment. Mary Barron spoke well in the trial. I cast my vote because I believe it is important we respect the spirit of the law, and there is no doubt Hannah Abbott was twisted by Bartemius Crouch, and that deserved to be recognized. The one act she remains guilty of performing is one which is close to me as it concerns the heir to my house, my grandson, Neville. It's true she lied to him about her interest, about her regard and affection for him. It's true she helped to engineer the circumstances which allowed him to be kidnapped. But I also believe she was horrified at the turn of events and regretted her actions in the immediacy of the event before Crouch convinced her otherwise with potions and charms. But whether she was naive or uncaring in going along with the request to ensure Neville was alone that night, she brought harm to the House of Longbottom. And while I do not believe the maximum sentence applies here, I would not see the harm done to my house dismissed by the awarding of a minimum sentence. Hermione nodded. That was fair. Lord Abbott. Griselda recognized him respectfully. Leonard Abbott rose to his feet. I know my voice is biased in these proceedings as her father, but I thank each of you for your consideration in voting. I know that the daughter I raised would be horrified at her actions at the Battle of Hogwarts. Her mother and I are devastated by the harm Crouch has caused Hannah. He has destroyed her, as thoroughly as though he threw the killing curse at her. I offer a third way forward. Hermione darted a look towards Harry, but he appeared as surprised as everyone else. Whether she ends up in prison or hospital, Hannah has no future here in Britain. If she responds to the mind healing and returns to her former self, albeit one scared by Crouch, her peers in time may forgive her, but they will not forget. Her child will suffer the stigma of being Crouch's heir, and she may come to resent the child as visible evidence of Crouch's crime against her. Abbott gestured down to his daughter. I propose, rather than St. Mungo's, Hannah be remanded to the care of the Valley Clinic, for her to be given the means to remain there, but in normal time for the rest of her life, for her parental rights to be legally overturned, and the custody of her child given to my wife and I. He stopped. Thank you. Selwyn was recognized next. While we are all tremendously aware of Lord Abbott's personal pain in this, I do not believe we should allow him to argue for what constitutes the minimum sentence with an exile thrown in. If he wishes to exile her, he should exile her, not use this body to do so. Sirius raised his wand, and Griselda nodded at him. This is not an easy task before us. Our voting on her innocence and guilt was not unanimous, and, despite my own belief that she was twisted by Crouch, I am not prepared for her to remain essentially unpunished in the sentencing of the one act she was found guilty of perpetrating. She did cause harm. I know exactly how much as I was there. Sirius looked around the chamber. I'm sympathetic to Lord Abbot, but I cannot agree with his proposal. Does she deserve as much as 10 years in Azkaban? No. But to simply suggest she needs a year of healing, it feels too generous, especially when you consider we have already been generous in acknowledging how far Crouch was to blame for her later actions. I actually don't have issue with the exile. I think ultimately it would provide those she hurt space to heal, and for her to find a new start once she has served her time. Selwyn got to his feet in response. Perhaps we should vote on a variant then of Lord Abbot's proposal? 5 years in Azkaban, with mind-healing sessions allowed and obviously enough care in the first 9 months to allow for her circumstances. The child to be given into the custody of her parents, and her parental rights removed. Thereafter, on her release from prison, exile from the British Isles to the Abbot location of her father's choice. Augusta stood. I find myself in agreement with Lord Selwyn. It is an acceptable compromise for the House of Longbottom. The vote was carried, and in short order Hannah was led away to prison. Well, Blaise said as the Wisengamot was dismissed, I'm glad I wasn't taking bets. I think I would have made a massive loss. Who could have predicted that? Hermione turned to Neville as they got to their feet. Are you all right, Neville? Neville considered her question for a long moment. He nodded sharply. It's not perfect, but it feels right. I think that's probably all you can ask of justice. August 4th, 1995. Harry had found a small, walled garden near to the kitchens. It was quiet and perfect for studying, and Harry wandered out with his potions texts and a list of required reading Hermione had prepared for him. She was spending the day at the DOM investigating the whole topic of the ritual, her role as Avatar, and the potential implications. She'd been incredibly excited and practically vibrating with energy at breakfast. It hadn't stopped her, leaving him strict instructions for his study plan. His lips quirked upwards in amusement. Hermione was determined to make sure he did well, and he was happy enough to indulge her. He had insisted on a whole day off on his birthday, and he had laid down some ground rules for the rest of the plan too, time off for flying and for his animagus study. He was working on his Grim form. He could easily transition to the lion, wolf, and snitch, but he wanted to share a form with Padfoot. Harry slowed as he realized someone was already present. There were only a few members of the Alliance outside of the House of Black who were still at the estate, and he wasn't too surprised to find that the other occupant of the garden was Neville. The Longbottoms, along with Blaise, had decided to stay while Augusta had some renovations done to the manor. They'd moved back when Sirius and Harry left for Australia, which was also when Remus intended to bring over a small contingent of his pack. The other family, who had stayed surprisingly, had been the Greengrasses. Harry had determined that was politics. Daniel was consolidating his place as Sirius's right-hand man, since Augusta had a firm role as Sirius's right-hand woman. He figured Daniel wouldn't leave until Augusta did. It had surprisingly worked out. Daphne provided Hermione with some much-needed female company to offset the number of boys in the house. Astoria, her younger sister, had struck up something of an odd friendship with Draco. Harry figured his Slytherin cousin was simply waiting to Hogwarts and being out from under the watchful eye of parents before he asked Astoria on a Hogsmeade date. Harry smiled at Neville, who was elbows deep in a flower bed. Hey, do you mind if I join you? Neville shook his head. So long as you don't mind me digging. Go for it. Harry said. What exactly are you doing anyway? Planting some of the cuttings Sirius wanted. Flowers mainly, but there's a prickly pear bush. Neville explained, succinctly. One of the elves was going to do, but... He sighed. I really miss my greenhouses. So Neville had co-opted the work. Harry winced sympathetically as he sat down on a nearby bench. Not long, now, until you'll be back in your own place. Neville nodded. Don't get me wrong, it's been great being here. He looked over his shoulder at Harry and grinned at him. I think we needed it right after the battle, and everything. He turned back to the flower bed abruptly, and Harry figured he was thinking about Hannah again. Are you looking forward to the new hothouse you got for your birthday? Harry asked, subtly redirecting Neville back to his favorite topic. Neville immediately brightened, and immediately began waxing lyrical about his plans. As some of Neville's experimentations were for their shared business ventures, Harry listened intently even as he began to organize his books into order. Neville slowed to a halt and pointed his trowel at the stack of books. Potions? Harry nodded. I really need to brush up on the theory. Hermione schooled me on the brewing all yesterday, but I realized I'd struggle with the essays. It had felt strange the day before staying home from the Wisengamot and watching Sirius go off alone, but it was what would usually happen, and Harry had simply been happy to have the time for studying. Neville grimaced. Yeah, they were pretty hard in the exam we had. Where's Blaise? Asked Harry. Over at the Patils. Neville waggled his eyebrows expressively. Doing homework. Harry burst into a surprised huff of laughter. Really? He's pretty taken with Padma. Neville said. Actually, he wanted me to go with him. He thinks Parvati still likes me. You're not interested? Asked Harry. Neville shrugged. Harry debated for a moment before he sighed. Not every girl is going to be pretending like Hannah was. Parvati really did have a thing for you at the beginning of the last school year. I know Neville shifted to face Harry. It's difficult knowing the first girl I kissed was only in it because Crouch was weirdly obsessed with me. Harry frowned. Hannah was interested in you before he got his hooks into her. It had occurred to Harry that Hannah's interest in Neville might have even increased her worthiness to Crouch. Maybe. Neville said, It doesn't matter. I'm not quite ready to get back on that broom. You know, I can empathize. Harry commented dryly. Neville sent him a sympathetic grimace in response. Ron's still on at you to do the Quidditch match. Harry shrugged. It is a good idea. But you just don't want to go anywhere near the pitch. Neville stated matter-of-factly. I know it's stupid, began Harry. It's not stupid, Harry. Neville interrupted him. I don't really want to go back into the corridor where I killed that snake, and where Caroline saved Bill. I can imagine a little bit how you must feel. Harry sighed and put his book down. It's not so much knowing he and Crouch were killed there. He paused before giving into the urge to confess something he hadn't confessed to anyone outside of Sirius and his healers. I died there. When you saved us from Crouch's bomb. Neville said, quietly understanding immediately. I died, and I think I was with my parents, but then... Harry gestured towards the house. My bond with Sirius brought me back. Neville got up and moved to sit beside him. A solid, comforting presence by his side. I haven't really talked about it much. Harry admitted quietly, his fingers playing with the edges of his book. Sirius knows. Neville said. Yeah, Harry said. And the healers. He sighed and pushed a hand through his hair. I was pretty messed up when I woke up. I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. I think mostly it was because I knew I'd have to tell Sirius about dying, and I was scared to tell him. He shook his head. Turned out he just knew. He had a suspicion that Death hadn't been joking when he'd called them his Grim and his Raven, and who knew what that meant? A lot of the time at the clinic was me coming to terms with it. I mean, there was a lot of other stuff too, but I didn't even admit it to myself until I started talking. Neville nudged his shoulder gently with his own. Most people would have drowned just with the other stuff. Harry shrugged. I think I may be in therapy until I'm 30. He said dryly. Neville laughed. He poked at his boot laces with a dirt-streaked finger. I think we're all going to be in therapy for a while. He lifted a shoulder at Harry's mildly questioning look. It's not just Hannah or what happened. I haven't really ever talked about my parents before. He ducked his head down. Harry placed a comforting hand on Neville's shoulder briefly. He wondered if he should ask, but then went ahead anyway, knowing Neville would tell him if he was being too nosy. Is it helping? I think so. Neville said a touch hesitantly. I mean, I think I get why I am about some things now. I don't think I ever really thought about it before. Harry nodded in understanding. The first time I was at the clinic, it took a while for me to get how much growing up the way I did affected everything I did. He shook himself loose from the thought. He really didn't want to think about the Dursleys. That's just it. Neville said. I guess I realized I was really stuck on Hannah, on my relationship with her, because, everyone talks about how my parents were this perfect couple who got together at school, and I thought I should have the same. Harry nodded. He sometimes had wondered the same about himself and Hermione, and he was honest enough to admit that some of his want for them to make the distance was to emulate his own parents. I think I was more wrapped up in wanting that dream than wanting that dream specifically with Hannah. Neville continued. So, then I think, why am I so upset at her lying to me? Different thing, Nevada, Harry said softly. Neville shot him a quick sad smile. Yeah, I know. He sighed heavily. It's awful what happened to her. Awful what he did to her. It's weird thinking I'm never going to see her again. I just hope she gets better and starts over new somewhere fresh when she's served her time. Harry said diplomatically. He thought the sentence was a good compromise. Anyway, Neville said in a stronger voice, I think maybe I need to get my head around everything first before dating someone else. Sounds like a plan. Harry said supportively. And maybe, Neville said, darting a look at Harry, you need to get your head around everything before you can play Quidditch at Hogwarts again. Harry snorted, but he conceded with a sharp nod. Yeah. Neville's eyes stayed on him, though speculatively, as though he could read Harry's impatience with himself, his shame that it was still a problem. You said you didn't talk for a while. Maybe this is like that. Maybe you just have to wait, and one day you'll be ready. Harry nodded slowly, agreement and acceptance stealing over him. Thanks, Nevada. Hello. Luna's voice heralded her arrival as she poked her head around the entry to the garden. Hey, Luna. Harry waved her forward. He vaguely remembered Sirius telling him at breakfast there would be reporters over to do an interview about the estate becoming a werewolf sanctuary. Luna had probably come over with her father. Neville grinned at him and went back to his gardening with a shy smile of welcome for the bubbly blonde Ravenclaw. Luna settled into Neville's vacated spot and picked up the textbook. Studying potions. Harry made a face. You want to quiz me? Luna nodded and pulled up her legs, sitting cross-legged on the bench. She reached for his first book and opened it up and tapped the author's name. Did you know Professor McGonagall convinced Pierre Fume to be our new potions professor? She might have crowed about it a bit at dinner last night. Harry said with a laugh. He was just happy it wasn't Snape. He was grateful to the other man for everything he'd done to help defeat Riddle and keep Harry safe in the effort, but he couldn't forget Snape had pointed Riddle at them in the first place. I'm going to be the care of magical creatures professor, Luna said matter-of-factly. And you'll be the defense against the dark arts before you become headmaster. Harry's lips twitched amused. What about the others? Draco will be the charms professor. Luna said. He wants a wand subject, and charms is his best. Sue will take over from you. She'll be in the Aurors until then. And Ron, Harry prompted, will help revolutionize physical education. Luna said cheerfully. He'll take over from Madam Hooch, but he's going to introduce lots of new things, even though he'll still be obsessed with Quidditch. Harry felt nothing but a warm contentment at the idea of the future. I think I'm a little envious. Neville remarked. You all have everything planned out. He grimaced and wiped his sweaty brow. I don't know what I'm going to do. Don't be silly, Neville. Luna said dreamily. You'll take over from Professor Sprout once you're done being Minister of Magic. Harry and Neville exchanged a shocked look, but by the time Harry looked back at Luna, she was already blinking and turning to the book. Are you ready for your first question? Luna asked brightly. Harry stretched exaggeratedly and nodded. Bring it on. He pushed thoughts of Quidditch and dying to the back of his mind. He had exams to prepare for if he wanted any kind of future. August 11th, 1995. Sirius watched as Cornelius revealed the memorial in the Ministry reception hall with a flourish. It took center stage, replacing the awful statue of the magical creatures. The main part of the memorial was a wall. It stood 8 foot wide by 6 foot tall, and a foot thick, a solid gray granite speckled through with gold. Etched upon the surface of one of its wider sides were the names of everyone who had lost their lives in the fight against Riddle on the side of the light. Sirius had requested both his grandfather's and brother's names be included along with the Potters. On the other side of the wall, the surface was etched with all those who had taken part in the battle on the night of the solstice eve. Every being who'd fought, whether werewolf, elf, wizard, or witch, was mentioned. They'd insisted much to Cornelius's distress that neither he nor Harry were given any special treatment, just that their names were included with the others. Cornelius had reluctantly agreed. The only thing Harry had requested was the inscription at the top where, "There is love, there is life." Cornelius had also reluctantly agreed to postpone any reward ceremony until much, much later. Sirius had been firm that everybody needed to heal first before they started congratulating themselves. The award recipients could be told in private to ensure they understood their contributions were being recognized, but a public ceremony would wait. He knew Cornelius wanted to give him and Harry an Order of Merlin. Personally, Sirius wasn't fussed about the award, and he knew Harry just felt a great deal of distaste at the idea of being rewarded for defeating Riddle. Harry was still recovering emotionally from the battle. He and Ron had argued badly a few days before about the proposed Quidditch match. Ron had apologized the next day, Ron presumably getting a lecture from everyone about not pushing Harry in. Harry had forgiven him, as Harry was apt to do with Ron. Sirius suspected Harry had finally confided in Ron about just how much healing Harry still had to do. Ron had certainly been more sensitive about the entire topic since. Harry shifted beside him, sending him an inquiring glance. Sirius offered him an apologetic grimace. Harry was far too tuned into him. He wondered if the tether had something to do with that. They needed to talk about it at some point, but Sirius had put it off, focused on getting Harry through immediate concerns such as his physical recovery, then their return and the trials, and finally Harry's delayed exams, which would determine his schooling. But they were going to have the discussion sometime, maybe after their Australian vacation, and before Harry returned to Hogwarts. Sirius brightened at the reminder of their imminent trip. They were due to leave later that evening, arriving into Australia in the early hours of the morning. They'd go to bed and get up around lunchtime. Sirius had a feeling the time difference was going to take some getting used to, but it would be worth it. It would be good to catch up with Simeon, Anna, and Jason. He knew Simeon hadn't been too pleased to have been kept out of the battle, but they had needed someone safe in case the battle hadn't gone the way they had wanted. Simeon had requested some time to speak to Sirius one-on-one, and Sirius had a sneaky suspicion that Simeon was going to tell him that he was planning on transferring back to Britain. And now, Cornelius announced, dragging Sirius's attention back to the memorial, "I'd like to ask Director Bones and Director Croaker to light the everlasting torches. The flames will never die, and their presence will remind us of all who sacrificed and fought for our peace." Sirius watched as Amelia and Bertie stepped up, one at each end of the wall. The gold holders were simple in shape, almost like oversized candlesticks. They were ornately etched, though, with beautiful calligraphy, which told the story of Riddle and his downfall. Amelia and Bertie raised their wands to the cup part of the torch holder and silently lit them in unison. Two strong flames immediately sprang into life. It was a fitting memorial. With the lighting of our torches, our main ceremony is now concluded. Cornelius said loudly, "I'd like to invite you all to stay. The ministry ballroom has been opened for refreshments and sitting." He stood down from his lectern and led the way out to the open door just behind him. Sirius wasn't surprised when Harry lingered in his seat rather than getting up immediately. He finally nudged him into motion, and they walked over to the wall. Harry reached out and gently touched his parents' names. Sirius swallowed hard against the lump in his throat. Bill stood at the other end of the wall. His eyes were pinned to Caroline's name. Sirius was pleased to see that there was more acceptance in Bill's expression than guilt. Bertie moved up to the young Weasley heir, and Sirius let his own gaze drift back to the wall. There were so many names, so many had given their lives. Hermione walked up to Harry and took his hand, resting her cheek momentarily on his shoulder. "You okay?" she asked lowly. "Yeah." Harry sighed. "It's a good memorial. It just doesn't seem enough." It was his turn to nudge Sirius. "Ready to head into the ballroom?" Sirius cast one final look at the wall and nodded. He glanced back to see the Delacours approaching Bill and wondered what that was about. Fleur's teaching him French. Harry explained, making Sirius realize he'd asked the question out loud. "Really?" Sirius drawled, amused despite himself. "She's the new Gringotts employee?" Harry nodded, and a small smile flitted over his lips. "I think Vivian's planning to matchmake once they get to France. Apparently, it's rare Avila finds someone who doesn't have a reaction to their allure." Sirius agreed absently. It would be a good match if Bill allowed himself to fall for the girl. The Delacours were well placed in French society, and she would make a great addition to the House of Weasley. The ballroom was a press of people, and Sirius guided them through the crowd to the table Andy had staked out at the back. Theo sat sandwiched between her and Ted. Narcissa was in attendance, as the baby had been left in Dobby's capable care. Dora had also insisted on attending despite being very pregnant. Sirius grimaced. Baby Lupin was due at the end of September, and since Narcissa had effectively taken part in the ritual during her last month, Dora had been insistent that attending a memorial was a piece of cake by comparison. Remus hovered at Dora's side, as though he was anticipating her going into labor at any moment regardless. It would have been hilarious if Sirius wasn't also a tad nervous about the same thing. He was really going to miss Reggie during his vacation, and on his return, when they'd head home to Griffin House. Narcissa and Draco were moving to a newly purchased black property near to Andromeda. Malfoy Manor was being locked down until Draco was old enough to take ownership. While Lucius was the head of the house, the wards would allow him to enter freely, and Narcissa wasn't prepared to place herself and her children into such a vulnerable position. Draco had accepted the move with surprising equanimity. He excused himself from the table once Harry was settled, sending his son a sympathetic look as Hermione started to quiz him again on how his final exam had gone the day before, and started to make the rounds. He had barely said hello to 3 people before he turned around and found himself face to face with Severus Snape. Black. Severus sneered. Snape. Sirius drawled back. He raised his glass. How's your new position? Severus inclined his head, his heavy fall of black hair almost obscuring his face. Acceptable. He glanced around swiftly, eyes landing on Harry. You do not have to be concerned. I will not approach him. Sirius sighed. He doesn't hate you, he just doesn't forgive you. Like father, like son. Severus stated. Sirius almost bit his tongue in the effort to stop himself from snapping back. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet for what you did in the graveyard, so thank you. Severus looked as though he'd been slapped. Our paths may cross in future. Sirius pointed out. We may still not like each other much, but we managed a civil and even grudgingly good working relationship there at the end. I'd like to think we can continue to be adults about this and leave our past in the past. Severus gave a slow nod. A reasonable suggestion. Sirius breathed out slowly. I should return to my work. Severus said, looking around with barely hidden horror. Shanghaied were you? Sirius asked, keeping his amusement well hidden. Director Croker is very much like Albus in some ways. Severus admitted dryly. He gave a short bow of his head. Lord Black. Unspeakable Snape. Sirius let him go with some relief. His interactions with Snape were never going to be easy, regardless of their mutual attempt to maintain civility. And Snape was right. He was never going to forgive him for telling Riddle the prophecy. His efforts to defeat Riddle, to keep Harry safe, they didn't wipe away that act. He figured Snape rather felt the same himself. Sirius took a sip of his drink and made for Daniel at the wizard's signal to join his group. It didn't matter in the end. Any of it. Their schoolhood angst was buried in the past. Snape's sins well. He'd answer for those when he met Lily in the afterlife. And while their paths might cross with Snape's new position with Bertie, Snape was gone from Sirius's everyday life, from Harry's. It was time to move on. Happily Ever After, Chapter 4. August 26, 1995. Remus winced as Harry made another sharp turn in the sky and rubbed his head wearily. And then the shark turned pink with purple polka dots. Sirius said, finishing the tale of scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef with aplomb, or at least Remus thought that was what the tale was about. Very nice pads. Remus said absently. Sirius snorted loudly, finally dragging Remus's attention back to his old friend and away from Harry's flying. You weren't listening, Moony. I was. Remus caught Sirius's knowing look. All right, I wasn't listening. How can I listen when Harry is up there doing that? Flying? Asked Sirius dryly. Have you seen the acrobatics he's doing? Remus argued, turning away from the window and pacing back to his seat in front of Sirius's desk. He's going to fall and turn into Snitch and be perfectly fine. Sirius completed. He looked at Remus speculatively. So what's going on with you, Moony? Remus lasted for all of a second before he gave a frustrated cry and collapsed into his seat. She's driving me mad. Sirius's lips twitched and Remus's eyes narrowed on his oldest friend. Sirius remained silent and expectant. I swear the last couple of weeks, she's just trying to make me go gray. Remus complained plaintively. I mean, the food cravings are weird enough, and she can't sleep except on her back, so don't get me started on the snoring or the need to visit the loo every 5 minutes. But then she keeps insisting on going for long walks around the estate and into the alley. She's bought out every shop. She can't possibly need anything else. Sirius calmly got up and walked over to the side cabinet. He poured a single glass of whiskey and brought it back to Remus. Drink it, Moony, Sirius ordered briskly. Remus frowned, but he followed the instruction. The warmth of the alcohol, hit the back of his throat before flooding through the rest of him. He grimaced a little at the taste. So, Dora's very pregnant, and she's driving you mad because you're in overprotective Moony mode. Sirius summarized, sitting back down. That's... began Remus indignantly before catching sight of Sirius's knowing gray eyes and deflating, fairly accurate. Look, you only have another month. Sirius said soothingly. And you'll have a wonderful baby boy at the end of it. I might not survive another month. Remus protested grumpily. Sirius coughed to hide a laugh. I'm sure as my best friend you're supposed to be more supportive, complained Remus. Honestly, if she's not driving me nuts with her independence, it's her cravings or her suggestions for names. I thought you'd settled on John Theodore, queried Sirius with a touch of bewilderment. Remus didn't blame him. They had settled on the name before Sirius had left for Australia, but then Dora decided it was too boring. Remus said tersely, "She wants to call our son Ziggy." Sirius wasn't quite quick enough to disguise the bark of laughter, but he waved an apologetic hand and gestured at Remus. "What can I do to make it better, Moony?" Remus sighed. "You're doing it," he admitted. "It was good just to talk to Sirius face to face. I missed you these past couple of weeks." "The holiday was good," Sirius said, "for both me and Harry." Remus nodded. He could see it had been in the healthy glow of Sirius's skin, the peaceful look in his eyes, and the good weight he'd put on. "So is Simeon coming to Britain?" he asked, changing the subject away from his impending parentage and Dora's strange pregnancy quirks. "Yes," Sirius said. "He wants to come closer to the family. But Anna wants to stay in Australia until the baby is born, so they won't move until next summer." Remus nodded, remembering how chaotic his and Dora's move to the farm and back had been. "Makes sense. How about you?" Sirius pointed to the window, where Harry's flying antics with some of the younger members of Remus's pack continued. "Pack settled in. Yes, although they're pleased we're still keeping the farm as a second sanctuary until things get settled politically," Remus said. "Patrick doing better?" Sirius asked. Remus smiled at the mention of his beta. "He's doing very well. The prosthetic is great. He's getting better every day. And getting closer with Sion." Remus was almost certain they were sleeping together. "I've been invited to an alpha meeting in Paris early next month. I think Gregor and Robert are keen to make the alliance permanent." "Good," Sirius said. "Stability can only be a good thing, right?" Remus nodded. "But it will mean my duties to the pack will take precedence at times, and we should really discuss whether it's appropriate for you to stay as our steward." Sirius finished. "I'm staying," Remus said firmly, a stubborn glint appearing in his eye. "I just need help." He gestured with the empty glass. "If I was yours and Harry's steward, only it would be fine, but I also look after the Wenlock and the Malfoy estates, and now Knott's and Dumbledore's." Sirius winced. "Well, to be fair, Albus only really left a lot of books. His personal wealth wasn't all that much." Remus allowed. Sirius pointed at him. "What's your proposal?" "Patrick can cover the paperwork and most of the duties associated with my alpha duties, and I get a secretary to assist him." Remus immediately began. "There's a young werewolf, Kevin, who has just joined us. I think he and Patrick would be a good team. That takes care of my pack's day-to-day needs." "Clara, still helping you with the steward duties?" Sirius asked. Remus nodded. "I want to put her in charge of the Black Estates under my supervision." Sirius inclined his head in agreement. "I'll retain the Potter Estates, personally." Remus stressed. He didn't want to put Harry's future into anybody else's hands. "That still leaves all the others." Sirius said dryly. "Christopher Wenlock begins his service at the beginning of September." Remus reminded him. They'd had a meeting with the Wenlocks just before the trip to Australia. While their mother was still frosty towards Sirius and Harry, the kids were respectful and pleased to be included in the discussions of their future. I'd like to put him in charge of looking after his own estates, mentoring him in that so he learns. The aim would be that once he is shown he can be a good steward, we'd expand his duties to other estates. And in the meantime, prompted Sirius, I'd like to hire someone else to be the steward for the Malfoy, and not estates. Remus concluded, I have a candidate in mind. He passed over a single piece of parchment. Victor Crumb. Sirius's voice was heavy with surprise and incredulity. Remus smiled smugly. Crumb took a curse, which means he's healing for the next year, and out of Quidditch. He wants to stay in England and continue his courtship of Natalie Warren. Wouldn't surprise me if they announced an engagement. They've barely been separated since the battle. Sirius placed the parchment down. So, you stay as steward, delegate more to your deputies, and supervise 2 juniors? This right. Wenlock and Crumb both took estate management at Durmstrang. Wenlock was being groomed by his father to take over eventually and knows most of the Wenlock estate. Crumb similarly has been taught by his father in regards to his own estate. Remus said firmly, neither are starting from scratch. Fine. Sirius gave in with a huff. I would have thought you'd be more pleased I found a solution that allows me to stay on. Remus said, a touch aggrieved. Sirius sat forward, leaning on the desk and clasping his hands. Remus, you and I both know that you only took the job because you wanted to help me and help Harry, and the steward's position gave you a way of doing that, and earning your keep your words, not mine. His gray eyes pinned Remus's gaze, and he was unable to look away. I would have happily have had you simply live with us as our friend and Harry's honorary Uncle Moe, but you and I both know your pride wouldn't have accepted that. Remus flushed because Sirius was right. And back then I could see you needed a reason to feel needed, to have something solid that gave you an excuse to be in Harry's life. Sirius continued, but that was then. Right now, you're family. You're a member of the House of Black because you're Dora's husband. You don't have to create a reason to stay in our lives. You'll always be a part of the family. Merlin, you would be even if you weren't married to Dora and didn't want the steward's job anymore. I know that. Remus felt compelled to say. Then why are you so determined to stay on as steward? Asked Sirius. You can't tell me you wouldn't rather be writing books or teaching or both. If you took on the pack fully and took a paying job as the pack's alpha witch, you could, because I know we set the terms of the trust for the pack to ensure the salary was included. You could do that. Remus sighed and slumped back in his chair. He gathered his thoughts into some kind of order before he looked back to Sirius and caught his gaze again. I know in my heart that you'd never turn me away, that I don't need to your steward to be part of your lives. I know that. I also accept that there are other jobs I might prefer to do. But, prompted Sirius gently, but last year I promised you I wouldn't walk away this time, and not being your steward? It feels like walking away. Remus stopped there because the lump in his throat wouldn't let him continue. Sirius sat back and nodded slowly. All right, but we'll review this when Harry graduates from Hogwarts. The relief almost turned his bones to jelly. Remus gave his own swift nod of agreement. That sounds fair. Sirius gave a low hum. When do we find out about his exam results? Remus asked, changing the subject. Sirius shot him a look which told him he knew exactly what Remus was doing, but he cleared his throat to answer. Tomorrow. We have a meeting with Minnie just before the memorial match. Remus glanced out towards the window, where Harry was still flying. Will he play? I'm not sure. For a moment, Sirius's face showed his worry and concern. He'll play if he's ready. He glanced back towards the portrait of his grandfather. Some things just take time. Remus frowned, wondering if he'd done the right thing to push Sirius to make peace with his grandfather's memory. Dobby popped in right beside him, and it took all of Remus's control not to shriek like a startled teen. He glared at the elf. Dobby glared right back at him. Miss Dora be wanting something called Weetabix dipped into peanut butter sauce. Mipsy panicked called me. It's a muggle cereal. Sirius offered helpfully. Remus got up knowing his day was going to be spent hunting down his wife's latest craving in a muggle supermarket. Tell Mipsy, I'll take care of it. Dobby. The elf assigned to the estate was wonderful with the pack, but she was always nervous about telling him anything that might even hint she was criticizing Dora. Dobby popped out, and Remus turned to leave. He was almost at the door when Sirius called out to him. He turned back inquisitively, one hand on the door. I'm glad you're staying, Moony. Sirius said simply. I love you too, Pads. Remus said. He cleared the threshold and started to close the door. It was almost closed when he heard a soft sigh, and, time to wake up, grandfather. Remus closed the door and smiled. Because he'd been watching him closely, Harry saw the moment when Dougal attempted to evade a bird and slipped from the broom. He immediately dived after the falling boy and managed to get alongside him within seconds. Harry reached out and grabbed Dougal, pulling him onto Harry's broom. Dougal clung onto him tightly as the broom lurched. Harry focused on keeping control as they descended. He was relieved when he steered them down without incident. Dougal was shaking as he clambered off Harry, and he lowered himself to the grass with evident relief. Harry summoned the runaway broom, which Dougal had fallen from. The broom zoomed through the sky and stopped beside Harry, hovering in midair a couple of feet from the ground. Dougal looked at the broom with horror. I'm not getting back on that. You should. Harry insisted firmly. You over-adjusted when you evaded the pigeon. That's why you fell. You just need to get back on and get over it. I fell. Dougal pointed out, fiercely. I would have been a pancake if you hadn't caught me. But I did, Harry said, and that's why you should always have someone with you until you get really competent. You're still learning. He dismounted and sat down beside the younger boy. You can't let this get to you. I have this friend, Ginny. She fell off a broom last summer. It was a really bad fall, and she broke her arm. But she didn't let it stop her. She kept flying, and she helped her team win the Quidditch Cup. Dougal lowered his head, his blonde bangs falling into his eyes. I'm scared. He muttered in such a low voice, Harry almost couldn't hear him. He searched for the right words to say. It's always scary, he began, when you fall or something goes wrong and you get hurt. Because when you get up and have to face doing it again, you know how it felt when it went wrong, when you got hurt. So why do it again? Dougal asked. Because if you don't face your fear and get back on the broom, you're letting yourself be constrained by it, and you're denying yourself an experience which you love and enjoy. Harry said, the fear will have won. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Harry's whole body vibrated with a realization, an epiphany. Wasn't he doing the same as Dougal, avoiding the Quidditch pitch? Yes, he'd almost died, but he'd survived. He'd lived, and he deserved to fully live. And maybe that was the thing he should focus on. Dougal gave a heartfelt sigh and pushed off the ground. He reached for his discarded broom with a stubbornly determined look. All right, I'll go up again, but I'll be with you, Harry promised, scrambling to his own feet. The thought stayed with him as he and Sirius wandered into Hogwarts to get the results of the exams Harry had sat earlier in the summer. Harry couldn't help but notice the bustling school preparing for the memorial match. You all right? Asked Sirius. You've been pretty quiet since we got back from the estate yesterday. Just thinking about things, Harry said as they moved through a restored corridor. Its pristine walls and floor gave no sign of the battle that had been waged within it. "Anything I can help you with?" Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. "Something I have to work out for myself." He smiled at Sirius. "But thanks." Sirius smiled back at him as they approached the gargoyle. "This have anything to do with you bringing your broomstick with you?" Harry flushed. He'd hoped Sirius wouldn't have noticed the shrunken broom in his robe pocket. "Maybe." Harry gave a half shrug and turned to the gargoyle. Before he could say the password, the gargoyle moved, granting them access. He and Sirius continued up the stairs. Sirius knocked sharply on the door before they entered. Minerva sat behind her desk, and to the side were Flitwick, Sprout, Babbling, and Moody. The latter two professors were new heads for Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Come on in, Harry." Sirius. She waved, and a set of chairs sprang up for them. Sirius ushered Harry into one, and took the other. "Well, how'd he go?" Minerva smiled warmly at Harry. "Welcome back to Hogwarts and Gryffindor, Mr. Potter." Harry grinned back at her. He'd thought he'd done enough to secure his place in the school, but it was good to know for certain. "Thank you, Professor." Sirius clasped his shoulder for a moment. "Well done, kiddo. Now, we need to cover your lesson plan for this year," Minerva said, tapping the parchment in front of her. "You've achieved outstanding passes in your defense against the dark arts, OWL, your charms, and transfiguration." Harry bit his lip. He hadn't realized he'd sat his OWLs. He'd thought they were just end-of-year exams. Your practical in your defense OWL is also noted as an outstanding grade at Newt level. Minerva continued, "But we need to bring up your theory knowledge before you could sit that." Harry darted a glance at Sirius, who looked torn between glee, pride, and shock. Sirius took a breath and seemed to pull himself together. "Independent lessons, then?" Moody nodded. "You'll be taking your defense with me, Potter." Harry gave the old aura smile. He liked Moody, and he couldn't think of a better head of house for Slytherin in the wake of the battle. "And independent lesson plans with both Professor Flitwick and myself," Minerva said. "We'll obviously cover your charms and transfiguration lessons." She gestured. "You may have heard that I have appointed Miss Warren to the position of Associate Transfiguration Professor, and as such she will only take the lower years. I'll retain schooling of the Newt classes until she secures her mastery." Harry nodded in understanding. Professor Babbling smiled happily at him. "I am also thrilled to say you also passed your OWL in runes with an outstanding. Do you wish to proceed to the Newt class?" "Please." He really enjoyed runes, and he was looking forward to the class. Hermione had also passed her OWL and would take the Newt with him. "The other classes will be taken with your year group," Minerva said. "On those classes combined, you came an overall fourth in your year, Harry, which given the distractions you faced is a remarkable achievement." Sirius beamed at him, the picture of a proud father. "You'll move back into the dorms and be required to wear the usual school uniform." Minerva continued. Harry nodded. He'd expected that, and while the idea of moving back into the dorm did worry him, he figured Ron and Neville would support him through it. With one addition, Minerva concluded. Harry frowned at her. Her lips twitched, and she tossed a badge to him. He caught it automatically, just like he had caught every snitch. He opened his fist, and in his palm lay a shiny prefect badge. "But," he began, "you and the 4 students who participated in the spell are being made special prefects." Minerva said briskly, "It recognizes the service and the bond you have with Hogwarts. Of course, the other usual house prefects will receive their badges today. They received special letters this morning." Harry wondered if Hermione had get one. She had been slightly despondent when the usual school letter had arrived without a badge attached to it. Luckily, Minerva had been there to explain that the prefect positions would be announced with the memorial. I would also encourage you to try out for the Quidditch team. Babbling said, it would be good for Gryffindor to retain the trophy. And on the subject of Quidditch, Minerva said briskly, rising, we should make a move and start to get things organized for today's match. Perhaps I could have a word with Harry while you are gone. Harry froze at the sound of Albus Dumbledore's voice. His eyes flickered up and left to the portrait he'd missed when he'd entered. Albus, began Minerva in an exasperated, remonstrative tone that told Harry she had warned the former headmaster from making demands and had been ignored. The other professors were also shooting looks of disapproval at the portrait. It's all right, Harry said before she could really get going. Minerva looked at him sharply. Are you certain, Harry? He nodded. If he was going to get back on the broom, he wasn't going to do it half-heartedly. He'd quite enjoyed talking with his Grandpa Black. Sirius's hand landed warm on the back of his neck. Do you want me to stay? Harry shook his head. Sirius squeezed gently and let go. Actually, Sirius, I'd like to speak with you on something. Minerva said, why don't we use your old rooms? Harry can join you there when he's done. Sirius nodded. Lead the way. Within moments, Harry found himself alone in the office. I am sorry, my boy, Dumbledore's portrait said. I did not mean to put you on the spot. Yes, you did. Harry replied evenly. If you really didn't mean to, you wouldn't have done it. Perhaps, Dumbledore said quickly, but I felt it was important we speak after what happened. When you didn't come to see me after the funeral, I believed I should take the next opportunity. We have spoken. Harry corrected the portrait. I spoke with you through the veil in my dreams. You told me you were ready for your next adventure, especially as you wouldn't have lived long with the injury you took, that I shouldn't feel guilty, that dealing with the aftermath of a war was tough. Dumbledore's portrait seemed completely taken aback. Extraordinary. Fawkes flashed into the office and flew to land on Harry's shoulder. He trilled at him gently. Harry, let the bird soothe him. I'm the master of the Hallows, Harry said, rubbing Fawkes's head. I'll always be able to call them and use their powers. That amount of power, cautioned the portrait, is dangerous. Harry nodded. The wand and the stone will cease to work when I die. He knew that like he knew the shape of his own hand. It just was. Their purpose will have been served. Purpose? Questioned Dumbledore. Harry wasn't unaware their conversation was gathering attention with the other portraits. Hogwarts stirred, the dragon opening her eyes and staring out into the office. The portraits are compelled to keep the headmaster's secrets. They will not speak of anything you say to anyone else. Harry raised an eyebrow. I'm not the headmaster yet. Yes, Hogwarts said dryly. You are, and have been since you appointed the four, who woke me. You just haven't assumed the position formally yet. Harry accepted that. He guessed she would know better than anyone else. I died, Harry said starkly. Fawkes let out another soothing trill. I don't remember much of it. Harry continued. Just overwhelming sense of peace, and my parents' love mostly. He hesitated and forced himself to say the rest. And death. Dumbledore's portrait had finally lost his twinkling eyes. You spoke with death? Not exactly. Harry closed his eyes. I stood with death on every battlefield. I was the raven on his shoulder, the dead around us, and the grim at our feet. I was in every moment of time, every possibility that was and will be. He opened his eyes and looked at Dumbledore. It's my past and my future. Death's champion. Hogwarts said, solemnly. Harry nodded. I thought it was just about Riddle, but But it's more than that. Plans and actions put into motion centuries ago. He felt the surge of butterflies in his stomach again, because there were glimpses of the future he could only just sense, things to come that he'd seen. Things he'd been denying and blindly ignoring as his body healed and his mind tried to make sense of it all. But he was done being afraid. It was time to get back onto the broom. Harry tilted his head towards Dumbledore. "I want to thank you, both for Sirius, and for me. We wouldn't be here if you hadn't stepped up." The portrait, Dumbledore, looked pleased. "You are more than welcome." Harry turned back to Hogwarts as Fawkes remained a stalwart weight on his shoulder. "Hogwarts?" "Yes, Headmaster." The dragon replied in Parseltongue, an amused understanding flitting across her reptilian features. "What can you tell me about Avalon?" Harry asked. The dragon stirred, wings stretching out for a long moment before settling again. She looked at Harry almost approvingly. "There is a tale of a once and future king," she began. Harry sat back to listen. It was much later when he left the office. He hurried to his and Sirius's old quarters, certain that Sirius was probably worried. He wasn't wrong. He found Sirius in his old room, looking out of the window at the busy rebuilt Quidditch pitch. It was teeming with people. He saw Sirius's relief at the sight of him written as bold and brash across Sirius's face before his father managed to wrangle his expression under control. "Good talk?" asked Sirius. "Yeah." Harry smiled sheepishly. "I got talking to Hogwarts." He sat down beside Sirius in the window seat. "I asked her about Avalon." Sirius's eyebrows rose, and he peered at Harry speculatively. "I carry Merlin's legacy." Harry said, "Hermione now carries Morgana's. I don't think that's a coincidence." "No," Sirius agreed with surprising solemnity. "Probably not." He gazed at Harry with silver eyes that suddenly saw too much. He stopped as though he was unable to actually say the words. How long did you spend with death?" "A second," Harry said. "An eternity." He gazed back at his father. "And you were always there beside me." Sirius reached over and cupped his shoulder. "And I always will be." His lips twitched. "Whether magic tethers me to you or not." Harry leaned into the touch, relaxing for the first time in what seemed forever. A movement outside the window caught his eye. The Gryffindor banner had been raised and was flying high from the north corner of the pitch. Sirius patted his shoulder and slipped off the seat. "Try not to give Remus a heart attack with the tricks you do." Harry grinned, contentment that Sirius just knew what Harry intended rushing through him in a wave of pleasure that Sirius knew him. He shooed Sirius from the room and called Dobby there was a uniform he needed to put on. He was more than a little surprised he didn't meet anyone on his way to the pitch. The corridors and staircases of Hogwarts silent and echoing with his footsteps. He jogged down the pathway, not slowing at the line of students waiting at the new players' entrance to the pitch. He saw the faces of some light up, some grinned knowingly as he passed them. He got to the front of the line, where Ron goggled at him with an open mouth, and Draco rolled his eyes expressively. Harry ignored them and nudged a widely grinning Ginny. "Can I cut in, Gin?" "You have to loan me your broom for my tryouts next year." Ginny retorted, her brown eyes shining with a familiar Weasley mischief. "Done," Harry said breezily. She stepped out of the line with an exaggerated step and ushered him into it with a sweep of her arm. She was giggling as the Gryffindor chasers pulled her back into the line by them. Ron finally closed his mouth and motioned at him. "Have to get back on the broom sometime," Harry said with a shrug. Ron looked at him, but seemed to think better about whatever he'd been about to say. "Well, just make sure you get the snitch." Draco sniffed. "Don't expect me to go easy on you, cousin." Harry just grinned back. "Right, then." Ron turned to the waiting lines. Don't forget the rules. Full team out at the start. Seekers stay on. 2 players change at the whistle on both teams. Players can swap roles about, but you should try and play the positions which are coming off. Beaters will swap out first, then chasers, then keepers. Any questions? There was a snicker of laughter. Further down the line, but everyone nodded, faces slightly anxious but eager to get going. And now, Lee Jordan's voice sounded over the pitch. Let's welcome the players to this Hogwarts Memorial pickup match. And the game was on. Theo watched as the first set of players took to the sky. He almost smiled as Harry was announced as one of the Seekers. He'd known the other boy wouldn't let his fear dictate his actions for long. After all, Potter was nothing if not a Gryffindor. Beside him, he could see Blaise handing over a galleon to a smugly satisfied Neville, while the Patil twins smiled at their antics. On his other side, Ted Tonks gently poked him. All right, Theo. Theo nodded. Ted was a comforting, solid presence. He was so unlike Theo's father in so many ways that it was a blessing, and yet Theo knew Ted cared about him already, saw him as a son already. It was evident in everything Ted did to make Theo welcome, to ensure he had all he needed. Theo might have felt guilty for the affection he already felt for the other wizard, but he knew his own father would want nothing more for him than to be safe and happy. Benjamin not had given his life to make that happen after all. If he understood Ted, Theo was at a bit of a loss about the women in his new family. Dora was a constant surprise. So unlike the pure-blood women Theo had been socially exposed to with his father's set of friends, yet so funny and kind and smart, she was a character. She was also settling into a big sister role with him so fast, Theo was hard-pressed to remember when she hadn't been part of his life. He was looking forward to the baby, to being an honorary uncle, even if he wasn't certain the latest name for the baby boy would stick. Remus hadn't looked all that happy at the idea of calling his son Romulus, and Theo couldn't blame him. But Dora looked equally unhappy at John. Andy was a revelation. She was at the same time the epitome of a pure-blood lady, and the antithesis of one. She had the manners and style of a lady, but her kindness and her generosity were astounding to Theo. He barely knew what to do with her maternal care. He had never truly had a mother figure before, but he figured he could quickly come to love it, and her. No, Theo was pleased. Harry and Sirius had welcomed him to the House of Black, and already he felt part of the family. His eyes strayed to the sky to where Harry was already leading Draco on a merry chase, and smiled. Harry Potter was destined for great things. Theo was sure of that. The defeat of Riddle was only the beginning. And Theo would be part of it, helping him, supporting him. Theo missed his father, but his future was something he looked forward to living. Oh, my goodness. Percy tugged Penny closer to him at her exclamation at Harry's maneuver. His arm was around her shoulder, and it felt good to have her close. He smiled back as she smiled up at him, warmly. He was pleased they'd decided to try again, pleased she'd given him a second chance. They'd taken things slowly all summer, gradually getting to know each other again. Percy hoped Penny could see how he'd changed. He winced remembering how stuck up he'd been about his ministerial job, how puffed up and self-important. He had been a prig. His hand strayed to his belly, where the faint scars of the werewolf scratches still remained. He had been so lucky. He had more of a taste for red meat, and he'd noticed he was restless around the full moon, but he wasn't a werewolf. His new job was a good one. Working in Brian Cutter's office as a legal secretary was giving him valuable experience, and, alongside his legal apprenticeship, he was on his way to becoming a legal advocate for witches and wizards with special circumstances. He sneaked another look at Penny, at her rosy cheeks and smiling lips, her bright eyes as they tracked Harry through the sky. Yes, thought Percy with satisfaction. It might not have been the future he had dreamed about, but he was happy with the future ahead of him. Amelia accepted the binoculars Brian handed her and peered with pride as Susan took to the sky, changing places in the pickup game with a chaser. Sue flew with confidence, dipping and diving. Amelia lowered the binoculars. Beside her, Richard winced and shifted his weight. Your ankle's fine. Amelia told her brother with exasperation. It hurts. Richard complained. You haven't been doing your exercises. Flick said, tucking her arm around her husband and leaning into him. Richard grimaced. They're silly. They're supposed to strengthen your muscles. Amelia retorted. Honestly, Richard, if you don't want to start walking with a cane, do your exercises. Yes, Mother. Richard said, and stuck his tongue out at her. Merlin, Flick said, laughing. Anyone would think you were Sue's age. They all turned to look at the young girl weaving in and out of the hoops. She's doing better, isn't she? Richard said quietly. Much better. Amelia agreed. She said she's looking forward to coming back to school and making a new start. She has good friends. Flick said warmly. The Alliance kids have been there for her. She smiled a little. She and Neville seemed to have picked each other up. Richard frowned. Neville. Flick slapped his arm playfully. Not like that. Her amusement dimmed. I don't think Sue will think about boys for a while. She misses Cedric a great deal. Richard nodded, but Amelia could read the relief in his eyes. Relief that as a father he didn't have to worry about his little girl being with boys. Have you seen the Abbotts? Amelia asked, wondering if they were attending. Richard shook his head. Leonard flooded me yesterday. They're going abroad for a while. He's asked me to be his proxy. I can't say I blame them. Flick added, I'm not sure I'd cope with the unremitting gossip here, either. She sighed. Karen won't even talk to me. It's a very difficult time for them. Amelia said. Brian nodded beside her. I've seen it happen with a lot of families who have a son or a daughter in prison. The shame and the guilt can be worse for them than for the culprit. A lot of people move homes trying to find somewhere they're not known. Richard sighed heavily. I think you're right. I think they're going to stay abroad. And truthfully, I think that's got to be the right move for them. As much as I hate what Hannah did to Sue, Flick shook her head, tears gleaming. It could so easily have been the other way around if Crouch had targeted Susan, and not Hannah. Amelia nodded. She was so deeply grateful that Crouch had looked to Hannah first. Of course, she didn't discount that Crouch might have discarded Sue as an option due to her own familial relationship with her. If it had made a difference in his choice, she couldn't help be thankful as guilty as that made her feel about Hannah. She hoped the combination of prison and mind healing would be the right one for the girl who had spent so many years of childhood as Sue's best friend. Her thought drifted as her eyes returned to the game. It had been a long summer since the battle, but a good one. It had been difficult dealing with the trials and the fallout of the battle, but it had been worth it. On a personal level, her family was safe. Sue was healing from the wounds she'd sustained with Hannah's betrayal and the death of her boyfriend. Richard was alive and well, his wife providing her family with love and support. Professionally, Amelia couldn't remember a better time. Politically, the landscape was stable, the Wisengamot revitalized and reformed. Cornelius was proving with the right guidance he could be a formidable minister. Bertie was reinvigorating the DOM with new blood and new ideas. Her own patch was also re-energized. The losses they'd taken in the battle seemed to have bonded the Auror and hit wizard forces. There were more new recruits than ever. She glanced over to where Sirius stood with the rest of the houses of Black and Potter. Her lips twitched. "What are you thinking?" asked Brian in a low voice, his mouth close to her ear. Amelia turned to him and smiled. "Do you remember telling me how you thought Lord Black would shake things up?" Brian's eyes widened as he recalled the moment in the corridor just after they'd convinced Cornelius to give over the custody. I do. You said you'd look forward to it. Well, I might not have enjoyed every minute, Amelia said wryly, but I'm so glad he did it. Brian gave her an understanding smile, his arms sliding around her waist. She gave in to the urge to lean against him. That reminded her. Brian, Amelia whispered, how do you feel about a trip to Italy? Bill rocked as Charlie punched his arm with overexcited enthusiasm. Did you see Ginny make that turn? Charlie shook his head. How did she do that? Ow. Bill stated, staring pointedly at his brother. Charlie didn't pay attention, his eyes already back on the sky. She's good. She's very good. I'm sure she's going to go into Quidditch. His mother said loudly. Bill looked at his mum shocked. He was beginning to think maybe the Wiccan ritual had given his mother a personality transplant. She had actually congratulated Bill on his assignment in Paris and had helped him pack. We probably should look at getting her a better broom, Arthur. Bill exchanged a did Mum really say that look with his dad, who shrugged and grinned, his freckled face alight with pride. Right you are, mollywobbles. His dad replied. She shoots. She scores. Charlie hooped. Excellent play. Percy agreed, dragging his attention away from Penny for a moment. Bill shook his head and returned his own attention to the game, where Ginny was exchanging high fives with another Gryffindor teammate, Katie Bell. Across the pitch, Fred, George, and Ron were applauding their sisters' run even if they had ended up on the other team. Your sister is a natural, non? Fleur said, suddenly reminding Bill that he'd played host to his French tutor. She is. Bill said, I don't think my mum's wrong. I think she's headed for a Quidditch team. Especially since his sister had embraced finding her own path and stopped focusing on becoming Lady Potter. She is good, Fleur said, and huddled into her coat when a blast of wind caught them by surprise. Bill offered up a warming charm, and Fleur smiled at him prettily. She was stunning and smart, very smart. When they'd been introduced at Gringotts, they'd immediately recognized each other, and Fleur had apologized for her behavior at the school when she'd had a crush on him. He had suggested they begin with a clean slate. They'd started a friendship which Bill was already coming to treasure. Fleur had provided him with a sympathetic ear about Caroline, and had been a stalwart support as he'd adjusted to working for Gringotts again and prepared for his latest assignment. He enjoyed her company, but he wasn't ready for anything more than friendship, and he rather thought Fleur was happy with the status quo too. Maybe one day that would change, and there would certainly be opportunity as Fleur would be part of his team in Paris. He was due to leave that week. He was looking forward to it. He would stay in the black apartment, but he had already secured a standing invitation to the Delacours, who had offered to show him around, and he had a challenging assignment to complete. The next couple of years would be busy. He had no doubt about that. But Bill was determined to keep up the bonds he'd reestablished with the rest of his family, the friendships he'd formed with Sirius, Harry, and Remus. There would be a service to the House of Potter once he was finished with Gringotts and building a future for his own house to make a difference again. He still didn't know if Caroline had been right, but he would live his life to the full and ensure her sacrifice was worth it. Draco rolled his eyes at the Weasley brothers celebrating their sister's goal. They were on the competing team. Still, he couldn't deny that the Weaslet was proving to be a very good chaser. The Gryffindor team was going to be hard to beat in the coming school year, especially with Harry resuming his previous place as Seeker. Harry was across the other side of the pitch running interference with Fred and George to help Ginny and the Bell girl score. He wasn't actively looking for the snitch, which was so far remaining elusive. Draco was hovering and keeping a lookout. Well, he would have preferred to have followed Harry around as he had at the start, since he suspected Harry had some preternatural ability to spot the snitch and therefore the best strategy was to follow him and hope he could beat him to it once it was spotted. But this was a friendly match, and he had eschewed his chase of Harry for a wait-and-see approach instead. He shook his head. He would never have believed that he would be so close to Potter, so close to Lord Black, so estranged from his father. But it had happened. His gaze drifted to where his mother sat in the stands, Regina in her arms. Draco wasn't ashamed to admit, if only to himself, that he was head over heels about his new baby sister. She was beautiful, a tiny, perfect human being who Draco was determined would never know Lucius Malfoy. His father was banished to South America and a Malfoy plantation there. By all accounts, he was drinking heavily and spending most of his days sozzled. Draco didn't wish his father dead, but he was happy the man was out of his life. He still had nightmares from the alternative events Hogwarts had shown to him. Hogwarts. It felt strangely right that his future was with the school. He was actually looking forward to teaching, to being a head of house. It would be a new start for the House of Malfoy, a better start, one that would give his baby sister everything she would ever need. A glint of gold caught his eye. The snitch, and Potter nowhere in sight. Draco dived after it gleefully. Augusta watched as Harry managed to intercept Draco's run and completely disrupt it, ensuring the snitch remained free. She rather suspected he'd done it, so the game played on. It was a touching sight. So many students had turned up to take part in the pickup game. They were all cheering each other on regardless of the team. And so many parents were doing the same. Her eyes strayed to where Neville stood with Blaise. She felt a moment's satisfaction at how happy Blaise looked. He had stayed with them the whole summer and looked better for it. She was quite certain the mind healing had helped him come to terms more with his relationship with his mother. Nora Zabini was still abroad and apparently seeing some Romanian duke. Blaise was quite enamored with the Patil girl, but Padma had a good head on her shoulders, and it looked like quite a good match. Unlike her grandson and Padma's sister. Parvati was a nice enough girl, but not for Neville. Augusta smiled to herself. She wondered if any girl would ever be good enough for her grandson. But she hoped that once he was over the disaster with the Abbott girl, he would find a good match, the same way Frank had found a match in Alice. Her heart ached a little at the thought of her son and his wife. She had moved them with Neville's blessing to a care home near to their manor. They would be well taken care of, and they could visit often. It seemed a better environment than that of St. Mungo's. Neville was pleased with the arrangement, and that was the only thing that mattered to Augusta. She watched as Neville laughed at something Blaise said, but turned in a gentlemanly fashion to the girl beside him to include her in the joke. He was such a good boy, she thought on a swell of pride. He had come into his own that year, with Harry's friendship, and the support they both received from Sirius and the House of Black. She believed Neville had a wonderful future ahead of him. She looked forward to seeing it, to being there to see it. To watch him as he did find a girl he loved, to watch him walk down the aisle. She would hold great-grandchildren in her arms one day, and she would happily tell them what a wonderful man their father was. What a hero he was on the day Harry Potter had defeated Tom Riddle. And so she would continue to build a world that would be safe for Neville and his future children. Her work in the Alliance was important, and she wouldn't step away from it until it was time for Neville to take her place. Neville turned to her as though he had felt her regard and raised an inquisitive eyebrow, asking silently if all was well. Augusta smiled back at him and nodded. She had Neville alive and whole. Her world was perfect. Neville smiled back at his gran and turned his attention back to the game. Draco had started shadowing Harry, and the two seemed to be engaged in a spirited discussion, probably about how Harry had thwarted Draco's glory. Neville simply grinned, and held out his hand. Blaise grumbled and put a galleon in it. "That's so not fair," he said. "When we made that bet, Weasley was the seeker." "You really didn't think Harry would miss this, did you?" asked Neville. He had been pretty certain Harry would overcome his trepidation and get back onto the Quidditch pitch. But he could understand the trepidation. Harry had died. Harry had died protecting them. If it hadn't been for his bond to Sirius, they would have lost Harry the night of the battle. Neville couldn't help feeling grateful at the quirk of magic that had kept his friend alive. He still felt his own trepidation about moving on and beginning to date again. He wasn't really on a date with Parvati. He was simply providing company for her while she accompanied her sister as a favor to Blaise. He whistled as Harry dove for the ground, fooling Draco into following him and forcing the Slytherin Seeker to cut up his own team's run at the goals. Neville laughed and shook his head. "Draco is going to go ballistic," Blaise said, grinning widely. "Crumb taught Harry that move when they practiced together," Neville said cheerfully. Blaise nodded. "Well, I think I know how this is going to end." Neville didn't doubt the outcome either. Harry was going to win. After all, hadn't he already won just by stepping back onto the pitch? By facing his fear? And if Harry could face something so momentous as dying then? Neville took a breath. He turned to Parvati and cleared his throat. "Parvati, how would you like to go on a date with me our first weekend back at Hogwarts?" Parvati's head snapped around to him so fast, he was worried she had injured herself. Her dark eyes were wide with surprise. "Really?" Neville nodded. "I'd like to take you on a real date." "Oh, Merlin!" Parvati squealed and clapped her hands together, happiness lighting up her face. "I have to find Lavender and tell her." She took 2 steps away from him before she suddenly realized she hadn't actually answered him and swung back around. "I mean, yes." Neville grinned and waved her away to find Lavender. He turned back to the game, feeling pleased with himself. "Really?" Padma said dryly. Neville glanced at her. Padma rolled her eyes and handed Blaise a galleon. Neville shot his friend an incredulous look. Blaise grinned at him. Reckless Gryffindor courage at its finest. He slapped Neville on the back. "Never change, Nevada," and Neville burst out laughing. Ron grinned as the whistle went, and he retook to the skies. He exchanged places with Seamus, who handed him the beater's bat with a wide smile. Beater wasn't Ron's best position, but the rules said the players swapping had to play the position which was up. Only the Seekers stayed the whole game in the same position, as they were the only players exempt from swapping at the whistle. He really hoped he'd still be in the air when the snitch was caught. He was glad he had ended up back on Harry's team. He was even gladder that Harry had decided to play. He still felt bad about the argument they'd had earlier in the summer. He hadn't meant to put Harry under any pressure. It was just important to him. The match was about more than Quidditch. It was about remembering the night of the battle and everyone who had fought, everyone who had lost their lives making sure Riddle and Crouch didn't win, everyone who had succeeded and come away with scars. It was about retaking back Hogwarts and shouting aloud that the damage they'd done wasn't lasting, wasn't going to stop them. Ron knew Harry knew it was important though, and he'd been stupid to push him. He'd apologized, and Harry had explained enough that Ron had apologized again, and backed off completely. Ron figured there was more to Harry's previous reticence than simply not wanting to step foot where Riddle had been, where he'd had to end Riddle. Ron was confident that Harry would tell him when he was ready. But then Harry being Harry had come through in the end, just like he always did. And in the meantime, Ron smashed the bludger towards Angelina, who'd ended up as a chaser on the other team. She dodged it, but had to pass the quaffle, and she shot him a look. He grinned back at her. He felt a sense of peace steal over him as he flew over to intercept a bludger headed for Harry. This, thought Ron contentedly, was his future. Hogwarts. Himself, Harry, and their other friends. Probably Hermione would take over in the infirmary once she became a healer. Luna was convinced Neville would one day join as a herbology professor. It would be great. Even better, his mum fully supported Ron going into Quidditch first. Actually, his mum was supporting all of them. It was weird. She hadn't yelled at Bill for going to Paris, or Ginny for saying she wanted to be a professional Quidditch player. Ron shook his head. Bill's theory was that the Wiccan ritual had somehow affected her, but Hermione had laughed at that. Her theory was simpler, that his mum was just pleased that her family had survived to live the lives they wanted. Ron glanced back to the stands where his family was gathered. They were really lucky. Apart from Fred's ear, some bruises and scratches, they'd all come through relatively unscathed. He didn't think he'd ever take his family for granted again. The night of the battle had given him a glimpse of how terrifying it would be to lose them, and no money or title or recognition would have made up for losing any one of them. His gaze moved to Harry weaving in and out in a lazy pattern on the other side of the pitch. Ron was done being envious. Ron was pleased his friend had found a family with Sirius and the rest of the House of Black. He deserved a family, a father who loved him. And Harry deserved a best mate who supported him. Ron renewed his personal vow to do better, and batted away a bludger. He shook himself ruefully. Maybe he'd better get his head back in the game first. His future could wait a while longer. Hermione touched the necklace she wore and reassured herself again that Harry was fine. Sure, he was doing his usual insane things on a broomstick, but he was fine. It was tremendously reassuring knowing he could change into a bird and be safe if something happened. She still remembered all too well the horrifying moments when he'd fallen from the broom after the Dementors had invaded in their third year. She fingered the letter in her pocket. It informed her she would be awarded a prefect badge at the closing ceremony for the memorial match. If she hadn't wanted it, she was to have informed the headmistress. But Hermione did want it. She wanted it very much. Just like she wanted the head girl position one day. She sighed. She was prepared to admit her academic ambitions were probably not her most attractive feature. She was happy with the news in the letter that the usual prefects would be joined by 5 new special prefects: Ron, Luna, Sue, Draco, and Harry. Neville had been given the other Gryffindor 5th year badge. Theo had secured the Slytherin prefect position along with Daphne, Padma, and Anthony in Ravenclaw. Justin, Finch-Fletchley, and Lily Moon in Hufflepuff. She wondered how the special prefects would fit into the usual model. Hermione shook herself and returned her attention to the match. Harry was being followed closely by Draco, but he didn't seem to be actively chasing or looking for the snitch. She was glad Harry had decided to play. She knew he'd been reluctant to do it, still caught up in memories of what had happened at the battle. She had almost throttled Ron when he'd pushed the matter. But that was Ron. There were times he was just too passionate and tempestuous about something, and he pushed too far. She figured even his newfound maturity the memorial match had been Ron's baby, that he'd still have moments of being, well, Ron. Luckily the boys had been quick to make up, and the argument had blown over with Ron surprisingly accepting of Harry's position. She had a feeling it would be something of a characteristic of their friendship, especially as Harry wasn't happy to passively go along with everything the way he had been before Sirius had come into his life and given him a home. She had a feeling it was going to be interesting when Harry became headmaster, and they had to work together. Her lips twitched at the thought. She was slightly jealous of the new bond they shared with Hogwarts. It was something that she would never have, and she was envious not only to their connection with the dragon, but to each other. Hermione bit her lip. She'd put away a lot of her insecurities about her relationship with Harry. Some of it was down to the mind healing and understanding her insecurity better. Some of it was because she and Harry were just closer in the aftermath. Some of it was the strange connection they shared between the two of them after Morgana's blessing. Hermione wondered if Harry had managed to speak to the dragon picture about Avalon. She frowned and thought back to the dream she'd had the night after she'd gone to the ministry to start researching what it meant for her to have been chosen by Morgana. She didn't recognize where she was, but it seemed so familiar. Her hands traced the white-washed walls of rough stone on either side of the corridor as she followed it until she emerged onto a balcony overlooking a wide silver lake. There was an old lady sitting in a chair looking out at the view. She had short gray hair in a spiky style, and her blue eyes twinkled as she looked over at Hermione. A tea service appeared on the table beside her. "Tea, dear?" "Thank you." Hermione accepted the invitation to sit and took the teacup and saucer she was handed. The tea was perfect. She looked out and couldn't help feeling content at the peaceful serenity of the scene in front of her. "This is beautiful. Where are we?" "Where do you think we are?" the old lady asked. Slowly Hermione took note of the shape of the lake, the hint of mountains, and a familiar castle beyond in the far distance. The Black Lake, she realized out loud. A man's name. The old lady remonstrated gently. "What does your spirit tell you?" "Avalon." The word whispered through her. Hermione breathed in sharply. "Morgana's blessing granted you passage," the old lady commented, and set her tea aside to pick up some knitting in a basket that had appeared at her feet. The first witch in far too long to make the journey. "I don't understand," Hermione commented. "The truth has faded in your time, distorted by myth and legend." The old lady agreed. "You seek answers. You will not find them in the books of wizards, my dear." Hermione nodded slowly. "Will you tell me then? It's why you're here, is it not?" The old lady smiled and turned to face her. Hermione was suddenly aware of the light in the old lady's eyes, bright and compelling like stars, like moonlight, like the sun. "Balance is always needed in the world," the old lady said. "Light is balanced by dark, love by hate, chaos by order. For every agent of death, there must be an agent of life." You're... Hermione stumbled over her words, shocked. "I have had many names. Gaia, Danu, Tosi." The old lady said matter-of-factly. "Perhaps here grandmother will suffice." Hermione swallowed. She had seen death. She shouldn't be surprised at a counterpart. "Morgana didn't choose me as her avatar, did she?" "She chose you as mine." Grandmother agreed. Balance was needed. Riddle wanted to escape death and destroy life. He challenged us both. She smiled. "When death sent his champion to battle, I always sent mine to stand with him. Lily stood the first time. You this time." Hermione reached for her tea, needing the normality of it to steady herself. "Why do you think you were chosen, my dear?" Grandmother asked Hermione. "Because I knew Harry the best of those in the circle," offered Hermione tentatively. Grandmother leveled a gaze at her that had Hermione flushing and squirming. "Because I love him and he loves me," Hermione said quietly. "And love is life." Grandmother said with satisfaction. His mother's love protected him and guided him to the truth. It gave him the strength to stand, the strength to use the power he wields as Death's champion, as the one who can call on his father's and Merlin's legacy. Love led him to create the bond to the father of his heart and soul, to tie him to life. It allowed me to send you to shield him and restore the balance. I have walked beside him every day because Harry loves and is loved. "And now, what happens now?" asked Hermione. "Now you are my champion as Harry is Death's. Equals." The most powerful, which balancing the most powerful wizard. Grandmother said, just as Morgana was Merlin's equal. So we're destined to be together. Hermione double-checked, unsure how she felt about that. Your relationship is your own, child. Grandmother assured her. You are no more likely to be with him than you are to be without him. It is your choice. Hermione breathed out, relieved. But I am your champion. Wiccan magic will bloom again under your hand. Grandmother said, a balance for the magic of wizards for the challenges to come. What challenges? Asked Hermione, alarmed. Grandmother's blue eyes twinkled. Now, that would be telling, my dear. And she had woken up. Hermione had told Harry about the dream, but he was the only one. Harry had smiled at the news. They formed some kind of harmonic balance and frowned at the news of future challenges. But he hadn't been surprised. He'd just been pleased they would face them together. And she was pleased she would face them as his equal, someone who could stand beside him and not behind him. An image leapt into her mind. A lioness, fierce and proud, intelligent and strong. An equal to any lion. A cat. Hermione smiled. I see you found your animagus form, finally. Luna commented, startling Hermione out of her thoughts. I thought I was just a domestic feline. Hermione said, it was what the family magic had changed her into after all, and the form she had been diligently practicing. You weren't ready to embrace your true self until now. Luna pointed out with a bright smile. That was true. But she had stood shoulder by shoulder with Harry against Riddle. She was life's champion. Hermione glanced towards the lake. Avalon will sleep a while longer. Luna murmured, everything is as it should be. Hermione smiled at her, wondering if Luna was speaking from her gift or just from her heart. Isn't it? Luna responded. Hermione heard the shout go up from the crowd and turned back urgently to the game, just in time to see Harry narrowly missing a hoop as he avoided a bludger. Her mother gave a gasp beside her, her father hushing her. Andy murmured something reassuring. Across the pitch, a sheepish Matthew Ingleby held up the bat in silent apology. Hermione shook her head as Harry simply grinned and flew on. Typical, Hermione mused, torn between grumpiness and relief. She smiled suddenly. Harry was flying, playing Quidditch, and she was worrying about him. She guessed things were back to normal, after all. Luna was right. The future would wait a while longer. Remus grumbled under his breath. That shouldn't be allowed. It was an accident, Wolfie. Dora said, dipping her chocolate biscuits into the jar of mayonnaise she'd brought with her. He'd given up trying to work out her cravings weeks before. Stop getting your knickers in a twist. Boxers. Remus spluttered out, his cheeks bright red. I'm wearing boxers. He glanced at Ted, who gave him a distinctly unsympathetic look followed by a shrug, which said, Women, what can you do? Remus shifted his attention to Sirius. Sirius was holding Regina, holding her securely against his chest with one hand and pointing out her brother and Harry with the other. He looked so completely at ease, and so happy that Remus's breath caught in his throat. I was thinking we could name the Sprague Michael. Dora said, suddenly dunking another biscuit. I thought we ruled Michael out because of Ted's drunken Uncle Mickey, who is now doing 10 years hard time. Remus said, his heart sinking. Right. Dora grimaced. I thought we were going with John Romulus. Remus said coaxingly. Merlin knew it was much, much better than just Romulus or Ziggy, which Dora had been set on for a while. John is so boring, though. Dora grumbled. I mean, no offense to your dad, Remus, but his name isn't exactly unique. Remus counted to 10 in his head before he replied. I thought you wanted something normal. I do. Dora sighed and stuffed the mayonnaise-dripping biscuit into her mouth. We could go with James. Remus suggested. They'd already discounted it, thinking they should leave it for Harry, but it was worth another discussion. No, Dora said firmly after swallowing her mouthful of food. She sighed, setting aside the jar and biscuits. She rubbed her belly before throwing up a privacy bubble. Look, I'm thinking we definitely can't call him Theodore. I mean, my dad is Theodore and his new uncle is going to be Theodore. We can't call him Theodore. And if we can't call him Theodore, then I don't think it's fair to my dad that we call him John. If it's important to you to call the baby Theodore, I don't think either your dad or Theo will mind. Remus said soothingly. I'll mind. Dora stated firmly. Look, it's not Theo's fault he's become part of the family and I like him. He's a good kid. Scary smart. Mum already adores him and Dad. I can see Dad's already enjoying having a son-type person. Son-type person? Remus repeated. Dora poked him. You know what I mean. She sighed, looking slightly downcast. It's just, I don't ever want to make Theo feel unwelcome. And I'll never ever say I hate having him around, but I can admit I'm a little jealous. Remus slid his arm around her to give her some comfort. I'm stupid. Dora sniffed. No, Remus said. I would think a little sibling jealousy would be normal under these circumstances. It's all right for you to resent sharing your parents. Dora sniffed again, but she snuggled into his embrace. I like Theo. He's really cool. He's going to be aces with the Sprague. She sighed. It's the name. Remus hummed under his breath. His eyes caught Sirius's. His best friend gave him a meaningful look asking if he needed help. Remus gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head back. You really want to call the baby Theodore? Remus surmised. Well, Dora said in too bright a voice, not really Theodore. Her fingers caught hold of the buttons on his jacket and fiddled with them. When I was little, I used to dream I'd call my baby Teddy because I couldn't call him Ted, as that was my dad, but I wanted to call him after my dad because my dad was the greatest, you know? I know. Remus said gently. Dora sighed and cuddled in. You know, Remus said considering the problem, Teddy isn't only the derivative of Theodore. It's traditionally been used for Edward too. Dora pulled back out of his arms and stared at him open-mouthed. Wolfie, you're a genius. She lunged forward and kissed him. She gave a squeal and clapped her hands. Edward John, it's perfect. Edward John. Teddy. Remus could live with that. He nodded happily. Dora grimaced suddenly. Damn, I need to pee. She took down the privacy bubble and started to gather her purse. Bathroom? Asked Andy delicately. Dora nodded unhappily. The new players' changing rooms have a visitors set. Sirius reminded her. Dora beamed at him. You're a genius. She waved a hand as she started to walk away. Not as much of a genius as my Wolfie, but a genius. Andy gave a laugh and followed after her daughter. Sirius sidled up to him, and Remus realized his friend had relinquished Regina back to her mother. Everything all right? Hormones, I think, confided Remus in a low voice that he ensured did not carry. We agreed on a name. Sirius raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Edward John. Remus informed him. Teddy. Sirius gave a slow nod. Good name. He nudged Remus's shoulder. You're getting good at the husband and father thing. Remus smiled, but he was pleased at Sirius's words. He was doing his best. He and Dora worked. Yes, she drove him round the bend with her cravings and her insistence on pretending she wasn't pregnant at times. But they worked, and he couldn't wait to be a dad, to hold his baby son, to introduce his cub to his pack. He glanced over to his left, where Patrick was holding court with most of the ladies of the pack, who were hovering around him concerned, Sion glaring at them with disdain. He figured his plan for covering all his duties would hit some rough spots, but it was a good plan. Workable. It meant he could be there for his pack and for its heart, his family Sirius and Harry, Dora and his son. You know, Teddy is going to need a godfather. Remus posited out loud, his heart beating a touch faster because he'd assumed Sirius was going to be the godfather, and had even spoken as though it was a done deal to Sirius about it, but he hadn't actually asked. Sirius turned to him with a sly smile. Is that a request? Because if it was a request, Pads. Remus remonstrated with him gently but firmly. Sirius drew himself up and met Remus's eyes. I'd be honored, Moony. Remus grinned and slapped Sirius on the shoulder. Sirius grinned back and turned away to watch Harry. Remus followed his gaze out to the sky above the pitch. It was good to see Harry taking part in the match. It meant he was healing. It meant that maybe, just maybe, the worst was over. The world was safe. Safe for Harry. Safe for Remus's family and pack. Safe for his son, Teddy Lupin. Remus couldn't help the smile that broke across his face. He couldn't wait to meet him. Sirius figured Harry was almost done playing. The match had lasted over an hour, a respectable time to honor the dead and the living. All of the kids had been up twice, and the first players were back in the air. Harry would start actively targeting the snitch soon. Sirius was sure of it. He glanced around the stands. They were filled to the brim with a happy crowd. Over in the Slytherin stands, Sirius could see Selwyn chatting away with Wilkes and Gibbon. The traditionalists had reformed under Selwyn, and so far their agenda had been constructive. It would be interesting to see how the politics would play out in the Wisengamot. Sirius's gaze drifted to Daniel Greengrass, who was deep in discussion with Cornelius. The minister was in his element. He had certainly risen to the occasion, and his approval rating was through the roof. He'd go down in history as a good minister. Sirius couldn't quite believe he and Cornelius had such a solid working relationship, but he couldn't deny they worked well together. Of course, Sirius had a lot of help. Daniel was a good man. He was taking on more of a leadership role with the Potter Alliance, and Sirius welcomed his assistance. Not that they would do anything alone. Augusta would be their third. Her contribution couldn't be overstated as far as Sirius was concerned. He looked around the stands and found more members of the Potter Alliance conversing happily. His grandfather's portrait had been stunned at their political success and smugly proud. I always knew you'd be a formidable Lord Black, Sirius. And there was acceptance there. He had spoken about the past with the portrait, and understood some of his grandfather's motives more. They'd talked of how he had been reluctant to simply take custody of Sirius and his brother because he'd hoped his son was a good father despite Walburga's influence. How he'd realized too late just how much neglect and abuse had been in the home. Sirius had forgiven him because, truthfully, he wouldn't have changed where he'd ended up. He had loved the Potters and the Marauders. His heart ached as he thought of prongs taking form to deliver judgment on Peter. It had been heartbreaking, yet so fundamentally right Sirius felt it to his bones. The rat was securely tucked away in Azkaban, and Sirius figured Wormtail would only get another year from his defense of Remus against the vampires to add to his rat's lifespan. It wasn't a perfect and a part of Sirius still snarled with the fury that wanted to kill the rat, but it was justice. His gaze caught Amelia's, and she nodded at him in acknowledgement. Sirius smiled. The director of the DMLE was a good friend. She was a good woman, a good witch. He owed her a great deal, Sirius mused. She had provided him with stalwart support since she had cleared his name. He owed Bertie too, Sirius realized, looking around for the director of the DOM, and finding him deep in discussion with Moody and Snape. Bertie's company almost made him snort with amusement. They seemed unlikely friends, but he shook his head and turned away. He was actually pleased to see that Snape had settled into a new life, one that didn't involve spying, and where his former nemesis could indulge his passion for potions. Somehow Sirius thought Lily would be pleased with where Snape had ended up. Sirius's gaze landed next on Bill. He was glad to see the heir to Weasley House recovering from the pain of losing Caroline. The Weasleys were out in full force, Sirius realized. The youngest all playing while the older children cheered them on, all under the watchful eyes of Molly and Arthur. Minerva's sharp remonstration to the commentator cut through the air, and Sirius swallowed a laugh at her caustic rejoinder. His smile faded as he considered the offer she had made him when they'd left Harry alone with Albus's portrait, to move back to Hogwarts and the rooms he'd shared with Harry, to be a commissioned artist for the school. She had loved the artwork he'd produced, and she wanted him to paint portraits of all the staff. Sirius wasn't sure what he was going to do. He loved the idea of staying close to Harry, loved the idea of having a bolt hole for his son if the scrutiny and pressure of being Harry Potter, the boy who lived to defeat Voldemort, got too much. Sirius knew Harry's friends would provide him with support. Hermione would scratch the eyes out of anyone who would hurt him and Ron, and Neville would help all of the Alliance would. But it didn't take away from the fact that Harry was famous and in the spotlight even more since he'd killed Riddle and saved the wizarding world. He was also tempted by the work. He loved painting. He much preferred it to politics. And maybe with Daniel and Augusta taking the lead there, Remus and his cohort of deputies handling the estates, just maybe there was an opportunity for him to do something just for himself. Something to think about. And talk to Harry about. As if Harry knew Sirius had thought about him. His son glanced over his shoulder at Sirius, and their eyes met across the distance. Harry gave some form of salute, and suddenly he shot forward on his broom. Sirius smiled. Yes, the game would be over soon, and the future would begin. Harry let the wind rush through his hair, drag his clothes close to his body. He arrowed downwards to the ground, weaving a crazy pattern across the grass before lifting back, shooting into the sky. He was flying and he was free. He hadn't let his fear stop him, and his heart lifted with joyous glee. He could live now, Harry thought happily. He could date Hermione, spend time holding hands, kissing, and maybe a little bit more. He could spend time with Ron, playing Quidditch and debating tactics. Gold glinted to his left, and he spun, sending the broom down. He could spend time with Neville, his godbrother, who understood in a way the others didn't. And he could even spend time with Draco, who was flying like a dervish to catch up to him. He could cement the bond between them into a real friendship. There was baby Lupin to look forward to, time with baby Reggie, time with all his family, the houses of Potter and Black, and all who fell under his protection. He sent his broom to the left, and the snitch compensated, darting out of the way. But most of all, he had Sirius. He had a father who loved him, who cared about him. A father who had given him a home. A father who had loved him so much he had fought for Harry, fought for a future for him. And now that future was within Harry's grasp. Harry reached out and grabbed the snitch, lifting it high into the air in victory. September 1st, 1995. Steam hissed and floated across the platform. Sirius kept a hand on Harry's shoulder as they made their way through the crowds of parents and children. They garnered more than a few looks, and Sirius was glad Harry had insisted on saying goodbye to the rest of the family at dinner the night before. He dreaded to think about the attention they'd have attracted if they'd come en masse. Harry was already in uniform, having decided he didn't want the hassle of changing mid-journey. It was weird to see Harry wearing the familiar colors of Gryffindor and Hogwarts after he'd spent so much of the previous year adorned with his own crests. They were still there, discreetly embroidered onto his cuffs, but Harry was once again a Hogwarts student. It still gave Sirius mixed feelings. Part of him wanted to keep Harry home still, but with the threat of Voldemort gone, Sirius couldn't deny that Hogwarts was as safe as it ever could be for his son. And he would be there himself, staying in their old rooms as Hogwarts resident artist, with Harry able to visit him often. Harry tugged Sirius towards the front of the carriages. He was apparently oblivious to the attention he was garnering from the young girls around him, the stares of awe and hero worship. Sirius knew better than to think Harry was oblivious, of course, but he allowed Harry the pretense. Harry felt that the best way to deal with his increased fame was to simply not acknowledge it and try to have as much normality in his life as he could. It amused Sirius that he was turning heads as much as Harry. Sirius had opted for casual robes over a muggle outfit of denim jeans and plain white button-up shirt. He was the very personification of dress down, but that didn't seem to stop many of the women, and a few of the men, batting their eyelashes at him and giving him come-hither smiles. He still wasn't all that interested in finding romance. He had his work, his friends, and more importantly, he had Harry. He was content. Harry shot him a pleased grin as they finally reached their destination and boarded the train, just behind the prefect compartment. "Perfect," Harry commented. "We're in easy reach of the prefect compartment, but have a whole compartment to ourselves." Sirius hummed as he waved Harry's trunk into the overhead rack. Hedwig had eschewed the cage and flew up to the luggage rack to perch there. She gave an approving bark. She was never very far from Harry. The space seemed incredibly empty, but he had a feeling it would fill up quickly. Harry's friends would show up sooner rather than later, especially as they were all prefects. He didn't know how he felt about Harry being a special prefect. It seemed too much of a reminder that Harry was bonded to Hogwarts. But then Sirius really didn't mind that the bond ensured Harry would have a good profession one day, which didn't involve him getting into too much danger. He still feared Harry deciding to go into Quidditch after school for a time. Angelina Johnson had been awarded the captain's badge again, and had already written to invite Harry back to his old seeker position. Right then, Sirius said gruffly, knowing his time with his son was drawing to a close. "I've got my mirror." Harry reminded him, "I'll call you if there's trouble. Don't forget to eat the lunch Dobby packed for you," Sirius said. Harry was still a few pounds short of a good weight, even if he was healthy and fit. Harry reached out unashamedly, and Sirius hugged him close. He let him go reluctantly, which was stupid because he was going to see him in just a few short hours. "Hey," Harry grinned at him. "I have a surprise for you." Sirius smiled back. "A surprise for me?" Harry shooed him back, still grinning. Sirius rolled his eyes and obligingly stepped back. His back was almost at the doors of the compartment. Harry took a deep breath and transformed. In his place was a young dog, a young Grim. Sirius's mouth fell open as the Grim's tail wagged happily, and he bounded over to him. "Pronglet." He breathed out the name and ruffled Harry's head. The memory of Harry's first accidental transformation as a baby filled his head, Prong's panic and Lily's calm. His own delight that Harry had copied his form. Harry allowed a few moments of petting before wrestling himself away and transforming back. Sirius immediately hugged him again, a lump in his throat. "I love you, Pronglet." "Love you too, Padfoot," Harry replied softly. They stood there, soaking each other up in silence. There was a courtesy rap on the door, and it slid open to reveal Hermione. She stopped in the doorway as she took in Sirius and Harry hugging. "Oh," Hermione said, blushing faintly. "I'm sorry. Sirius gave Harry one last squeeze and eased back to wave her inside. "It's fine, Hermione. We were almost done saying goodbye. Come on in." He took control of her trunk as Harry moved forward to greet her with a chaste kiss, tangling their fingers together. Sirius smiled at the sight. Ah, young love. A bittersweet memory of James and Lily doing the same thing in their 7th year drifted through his mind, and he shook it away. "All right. Be good, you two, and enjoy the journey," Sirius instructed gently. He ruffled Harry's hair one last time. Harry's amused expression lifted his heart. "See you on the other side, Padfoot." Harry promised. Sirius nodded. Pronglet. They exchanged one last smile, one last look. "All right," Sirius said abruptly, realizing the moment was lingering slightly too long. "Leaving now?" He stepped back and out of the compartment to the sound of Harry chuckling and Hermione giggling. Sirius quickly made his way out of the carriage and down the platform to the apparition point. He nodded a few hellos, smiled in acknowledgement at Augusta saying goodbye to Neville and Blaise further down, and hurried to leave before anyone could stop him. He just needed to catch his breath, to adjust to letting Harry go even if it was just for a moment, and not really real because he'd see him in a few short hours. He just needed to be on his own. He got to the apparition point, grasped his wand, and spun on his heel, his destination, simply home, and landed outside Godric's Hollow. Sirius laughed weakly and pushed a hand through his hair. Despite everything, his heart still couldn't let go of thinking of the cottage as home. Griffin House was home too, but only because Harry was there. The cottage, on the other hand, he gazed at the broken-down house, and his memory erased the reality of the untidy garden, dirty windows, and crumbling walls, replacing them in his mind's eye with immaculate whitewashed stone covered with ivy, a garden filled with lavender and honeysuckle, gleaming windows underlined with their boxes of flowers and herbs. Sirius could almost hear James's deep laughter, Lily's bright chuckle, the gurgle of a baby. He remembered the night of their deaths, remembered all too well the horror of finding them gone, finding Harry hurt. He remembered the poignant angst of showing Harry around the Christmas before, of telling his son the way the cottage had been before, of the happy home it had been for Harry and for Sirius. But then another memory landed at the forefront of his mind, a memory of himself standing in front of the cottage just over a year before, and coming up with the most insane plan he could think of so he could raise Harry. "Told you I'd do anything, Lilyflower," Sirius murmured. It had been a plan of cunning and guile built off a stupid, brave, and reckless decision to tear down one world and rebuild it for Harry, using all the power Sirius had never wanted but all the power he needed. A plan to keep Harry, to keep Pronglet safe. It was a good plan in the end, Prongs. Sirius said out loud. He's safe now, and he's alive, and he's happy. A breeze floated over him, the scent of lilies heavy in the air, the sense of love, family, and safety Sirius had always associated with Prongs. He reached out and touched the rickety old gate as though by touching it he could reach through time and space to his friends, to the brother and sister of his soul. "Love you," Sirius whispered. But it was time to leave the past behind. Peace infused him at last, the heavy grief which had been his constant companion dissolving into acceptance. And as he took a step away and spun on his heel to leave, he knew they were listening, knew they'd approved back then and would approve for the days to come, because his plan always had Harry at its heart, and it was always a Marauder's plan. The end. And that's it, the grand finale of a Marauder's plan. A story of growth, sacrifice, and a Harry Potter you've never seen before, and perhaps never will again. How did you feel about the ending? Were the consequences worth the price? Did Harry's final choices reflect the character we've followed all along? Share your thoughts in the comments. Let's talk about how this epic journey wrapped up. If you enjoyed this thrilling conclusion, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the series with fellow fans. Your support helps us continue to bring incredible fanfics like this one to life. Did you know? The ending of a Marauder's plan leaves much to reflection, forcing readers to confront what it truly means to lead, to sacrifice, and to live with the consequences of one's choices. It's a fitting end to a journey that's been as much about the internal battles as it has been about the external. Thank you for joining us through this incredible adventure. From beginning to end, you've helped make it all possible. Until our next magical journey, remember, it's not the destination that shapes us, it's the courage to walk the path, no matter where it leads. Stay strong, stay wise, and, as always, stay magical.